Suarez was in attendance, and within a further 10 minutes, Stoller had been released. From being flagged down to walking out with the lawyer, 55 minutes had elapsed. "Interesting," Finley said. "The guy's 300 miles from home, it's midnight, and he gets lawyered up within 20 minutes, with a partner from a respected firm. Stoller was some kind of a truck driver, that's for sure." "You recognize his address?" I asked Rosco. She shook her head. "Not really," she said, "but I could find it." The door cracked open and Baker stuck his head in again. "State police on the line," he said. "Sounds like they got a car for you." Finley checked his watch, decided there was time before Teal got back. "Okay," he said. "Punch it through here, Baker." Finley picked up the phone on the big desk and listened, scribbled some notes and grunted a thank you. Hung the phone up and got out of his chair. "Okay," he said. "Let's go take a look." We all three filed out quickly. We needed to be well clear before Teal got back and started asking questions. Baker watched us go, called out after us. "What should I tell Teal?" he said. "Tell him we traced the car," Finley said. "The one the crazy ex-con used to get down to Morrison's place. Tell him we're making some real progress, okay?" This time, Finley drove. He was using an unmarked Chevy, identical to Roscoe's issue. He bounced it out of the lot and turned south, accelerated through the little town. The first few miles I recognized as the route down toward Yellow Springs, but then we swung off onto a track which struck out due east. It led out toward the highway and ended up in a kind of maintenance area, right below the roadway. There were piles of asphalt and tar barrels lying around. And a car. It had been rolled off the highway, and it was lying on its roof. And it was burned out. "They noticed it Friday morning," Finley said. "Wasn't here Thursday, they're sure about that. It could have been Joe's." We looked it over very carefully. Wasn't much left to see. It was totally burned out. Everything that wasn't steel had gone. We couldn't even tell what make it had been. By the shape, Finley thought it had been a General Motors product, but we couldn't tell which division. It had been a mid-sized sedan, and once the plastic trim is gone, you can't tell a Buick from a Chevy from a Pontiac. I got Finley to support the front fender, and I crawled under the upside-down hood, looked for the number they stamp on the scuttle. I had to scrape off some scorched flakes, but I found the little aluminum strip and got most of the number. Crawled out again and recited it to Rosco. She wrote it down. "So what do you think?" Finley asked. "Could be the one," I said. "Say he rented it Thursday evening up at the airport in Atlanta, full tank of gas, drove it to the warehouses at the Margrave Cloverleaf, then somebody drove it on down here afterward. Couple of gallons gone, maybe 2.5, plenty left to burn." Finley nodded. "Makes sense," he said. "But they'd have to be local guys. This is a great spot to dump a car, right? Pull onto the shoulder up there, wheels in the dirt, push the car off the edge, scramble down and torch it, then jump in with your buddy who's already down here in his own car waiting for you, and you're away. But only if you knew about this little maintenance track. And only a local guy would know about this little maintenance track, right?" We left the wreck there, drove back up to the station house. The desk sergeant was waiting for Finley. "Teal wants you in the office," he said. Finley grunted and was heading back there, but I caught his arm. "Keep him talking a while," I said. "Give Rosco a chance to phone in that number from the car." He nodded and carried on to the back. Rosco and I headed over to her desk. She picked up the phone, but I stopped her. "Give me the gun," I whispered, "before Teal is through with Finley." She nodded and glanced around the room, sat down and unclipped the keys from her belt, unlocked her desk and rolled open a deep drawer, nodded down to a shallow cardboard box. I picked it out. It was an office storage box, about 2 inches deep for holding papers. The cardboard was printed with elaborate wood grain. Someone had written a name across the top. Gray. I tucked it under my arm and nodded to Rosco. She rolled the drawer shut and locked it again. "Thanks," I said. "Now make those calls, okay?" I walked down to the entrance and levered the heavy glass door open with my back, carried the box over to the Bentley. I set the box on the roof of the car and unlocked the door, dumped the box on the passenger seat and got in, pulled the box over onto my lap. Saw a brown sedan slowing up on the road about 100 yards to the north. 2 Hispanic men in it. The same car I'd seen outside Charlie Hubble's place the day before. The same guys. No doubt about that. Their car came to a stop about 75 yards from the station house. I saw it settle, like the engine had been turned off. Neither of the guys got out. They just sat there, 75 yards away, watching the station house parking lot. Seemed to me they were looking straight at the Bentley. Seemed to me my new friends had found me. They'd looked all morning. Now they didn't have to look anymore. They didn't move, just sat there, watching. I watched them back for more than 5 minutes. They weren't going to get out, I could see that. They were settled there. So I turned my attention back to the box. It was empty, apart from a box of bullets and a gun. A hell of a weapon. It was a Desert Eagle automatic. I'd used one before. They come from Israel. We used to get them in exchange for all kinds of stuff we sent over there. I picked it up. Very heavy. 14-inch barrel, more than 1.5 feet long front to back. I clicked out the magazine. This was the 8-shot 44 version. Takes 8 .44 Magnum shells. Not what you would call a subtle weapon. The bullet weighs about twice as much as the .38 in a police revolver. It leaves the barrel going way faster than the speed of sound. It hits the target with more force than anything this side of a train wreck. Not subtle at all. Ammunition is a problem. You got a choice. If you load up with a hard-nosed bullet, it goes right through the guy you're shooting and probably right on through some other guy 100 yards away. So you use a soft-nosed bullet, and it blows a hole out of your guy about the size of a garbage can. Your choice. The bullets in the box were all soft-nose. Okay with me. I checked the weapon over. Brutal, but in fine condition. Everything worked. The grip was engraved with a name. Gray, same as the file box. The dead detective, the guy before Finley, hanged himself last February. Must have been a gun collector. This wasn't his service piece. No police department in the world would authorize the use of a cannon like this on the job. Altogether too heavy. I loaded the dead detective's big handgun with 8 of his shells, put the spares back in the box and left the box on the floor of the car, cocked the gun and clicked the safety catch on. Cocked and locked, we used to call it. Saves you a split second before your first shot. Saves your life, maybe. I put the gun in the Bentley's walnut glove compartment. It was a tight fit. Then I sat for a moment and watched the 2 guys in their car. They were still watching me. We looked at each other from 75 yards away. They were relaxed and comfortable. But they were watching me. I got out of the Bentley and locked it up again. Stepped back to the entrance and pulled the door. Glanced back toward the brown sedan. Still there. Still watching. Rosco was at her desk, talking on the phone. She waved, looked excited, held her hand up to tell me to wait. I watched the door to the Rosewood office, hoped Teal wouldn't come out before she finished her call. He came out just as she hung up. He was all red in the face, looked mad, started stamping around the squad room, banging his heavy stick on the floor, glaring up at the big empty bulletin board. Finley stuck his head out of the office and nodded me in. I shrugged at Rosco and went to see what Finley had to say. What was that all about? I asked him. He laughed. I was winding him up, he said. He asked what we'd been doing, looking at a car. I said we weren't. Said we'd told Baker we weren't going far, but he'd misheard it as we're looking at a car. Take care, Finley, I said. They're killing people. This is a big deal. He shrugged. It's driving me crazy, he said. Gotta have some fun, right? He'd survived 20 years in Boston. He might survive this. What's happening with Picard? I asked him. You heard from him? Nothing, he said. Just standing by. No possibility he might have put a couple of guys on surveillance? I said. Finley shook his head, looked definite about it. No way, he said. Not without telling me first. Why? There's a couple of guys watching this place, I said. Got here about 10 minutes ago. Plain brown sedan. They were at Hubble's yesterday and around town this morning, asking after me. He shook his head again. They're not Picard's, he said. He'd have told me. Rosco came in and shut the door, held it shut with her hand, like Teal might try to burst in after her. I called Detroit, she said. It was a Pontiac, delivered 4 months ago. Big fleet order for a rental company. DMV is tracing the registration. I told them to get back to Picard up in Atlanta. The rental people might be able to give them the story about where it was rented. We might be getting somewhere. I felt I was getting closer to Joe, like I was hearing a faint echo. Great, I said to her. Good work, Rosco. I'm out of here. Meet you back here at 6. You two stick close together, okay? Watch your backs. Where are you going? Finley said. I'm going for a drive in the country, I said. I left them there in the office and walked back to the entrance, pushed the door open and stepped outside, scanned north up the road. The plain sedan was still there, 75 yards away. The two guys were still in it, still watching. I walked over to the Bentley, unlocked the door and got in. Nosed out of the parking lot and pulled out onto the county road, wide and slow. Drove slowly past the two guys and carried on north. In the mirror, I saw the plain sedan start up, saw it pull out and turn in the road. It accelerated north and fell in behind me, like I was towing it on a long, invisible rope. I slowed, it slowed. I sped up, it sped up. Like a game. Chapter 18. I drove past Eno's diner and rolled on north away from town. The plain sedan followed, 40 yards back, no attempt to hide. The two guys just cruised behind me, gazing forward. I swung west on the road to Warburton, slowed to a cruise. The plain sedan followed, still 40 yards back. We cruised west. We were the only things moving in that vast landscape. I could see the two guys in the mirror, gazing at me. They were spotlit by the low afternoon sun. The low brassy light made them vivid. Young guys, Hispanic, loud shirts, black hair, very neat, very similar. Their car sat steadily in my wake. I cruised 7 or 8 miles. I was looking for a place. There were bumpy earth tracks off to the left and right every half mile or so. They led into the fields, looped around aimlessly. I didn't know what they were for. Maybe they led to gathering points where farmers parked machinery for the harvest, whenever that was. I was looking for a particular track I'd seen before. It led around behind a small stand of trees on the right-hand side of the road, the only cover for miles. I'd seen it from the prison bus on Friday, seen it again driving back in from Alabama. A sturdy stand of trees. This morning it had been floating on the mist. A little oval copse next to the road on the right, an earth track looping behind it, then joining up with the road again. I saw it a couple of miles ahead. The trees were a smudge on the horizon. I drove on towards it. Snapped the glove compartment open and lifted the big automatic out. wedged it between the squabs on the seat next to me. The two guys followed, still 40 yards back. A quarter-mile from the woods, I slammed the selector into second and floored the pedal. The old car gulped and shot forwards. At the track, I hauled the wheel around and bounced and slewed the Bentley off the road. Hurled it around to the back of the cops, jammed it to a stop, grabbed the gun and jumped. Left the driver's door swinging open like I'd tumbled out and dived straight left into the trees. But I went the other way. I went to the right. I danced around the hood and hurled myself 15 feet into the peanut field and flattened into the ground. Crawled through the bushes and put myself on a level with where their car would have to stop on the track behind the Bentley. Pressed myself up against the brawny stalks, low down under the leaves on the damp red earth. Then I waited. I figured they'd dropped off maybe 60 or 70 yards. They hadn't tracked my sudden acceleration. I snicked the safety catch off. Then I heard their brown Buick. I caught the noise of the motor and the groan of the suspension. It bounced into view on the track in front of me. It stopped behind the Bentley, framed against the trees. It was about 20 feet away from me. They were reasonably smart guys. Not at all the worst I'd ever seen. The passenger had gotten out on the road before they turned in. He thought I was in the woods. He thought he was going to come at me from behind. The driver scrambled across inside the car and rolled out of the passenger door on the far side from the trees. Right in front of me. He was holding a gun, and he knelt down in the dirt, his back turned to me, hidden from where he thought I was by the Buick, looking through the car at the woods. I'd have to make him move. I didn't want him to stay next to the car. The car had to stay drivable. I didn't want it damaged. They were wary of the cops. That had been the idea. Why would I drive all the way to the only woods for miles and then hide in a field? A classic diversion. They'd fallen for it without even thinking. The guy by the car was staring through at the woods. I was staring at his back. I had the Desert Eagle lined up on him, breathing low. His partner was creeping slowly through the trees, looking for me. Pretty soon, he'd come right out into view. He arrived after about 5 minutes. He was holding a gun out in front of him. He dodged around the back of the Buick, kept distance between himself and the Bentley. He crouched down next to his partner and they exchanged shrugs. Then they started peering at the Bentley, worried that I was lying on the floor or crouching behind the stately chrome radiator. The guy had just come out of the woods, crawled along in the dirt, keeping the Buick between himself and the trees, right in front of me, staring under the Bentley, looking for my feet. He crawled the whole length of the Bentley. I could hear him grunting and gasping as he hauled himself along on his elbows. Then he crawled all the way back and knelt up again beside his partner. They both shuffled sideways and slowly stood up next to the Buick's hood. They stepped over and checked inside the Bentley. They walked together to the edge of the copse and peered into the darkness. They couldn't find me. Then they came back and stood together on the rough track, away from the cars, framed against the orange sky, staring at the trees, their backs to the field, their backs to me. They didn't know what to do. They were city boys, maybe from Miami. They wore Florida clothes. They were used to neon alleys and construction sites. They were used to action under raised highways and the trash-filled lots the tourists never saw. They didn't know what to do about a small cop standing alone in 1,000,000 acres of peanuts. I shot them both in the back as they stood there. 2 quick shots, aimed high up between their shoulder blades. The big automatic made a sound like hand grenades going off. Birds wheeled into the air from all around. The twin crashes rolled over the countryside like thunder. The recoils pounded my hand. The 2 guys were hurled forward off their feet, landed on their faces, sprawled against the trees on the far side of the earth track. I raised my head and peered over. They had that slack, empty look that is left behind when life has departed. I held onto the gun and stepped over to them. They were dead. I'd seen a lot of dead people, and these two were as dead as any of them. The big magnum shells had caught them high up on their backs, where the big arteries and veins are, going on up into the head. The bullets had made quite a mess. I looked down at the two guys in the silence and thought about Joe. Then I had things to do. I stepped back to the Bentley, clicked the safety on, and tossed the Desert Eagle back on the seat. Stepped over to their Buick and yanked the keys out. Popped the trunk. I guess I was hoping to find something in there. I didn't feel bad about the two boys, but I was going to feel better still if I found something in there. Like a silenced .22 automatic. Or like 4 pairs of rubber overshoes and 4 nylon bodysuits. A few 5-inch blades, things like that. But I didn't find things like that. I found Spivvy. He'd been dead a few hours. He'd been shot through the forehead with a .38, from close range. The revolver barrel must have been about 6 inches from his head. I rubbed my thumb across the skin around the bullet hole. Looked at it. There was no soot, but there were tiny gunpowder particles blasted into the skin. They wouldn't rub off. That kind of tattooing means a fairly close range. 6 inches will do it, maybe 8. Somebody had suddenly raised a gun, and the slow-heavy assistant warden hadn't been quick enough to duck. There was a scab on his chin where I'd cut him with Morrison's blade. The small snake eyes were open. He was still in his greasy uniform. His white hairy belly showed through where I'd slashed at his shirt. He had been a big guy. To fit him in the trunk, they'd broken his legs. Probably with a shovel. They'd broken them and folded them sideways at the knee to get his body in. I gazed at him and felt angry. He'd known, and he hadn't told me. But they'd killed him anyway. The fact that he hadn't told me hadn't counted for anything. They were panicking. They were silencing everybody while the clock ticked slowly around to Sunday. I gazed into Spivvy's dead eyes, like there was information still in there. Then I ran back to the bodies on the edge of the cops and searched them. 2 wallets and a car rental agreement, a mobile phone. That was all. The rental agreement was for the Buick, rented at the Atlanta airport Monday morning at 8. An early flight in from somewhere. I went through the wallets. No airline tickets, Florida driver's licenses, both with Jacksonville addresses. Bland photographs, meaningless names. Credit cards to match. Lots of cash in the wallets. I stole it all. They weren't going to spend it. I took the battery out of the mobile phone and put the phone in one guy's pocket and the battery in the other's. Then I dragged the bodies over to the Buick and heaved them into the trunk with Spivvy. Not easy. They weren't tall guys, but they were floppy and awkward. Made me sweat, despite the chill. I had to shove them around to get them both in the space Spivvy was leaving. I scouted around and found their revolvers, both .38 caliber. One had a full load, the other had fired once. Smelled recent. I pitched the guns into the trunk. Found the passenger's shoes. The Desert Eagle had blown him right out of them. I threw them in the trunk and slammed the lid. Walked back into the field and found my hiding place in the bushes, where I'd shot them from. Scrabbled around and picked up the 2 shell cases, put them in my pocket. Then I locked up the Buick and left it, popped the Bentley's trunk, pulled out the bag with my old clothes in. My new gear was covered in red mud and streaked with the dead guy's blood. I put the old things back on, balled up the muddy blood-stained stuff and shoved it in the bag, threw the bag in the Bentley's trunk and closed the lid on it. Last thing I did was use a tree branch to sweep away all the footprints I could see. I drove the Bentley slowly back east to Margrave and used the time to calm down. A straightforward ambush, no technical difficulty, no real danger. I had 13 years of hard time behind me. I should be able to walk through a 1-on-2 against amateurs in my sleep. But my heart was thumping harder than it should have been, and a cold blast of adrenaline was shaking me up. It was the sight of Spivvy lying there with his legs folded sideways that had done it. I breathed hard and got myself under control. My right arm was sore, like somebody had hit my palm with a hammer. It jarred all the way up to the shoulder. That Desert Eagle had a hell of a recoil, and it made a hell of a noise. My ears were still ringing from the twin explosions. But I felt good. It had been a job well done. 2 tough guys had followed me out there. They weren't following me back. I parked up in the station house lot, furthest slot from the door, put my gun back in the glove compartment and got out of the car. It was getting late. The evening gloom was gathering. The huge Georgia sky was darkening, turning a deep inky shade. The moon was coming up. Rosco was at her desk. She got up when she saw me and walked over. We went back out through the door, walked a few paces, kissed. "Anything from the car rental people?" I asked her. She shook her head.
"Tomorrow," she said. "Picard's dealing with it. He's doing his best."
"Okay," I said. "What hotels you got up at the airport?" She reeled off a list of hotels. Pretty much the same list you got at any airport. I picked the first name she'd listed. Then I told her what had happened with the 2 Florida boys. Last week, she'd have arrested me for it, sent me to the chair. Now, her reaction was different. Those 4 men who had padded through her place in their rubber shoes had changed her mind about a lot of things. So she just nodded and smiled a tight, grim smile of satisfaction.
"2 down,"
she said.
"Good work, Reacher. Were they the ones?"
"From last night?" I said. "No, they weren't local. We can't count them in Hubble's 10. They were hired help from outside."
"Were they any good?"
she asked. I shrugged at her, rocked my hand from side to side equivocally. "Not really," I said. "Not good enough, anyway." Then I told her what I had found in the Buick's trunk. She shivered again.
"So is he one of the 10?
she asked.
"Spivvy?"
I shook my head. "No," I said. "I can't see it. He was outside help, too. Nobody would have a slug like that on the inside." She nodded. I opened up the Bentley and got the gun out of the glove box. It was too big to go in my pocket. I put it back in the old file box with the bullets. Rosco put the whole thing in the trunk of her Chevy. I got the carrier bag of stained clothes out, locked the Bentley up, and left it there in the police lot. "I'm going to call Molly again," I said. "I'm getting in pretty deep. I need some background. There are things I don't understand." The place was quiet, so I used the Rosewood office. I dialed the Washington number and got Molly on the second ring. "Can you talk?" I asked her. She told me to wait, and I heard her get up and close her office door.
"It's too soon, Jack," she said. "I can't get the stuff until tomorrow."
"I need background," I said. "I need to understand this international stuff Joe was doing. I need to know why things are happening here, if the action is supposed to be overseas." I heard her figuring out where to start.
"Okay. Background," she said. "I guess Joe's assumption was it's maybe controlled from this country, and it's a very difficult problem to explain, but I'll try. The forging happens abroad, and the trick is most of it stays abroad. Only a few of the fake bills ever come back here, which is not a huge deal domestically, but obviously it's something we want to stop. But abroad, it presents a completely different type of problem. You know how much cash is inside the U.S., Jack?" I thought back to what the bank guy had told me. $130 billion, I said. "Right," she said. "But exactly twice that much is held offshore. That's a fact. People all over the world are holding on to $260 billion worth of American cash. It's in safety deposits in London, Rome, Berlin, Moscow, stuffed into mattresses all over South America, Eastern Europe, hidden under floorboards, false walls, in banks, travel agencies. everywhere. And why is that?
Dunno, I said.
Because the dollar is the world's most trusted currency, she said. People believe in it. They want it. And naturally, the government is very, very happy about that.
Good for the ego, right? I said. I heard her change the phone to the other hand.
It's not an emotional thing, she said. It's business. Think about it, Jack. If there's a $100 bill in somebody's bureau in Bucharest, that means somebody somewhere once exchanged $100 worth of foreign assets for it. It means our government sold them a piece of paper with green and black ink on it for $100. Good business. And because it's a trusted currency, chances are that $100 bill will probably stay in that bureau in Bucharest for many years. The U.S. will never have to deliver the foreign assets back again. As long as the dollar stays trusted, we can't lose.
So what's the problem? I asked her.
Difficult to describe, Molly said. It's all about trust and faith. It's almost metaphysical. If foreign markets are getting flooded with fake dollars, that doesn't really matter in itself. But if the people in those foreign markets find out, then it does matter. Because they panic. They lose their faith. They lose their trust. They don't want dollars anymore. They'll turn to Japanese yen or German marks to stuff their mattresses with. They'll get rid of their dollars. In effect, overnight, the government would have to repay a $260 billion foreign loan. Overnight. And we couldn't do that, Jack.
Big problem, I said.
That's the truth, she said. And a remote problem. The fakes are all made abroad, and they're mostly distributed abroad. It makes sense that way. The factories are hidden away in some remote foreign region where we don't know about them, and the fakes are distributed to foreigners who are happy as long as the stuff looks vaguely like real dollars are supposed to look. That's why not very many are imported. Only the very best fakes come back to the States.
How many come back? I asked her. I heard her shrug, a little breath sound like she had pursed her lips.
Not many, she said. A few billion now and then, I guess.
A few billion, I said. That's not many.
A drop in the ocean, she said. From a macroeconomic point of view, compared to the size of the economy, I mean.
And what exactly are we doing about it? I asked her.
Two things,
she said.
First thing is Joe was trying like mad to stop it from happening. The reason behind that is obvious. Second thing is, we're pretending like mad it isn't happening at all, so as to keep the faith.
I nodded, started to see some shape behind the big-time secrecy going on up there in Washington. Okay, I said. So if I were to call the Treasury and ask them about it?
We'd deny everything, she said. We'd say, what counterfeiting?
I walked through the silent squad room and joined Rosco in her car. Told her to drive out toward Warburton. It was dark when we reached the little stand of trees, just enough moonlight to pick it out. Rosco pulled up where I showed her. I kissed her and got out. Told her I'd see her up at the hotel. Slapped lightly on the Chevy's roof and waved her off. She turned in the road, drove slowly away. I pushed directly through the cops. Didn't want to leave footprints on the track. The fat carrier bag made it awkward. It kept snagging in the brush. I came out right by the Buick. Still there. All quiet. I unlocked the driver's door with the key and got in. Started up and bounced down the track. The rear suspension kept bottoming out on the ruts. I wasn't too surprised about that. Must have been about 500 pounds weight in the trunk. I jounced out onto the road and drove east toward Margrave. But I turned left at the county road and headed north. Cruised the rest of the 14 miles up to the highway. Passed by the warehouses and joined the stream north to Atlanta. I didn't drive fast, didn't drive slow. Didn't want to get noticed. The plain Buick was very anonymous, very inconspicuous. That was how I wanted to keep it. After an hour, I followed the airport signs. Found my way round to the long-term parking. Took a ticket at the little automated barrier and nosed in. It was a huge lot. Couldn't be better. I found a slot near the middle, about 100 yards from the nearest fence. Wiped off the wheel and the transmission, got out with the carrier bag, locked the Buick, and walked away. After a minute, I looked back. Couldn't pick out the car I'd just dumped. What's the best place to hide a car? In an airport long-term lot. Like where's the best place to hide a grain of sand? On the beach. The Buick could sit there for a month. Nobody'd think twice. I walked back toward the entrance barrier. At the first trash can, I dumped the carrier bag. At the second, I got rid of the parking ticket. At the barrier, I caught the little courtesy bus and rode to the departure terminal. Walked in and found a bathroom. Wrapped the Buick keys in a paper towel and dropped them in the garbage. Then I slipped down to the arrivals hall and stepped out into the damp night again. Caught the hotel courtesy bus and rode off to meet Rosco. I found her in the neon glare of a hotel lobby. I paid cash for a room. Used a bill I'd taken from the Florida boys. We went up in the elevator. The room was a dingy, dark place. Big enough. Looked out over the airport sprawl. The window had 3 layers of glass against the jet noise. The place was airless. First, we eat, I said.
First, we shower,
Rosco said. So we showered. Put us in a better frame of mind. We soaped up and started fooling around. Ended up making love in the stall with the water beating down on us. Afterwards, I just wanted to curl up in the glow. But we were hungry, and we had things to do. Rosco put on the clothes she'd brought from her place in the morning. Jeans, shirt, jacket. Looked wonderful. Very feminine, but very tough. She had a lot of spirit. We rode up to a restaurant on the top floor. It was okay. A big panoramic view of the airport district. We sat in candlelight by a window. A cheerful foreign guy brought us food. I crammed it all down. I was starving. I had a beer and a pint of coffee. Started to feel halfway human again. Paid for the meal with more of the dead guy's money. Then we rode down to the lobby and picked up an Atlanta street map at the desk. Walked out to Roscoe's car. The night air was cold and damp and stank of kerosene. Airport smell. We got in the Chevy and poured over the street map, headed out northwest. Rosco drove, and I tried to direct her. We battled traffic and ended up roughly in the right place. It was a sprawl of low-rise housing, the sort of place you see from planes coming in to land. Small houses on small lots, hurricane fencing, above-ground pools. Some nice yards, some dumps. Old cars up on blocks. Everything bathed in yellow sodium glare. We found the right street, found the right house. Decent place, well looked after, neat and clean. A tiny one-story, small yard, small single-car garage, narrow gate in the wire fence. We went through, rang the bell. An old woman cracked the door against the chain.
Good evening,
Rosco said.
We're looking for Sherman Stoller.
Rosco looked at me after she said it. She should have said we were looking for his house. We knew where Sherman Stoller was. Sherman Stoller was in the Yellow Springs morgue, 70 miles away.
Who are you?
The old woman asked politely.
Ma'am, we're police officers,
Rosco said. Half true. The old lady eased the door and took the chain off.
You better come in, she said. He's in the kitchen. Eating, I'm afraid. Who is?
Said Rosco. The old lady stopped and looked at her, puzzled.
Sherman, she said. That's who you want, isn't it?
We followed her into the kitchen. There was an old guy eating supper at the table. When he saw us, he stopped and dabbed at his lips with a napkin.
Police officers, Sherman,
the old lady said. The old guy looked up at us blankly. Is there another Sherman Stoller? I asked him. The old guy nodded, looked worried. Our son, he said. About 30? I asked him. 35? The old guy nodded again. The old lady moved behind him and put her hand on his arm. Parents. He don't live here, the old man said.
Is he in trouble?
The old lady asked.
Could you give us his address?
Rosco said. They fussed around like old people do. Very deferential to authority, very respectful. Wanted to ask us a lot of questions, but just gave us the address. He hasn't lived here for 2 years, the old man said. He was afraid. He was trying to distance himself from the trouble his son was in. We nodded to them and backed out. As we were shutting their front door, the old man called out after us. He moved out there 2 years ago, he said. We trooped out through the gate and got back in the car, looked on the street map again. The new address wasn't on it.
What did you make of those two?
Rosco asked me. The parents? I said. They know their boy was up to no good. They know he was doing something bad. Probably don't know exactly what it was.
That's what I thought, she said. Let's go find this new place.
We drove off. Rosco got gas and directions at the first place we saw.
About 5 miles the other way,
she said. Pulled the car around and headed away from the city.
New condominiums on a golf course.
She was peering into the gloom, looking for the landmarks the gas station attendant had given her. After 5 miles, she swung off the main drag, nosed along a new road, and pulled up by a developer's sign. It advertised condominiums, top quality, built right on the fairway. It boasted that only a few remained unsold. Beyond the billboard were rows of new buildings, very pleasant, not huge, but nicely done. Balconies, garages, good details. Ambitious landscaping loomed up in the dark. Lighted pathways led over to a health club. On the other side was nothing. Must have been the golf course. Rosco killed the motor. We sat in the car. I stretched my arm along the back of her seat, cupped her shoulder. I was tired. I'd been busy all day. I wanted to sit like this for a while. It was a quiet, dull night, warm in the car. I wanted music, something with an ache to it. But we had things to do. We had to find Judy, the woman who had bought Sherman Stoller's watch and had it engraved. To Sherman, love Judy. We had to find Judy and tell her the man she'd loved had bled to death under a highway.
What do you make of this?
Rosco said. She was bright and awake. Dunno, I said. They're for sale, not rental. They look expensive. Could a truck driver afford this?
Doubt it,
she said.
These probably cost as much as my place, and I couldn't make my payments without the subsidy I get. And I make more than any truck driver, that's for sure.
Okay, I said. So our guess is old Sherman was getting some kind of a subsidy too, right? Otherwise he couldn't afford to live here.
Sure,
she said.
But what kind of a subsidy?
The kind that gets people killed, I said. Stoller's building was way in back, probably the first phase to have been built. The old man in the poor part of town had said his son had moved out 2 years ago. That could be about right. This first block could be about 2 years old. We threaded through walkways and around raised-up flower beds, walked up a path to Sherman Stoller's door. The path was stepping stones set in the wiry lawn. Forced an unnatural gait on you. I had to step short. Rosco had to stretch her stride from one flagstone to the next. We reached the door. It was blue, no shine on it, old-fashioned paint. Are we going to tell her? I said.
We can't not tell her, can we?
Rosco said.
She's got to know.
I knocked on the door, waited, knocked again. I heard the floor creaking inside. Someone was coming. The door opened. A woman stood there. Maybe 30, but she looked older. Short, nervous, tired, blonde from a bottle. She looked out at us.
We're police officers, ma'am,
Rosco said.
We're looking for the Sherman-Stoller residence.
There was silence for a moment.
Well, you found it, I guess,
the woman said.
May we come in?
Rosco asked, gently. Again there was silence, no movement. Then the blonde woman turned and walked back down the hallway. Rosco and I looked at each other. Rosco followed the woman, I followed Rosco. I shut the door behind us. The woman led us into a living room, a decent-sized space, expensive furniture and rugs, a big TV, no stereo, no books. It all looked a bit half-hearted, like somebody had spent 20 minutes with a catalog and $10,000. One of these, one of those, two of that. All delivered one morning and just kind of dumped in there.
Are you Mrs. Stoller?
Rosco asked the woman, still gentle.
More or less, the woman said. Not exactly Mrs., but as near as makes no difference anyhow.
Is your name Judy? I asked her. She nodded, kept on nodding for a while, thinking.
He's dead, isn't he?
Judy said. I didn't answer. This was the part I wasn't good at. This was Roscoe's part. She didn't say anything either.
He's dead, right?
Judy said again, louder.
Yes, he is,
Rosco said.
I'm very sorry.
Judy nodded to herself and looked around the hideous room. Nobody spoke. We just stood there. Judy sat down. She waved us to sit as well. We sat in separate chairs. We were all sitting in a neat triangle.
We need to ask you some questions,
Rosco said. She was sitting forward, leaning towards the blonde woman.
May we do that?
Judy nodded, looked pretty blank.
How long did you know Sherman?
Rosco asked.
About 4 years, I guess, Judy said. Met him in Florida where I lived. Came up here to be with him 4 years ago. Lived up here ever since. What was Sherman's job?
Rosco asked. Judy shrugged miserably.
He was a truck driver, she said. He got some kind of a big driving contract up here. Supposed to be long-term, you know. So we bought a little place. His folks moved in, too. Lived with us for a while. Then we moved out here. Left his folks in the old house. He made good money for 3 years. Busy all the time. Then it stopped, a year ago. He hardly worked at all since. Just an odd day now and then. You own both the houses?
Rosco said.
I don't own a damn thing, Judy said. Sherman owned the houses. Yes, both of them. So he was doing well for the first 3 years?
Rosco asked her. Judy gave her a look.
Doing well, she said. Grow up, for God's sake. He was a thief. He was ripping somebody off.
You sure? I said. Judy swung her gaze my way, like an artillery piece traversing.
It don't need much brains to figure it out, she said. In 3 years, he paid cash for 2 houses, 2 lots of furniture, cars, God knows what. And this place wasn't cheap, either. We got lawyers and doctors and all sorts living here. And he had enough saved so he didn't have to work at all since last September. If he did all that on the level, then I'm the first lady, right?
She was giving us a defiant stare. She'd known about it all along. She'd known what would happen when he was found out. She was challenging us to deny her the right to blame him.
Who was his big contract with?
Rosco asked her.
Some outfit called Island Air Conditioning, she said. He spent 3 years hauling air conditioners, taking them down to Florida. Maybe they went on to the islands, I don't know. He used to steal them. There's 2 old boxes in the garage right now, want to see?
She didn't wait for a reply, just jumped up and stalked out. We followed. We all went down some back stairs and through a basement door, into a garage. It was empty except for a couple of old cartons dumped against a wall. Cardboard cartons, could have been a year or 2 old, marked with a manufacturer's logo. Island Air Conditioning, Inc., this end up. The ceiling tape was torn and hanging off. Each box had a long serial number written on by hand. Each box must have held a single unit, the sort you'd jam in your window frame. Makes a hell of a noise. Judy glared at the boxes and glared at us. It was a glare which said,
"I gave him a gold watch and he gave me a shitload of worry."
I walked over and looked at the cartons. They were empty. I smelled a faint sour odor in them. Then we went back upstairs. Judy got an album out of a cupboard, sat and looked at a photograph of Sherman.
"What happened to him?"
she asked. It was a simple question, deserved a simple answer. "He was shot in the head," I lied. "Died instantly." Judy nodded, like she wasn't surprised.
"When?"
she asked.
"On Thursday night,"
Rosco told her.
"at midnight." "Did he say where he was going on Thursday night?"
Judy shook her head.
"He never told me much,"
she said.
"Did he ever mention meeting an investigator?"
Rosco asked. Judy shook her head again. "What about pluribus?" I asked her. "Did he ever use that word?" She looked blank.
"Is that a disease?" she said. "Lungs or something?"
"What about Sunday?" I said. "This Sunday coming. Did he ever say anything about that?"
"No,"
Judy said.
"He never said much about anything."
She sat and stared at the photographs in the album. The room was quiet.
"Did he know any lawyers in Florida?"
Rosco asked her.
"Lawyers?"
Judy said.
"In Florida? Why should he?" "He was arrested in Jacksonville,"
Rosco said.
2 years ago. It was a traffic violation in his truck. A lawyer came to help him out."
Judy shrugged, like 2 years ago was ancient history to her.
"There are lawyers sniffing everywhere, right?" she said. "No big deal." "This guy wasn't an ambulance chaser,"
Rosco said.
"He was a partner in a big firm down there. Any idea how Sherman could have gotten hold of him?"
Judy shrugged again.
"Maybe his employer did it," she said. "Island Air Conditioning. They gave us good medical insurance. Sherman let me go to the doctor any old time I needed to."
We all went quiet. Nothing more to say. Judy sat and gazed at the photographs in the album.
"Want to see his picture?" she said.
I walked around behind her chair and bent to look at the photograph. It showed a sandy, rat-faced man, small, slight, with a grin. He was standing in front of a yellow panel van, grinning and squinting at the camera. The grin gave it poignancy.
"That's the truck he drove,"
Judy said. But I wasn't looking at the truck or Sherman Stoller's poignant grin. I was looking at a figure in the background of the picture. It was out of focus and turned half away from the camera, but I could make out who it was. It was Paul Hubble. I waved Rosco over, and she bent beside me and looked at the photograph. I saw a wave of surprise pass over her face as she recognized Hubble. Then she bent closer, looked harder. I saw a second wave of surprise. She had recognized something else.
"When was this picture taken?" she asked.
Judy shrugged.
"Summer last year, I guess," she said.
Rosco touched the blurred image of Hubble with her fingernail.
"Did Sherman say who this guy was?" "The new boss," Judy said. "He was there 6 months, then he fired Sherman's ass." "Island Air Conditioning's new boss?"
Rosco said.
"Was there a reason he laid Sherman off?" "Sherman said they didn't need him no more," Judy said. "He never said much." "Is this where Island Air Conditioning is based?"
Rosco asked.
"Where this picture was taken?"
Judy shrugged and nodded her head tentatively.
"I guess so," she said. "Sherman never told me much about it." "We need to keep this photograph,"
Rosco told her.
"We'll let you have it back later."
Judy fished it out of the plastic, handed it to her.
"Keep it," she said. "I don't want it."
Rosco took the picture and put it in her inside jacket pocket. She and I moved back to the middle of the room and stood there.
"Shot in the head," Judy said. "That's what happens when you mess around. I told them they'd catch up with him sooner or later."
Rosco nodded sympathetically.
We'll keep in touch,
she said to her.
You know, the funeral arrangements. And we might want a statement.
Judy glared at us again.
Don't bother, she said. I'm not going to his funeral. I wasn't his wife, so I'm not his widow. I'm going to forget I ever knew him. That man was trouble from beginning to end.
She stood there glaring at us. We shuffled out, down the hall, out through the door, across the awkward path. We held hands as we walked back to the car. What? I asked her. What's in the photograph? She was walking fast.
Wait,
she said.
I'll show you in the car.
Chapter 19. We got in the Chevy, and she snapped on the dome light, pulled the photograph out of her pocket, leaned over and tilted the picture so the light caught the shiny surface, checked it carefully, handed it to me.
Look at the edge, she said, on the left.
The picture was of Sherman Stoller standing in front of a yellow truck. Paul Hubble was turned away in the background. The two figures in the truck filled the whole frame, apart from a wedge of blacktop at the bottom, and a thin margin of background to the left. The background slice was even more out of focus than Hubble was, but I could see the edge of a modern metal building with silver siding, a tall tree beyond, the frame of a door. It was a big industrial door, rolled up. The frame was a dark red color, some kind of baked-on industrial coating. Partly decorative, partly preservative. Some kind of a shed door. There was gloom inside the shed.
That's Kleiner's warehouse,
she said.
At the top of the county road.
Are you sure? I said.
I recognize the tree,
she said. I looked again. It was a very distinctive tree, dead on one side, maybe split by lightning.
That's Kleiner's warehouse,
she said again.
No doubt about that.
Then she clicked her car phone on and took the photograph back, dialed DMV in Atlanta and called in the number from the front of Stoller's truck, waited a long moment, tapping her index finger on the steering wheel. I heard the crackle of the response in the earpiece. Then she clicked the phone off and turned to me.
The truck is registered to Kleiner Industries,
she said.
And the registered address is Zacharias Perez, Attorneys at Law, Jacksonville, Florida.
I nodded. She nodded back. Sherman Stoller's buddies. The ones who had got him out of Jacksonville Central in 55 minutes flat 2 years ago.
Okay, she said. Put it all together. Hubble, Stoller, Joe's investigation. They're printing counterfeit money down in Kleiner's warehouse, right?
I shook my head. Wrong, I said. There's no printing going on inside the States. It all happens abroad. Molly Beth Gordon told me that, and she ought to know what she's talking about. She said Joe had made it impossible. And whatever Stoller was doing, Judy said he stopped doing it a year ago. And Finley said Joe only started this whole thing a year ago, around the same time Hubble fired Stoller. Rosco nodded, shrugged.
We need Molly's help, she said. We need a copy of Joe's file.
Or Picard's help, I said. We might find Joe's hotel room and get hold of the original. It's a race to see who's going to call us first, Molly or Picard. Rosco clicked off the dome light, started the car for the ride back to the airport hotel. I just sprawled out beside her, yawning. I could sense she was getting uptight. She had run out of things to do, run out of distractions. Now she had to face the quiet, vulnerable hours of the night. The first night after last night. The prospect was making her agitated.
You got that gun, Reacher?
She asked. I squirmed around in the seat to face her. It's in the trunk, I said. In that box. You put it in there, remember?
Bring it inside, okay? She said. Makes me feel better.
I grinned sleepily in the dark. Yawned. Makes me feel better, too, I said. It's a hell of a gun. Then we lapsed back into silence. Rosco found the hotel lot. We got out of the car and stood stretching in the dark. I opened the trunk, lifted the box out, and slammed the lid. Went in through our lobby and up in the elevator. In the room, we just crashed out. Rosco laid her shiny .38 on the carpet on her side of the bed. I reloaded my giant .44 and laid it on my side. Cocked and locked. We wedged a chair under the door handle. Rosco felt safer that way. I woke early and lay in bed, thinking about Joe. Wednesday morning. He'd been dead 5 days. Rosco was already up. She was standing in the middle of the floor stretching, some kind of a yoga thing. She'd taken a shower, and she was only half dressed. She had no trousers on, just a shirt. She had her back to me. As she stretched, the shirt was riding way up. Suddenly, I wasn't thinking about Joe anymore. "Rosco," I said.
What?
She said. "You've got the most wonderful ass on the planet," I said. She giggled. I jumped on her. Couldn't help it. Couldn't do anything else. She drove me crazy. It was the giggle that did it to me. It made me crazy. I hauled her back into the big hotel bed. The building could have fallen down, and we wouldn't have noticed it. We finished in an exhausted tangle. Lay there for a while. Then Rosco got up again and showered for the second time that morning. Got dressed again. Trousers and everything. Grinned at me, as if to say she was sparing me from any further temptation.
So did you mean it?
She said. "Mean what?" I said with a smile.
You know what?
She smiled back.
When you told me I had a cute ass.
"I didn't say you had a cute ass," I said. "I've seen plenty of cute asses. I said yours was the most wonderful ass on the whole damn planet."
But did you mean it?
She said. "You bet I meant it," I said. "Don't underestimate the attraction of your ass, Rosco, whatever you do." I called room service for breakfast, removed the chair from under the door handle ready for the little cart, pulled the heavy drapes. It was a glorious morning, a bright blue sky, no clouds at all, brilliant fall sunshine. The room was flooded with light. We cracked the window and let in the air and the smells and the sounds of the day. The view was spectacular, right over the airport and to the city beyond. The cars in the lots caught the sun and looked like jewels on beige velvet. The planes clawed their way into the air and wheeled slowly away like fat, important birds. The buildings downtown grew tall and straight in the sun. A glorious morning. But it was the 6th straight morning my brother wasn't alive to see. Rosco used the phone to call Finley down in Margrave. She told him about the photograph of Hubble installer standing in the sun on the warehouse forecourt. Then she gave him our room number and told him to call us if Molly got back to us from Washington, or if Picard got back to us with information from the car rental people about the burned Pontiac. I figured we should stay in Atlanta in case Picard beat Molly, and we got a hotel trace on Joe. Chances were he stayed in the city, maybe near the airport. No point in us driving all the way back down to Margrave and then having to drive all the way back up to Atlanta again. So we waited. I fiddled with the radio built into the nightstand thing. Came up with a station playing something halfway decent. Sounded like they were playing through an early Canned Heat album. Bouncy and sunny, and just right for a bright empty morning. Breakfast came, and we ate it. The whole bit. Pancakes, syrup, bacon, lots of coffee in a thick china jug. Afterward, I lay back on the bed. Pretty soon, started feeling restless. Started feeling like it had been a mistake to wait around. It felt like we weren't doing anything. I could see Rosco was feeling the same way. She propped the photograph of Hubble installer and the yellow van on the nightstand and glared at it. I glared at the telephone. It wasn't ringing. We wandered around the room, waiting. Then I stooped to pick up the Desert Eagle off the floor by the bed, hefted it in my hand, traced the engraved name on the grip with my finger, looked across at Rosco. I was curious about the guy who'd bought that massive automatic. What was Gray like? I asked.
Gray?
She said.
He was so thorough. You want to get Joe's files? You should see Gray's paperwork. There are 25 years of his files in the station house. All meticulous, all comprehensive. Gray was a good detective.
Why did he hang himself? I asked her.
I don't know, she said. I never understood it.
Was he depressed? I said.
Not really, she said. I mean, he was always sort of depressed. Lugubrious, you know? A very dour sort of a guy. And bored. He was a good detective, and he was wasted in Margrave. But no worse in February than any other time. It was a total surprise to me. I was very upset.
Were you close? I asked her. She shrugged.
Yes, we were, she said. In a way, we were pretty close. He was a dour guy, you know, not really that close to anybody. Never married, always lived alone, no relatives. He was a teetotaler, so he would never come out for a beer or anything. He was quiet, messy, a little overweight. No hair and a big straggly beard. A very self-contained, comfortable type of a guy. A loner, really. But he was as close to me as he was ever going to get to anybody. We liked each other in a quiet sort of a way.
And he never said anything, I asked her. Just hanged himself one day.
That's how it was, she said. A total shock. I'll never understand it.
Why did you have his gun in your desk? I said.
He asked if he could keep it in there, she said. He had no space in his own desk. He generated a lot of paperwork. He just asked if I could keep a box for him with the gun hidden in it. It was his private weapon. He said he couldn't get it approved by the department because the caliber was too big. He made it feel like some kind of a big secret.
I put the dead man's secret gun down on the carpet again, and the silence was shattered by the phone ringing. I sprinted for the nightstand and answered it, heard Finley's voice. I gripped the phone and held my breath. "Reacher," Finley said. "Picard got what we need. He traced the car." I breathed out and nodded to Rosco. "Great, Finley," I said. "So what's the story?" "Go to his office," he said. "He'll give you the spread face to face. I don't want too much conversation on the phones down here." I closed my eyes for a second and felt a surge of energy. "Thanks, Finley," I said. "Speak to you later." "Okay," he said. "Take care, right?" Then he hung up and left me sitting there holding the phone, smiling.
I thought he'd never call,
Rosco laughed.
But I guess 18 hours isn't too bad, even for the Bureau, right?
The Atlanta FBI was housed in a new federal building downtown. Rosco parked at the curb outside. The Bureau reception called upstairs and told us Special Agent Picard would come right down to meet with us. We waited for him in the lobby. It was a big hall with a brave stab at decoration, but it still had the glum atmosphere government buildings have. Picard came out of an elevator within 3 minutes. He loped over. He seemed to fill the whole hall. He nodded to me and took Roscoe's hand. "Heard a lot about you from Finley," he said to her. His bear's voice rumbled. Rosco nodded and smiled. "The car Finley found," he said. "Rental Pontiac. Booked out to Joe Reacher, Atlanta Airport, Thursday night at 8. "Great, Picard," I said. "Any guess about where he was holed up?" "Better than a guess, my friend," Picard said. "They had the exact location. It was a pre-booked car. They delivered it right to his hotel." He mentioned a place a mile the other way from the hotel we were using. "Thanks, Picard," I said. "I owe you." "No problem, my friend," he said. "You take care now, okay?" He loped off back to the elevator, and we raced back south to the airport. Rosco swung onto the perimeter road and accelerated into the flow. Across the divider, a black pickup flashed by. Brand new. I spun around and caught a glimpse of it disappearing behind a raft of trucks. Black. Brand new. Probably nothing. They sell more pickups down here than anything else. Rosco pulled her badge at the desk where Picard said Joe had checked in on Thursday. The clerk did some keyboard work and told us he had been in 621, 6th floor, far end of the corridor. She said a manager would meet us up there. So we went up in the elevator and walked the length of a dark corridor, stood waiting outside the door to Joe's room. The manager came by more or less straight away and opened the room up with his passkey. We stepped in. The room was empty. It had been cleaned and tidied. It looked like it was ready for new occupants. "What about his stuff?" I said. "Where is it all?"
"We cleared it out Saturday," the manager said. "The guy was booked in Thursday night, supposed to vacate by 11 Friday morning. What we do is we give them an extra day, then if they don't show, we clear them out down to housekeeping."
"So his stuff is in a closet somewhere?" I asked.
"Downstairs," the manager said. "You should see the stuff we got down there. People leave things all the time."
"So can we go take a look?" I said.
"Basement," he said. "Use the stairs from the lobby. You'll find it."
The manager strolled off. Rosco and I walked the length of the corridor again and rode back down in the elevator. We found the service staircase and went down to the basement. Housekeeping was a giant hall stacked with linens and towels. There were hampers and baskets full of soap and those free sachets you find in the showers. Maids were pulling in and out with the trolleys they use for servicing the rooms. There was a glassed-in office cubicle in the near corner with a woman at a small desk. We walked over and rapped on the glass. She looked up. Rosco held out her badge.
"Help you?" the woman said. "Room 621, Rosco said. "You cleared out some belongings Saturday morning? You got 'em down here?"
I was holding my breath again.
621, the woman said. "He came by for them already. They're gone."
I breathed out. We were too late. I went numb with disappointment. "Who came by?" I asked. "When?"
"The guest," the woman said. "This morning, maybe 9:30.
"Who was he?" I asked her. She pulled a small book off a shelf and thumbed it open, licked a stubby finger and pointed to a line.
"Joe Reacher," she said. "He signed the book and took the stuff."
She reversed the book and slid it toward us. There was a scrawled signature on the line. "What did this Reacher guy look like?" I asked her. She shrugged.
"Foreign," she said. "Some kind of a Latino, maybe from Cuba. Little dark guy, slender, nice smile. Very polite sort of a guy, as I recall."
"You got a list of the stuff?" I said. She slid the stubby finger further along the line. There was a small column filled with tight handwriting. It listed a garment bag, 8 articles of clothing, a toilet bag, 4 shoes. The last item listed was 1 briefcase. We just walked away from her and found the stairs back to the lobby, walked out into the morning sun. It didn't feel like such a great day anymore. We reached the car, leaned side by side on the front fender. I was weighing up in my mind whether Joe would have been smart enough and careful enough to do what I would have done. I figured maybe he would have been. He'd spent a long time around smart and careful people. "Rosco," I said, "if you were a guy walking out of here with Joe's stuff, what would you do?" She stopped with the car door half open. Thought about it.
"I'd keep the briefcase," she said. "Take it wherever I was supposed to take it. The rest of the stuff, I'd get rid of it."
"That's what I would do as well," I said. "Where would you get rid of it?"
"First place I saw, I guess," she said.
There was a service road running between the hotel and the next one in line. It looped behind the hotels and then out onto the perimeter road. There was a line of dumpsters along a 20-yard stretch of it. I pointed. "Suppose he drove out that way," I said. "Suppose he stopped and lobbed the garment bags straight into one of those dumpsters."
"But he'd have kept the briefcase, right?"
Rosco said. "Maybe we aren't looking for the briefcase," I said. "Yesterday, I drove miles and miles out to that stand of trees, but I hid in the field. A diversion, right? It's a habit. Maybe Joe had the same habit. Maybe he carried a briefcase but kept his important stuff in the garment bag." Rosco shrugged. Wasn't convinced. We started walking down the service road. Up close, the dumpsters were huge. I had to lever myself up on the edge of each one and peer in. The first one was empty, nothing in it at all, except the baked-on kitchen dirt from years of use. The second one was full. I found a length of studding from some demolished drywall and poked around with it. Couldn't see anything. I heaved myself down and walked to the next one. There was a garment bag in it, lying right on top of some old cartons. I fished for it with the length of wood, hauled it out, tossed it onto the ground at Roscoe's feet, jumped down next to it. It was a battered, well-traveled bag, scuffed and scratched, lots of airline tags all over it. There was a little nameplate in the shape of a miniature gold credit card fastened to the handle. It said, Reacher. Okay, Joe, I said to myself. Let's see if you were a smart guy. I was looking for the shoes. They were in the outside pocket of the bag. 2 pairs, 4 shoes, just like it said on the housekeeper's list. I pulled the inner soles out of each one in turn. Under the third one, I found a tiny Ziploc bag with a sheet of computer paper folded up inside it. Smart as a whip, Joe, I said to myself, and laughed. Chapter 20. Rosco and I danced around the service alley together like players in the dugout watching the winning run soar out of sight. Then we hustled over to the Chevy and raced the mile back to our hotel, ran into the lobby, into the elevator, unlocked our room, and fell in. The telephone was ringing. It was Finley on the line from Margrave again. He sounded as excited as we were. "Molly Beth Gordon just called," he said. "She did it. She's got the files we need. She's flying down here right now. She told me it was amazing stuff. Sounded high as a kite. Atlanta arrivals 2 o'clock. I'll meet you there. Delta from Washington. Picard give you anything?" "Sure did," I said. "He's quite a guy. I got the rest of the printout, I think." "You think?" Finley said. "You don't know?" "Only just got back," I said. "Haven't looked at it yet." "So look at it, for Christ's sake," he said. "It's important, right?" "See you later, Harvard guy," I said. We sat down at the table over by the window, unzipped the little plastic bag and pulled out the paper, unfolded it carefully. It was a sheet of computer paper. The top inch had been torn off the right-hand corner. Half the heading had been left behind. It said, Operation E Unum.
Operation E Unum Pluribus,
Rosco said. Underneath was a triple-space list of initials with telephone numbers opposite. The first set of initials was PH. The phone number was torn off.
Paul Hubble,
Rosco said.
His number in the other half of the heading was what Finley found.
I nodded. Then there were 4 more sets of initials. The first 2 were WB and KK. They had phone numbers alongside. I recognized a New York area code against KK. The WB area code I figured I'd have to look up. The third set of initials was JS. The code was 504, New Orleans area. I'd been there less than a month ago. The fourth set of initials was MBG. There was a phone number with a 202 area code. I pointed to it so Rosco could see it.
Molly Beth Gordon, she said. Washington, D.C.
I nodded again. It wasn't the number I had called from the Rosewood office. Maybe her home number. The final 2 items on the torn paper were not initials, and there were no corresponding phone numbers. The second to last item was just 2 words. Stoller's Garage. The last item was 3 words. Gray's Kleiner file. I looked at the careful capital letters, and I could just about feel my dead brother's neat, pedantic personality bursting off the page. Paul Hubble we knew about. He was dead. Molly Beth Gordon we knew about. She'd be here at 2 o'clock. We'd seen the garage up at Sherman Stoller's place on the golf course. It held nothing but 2 empty cartons. That left the underlined heading, 3 sets of initials with 3 phone numbers, and the 3 words, Gray's Kleiner file. I checked the time. Just past noon. Too early to sit back and wait for Molly Beth to arrive. I figured we should make a start. First we think about the heading, I said. E unum pluribus. Rosco shrugged.
That's the U.S. motto, right?
She said.
The Latin thing?
No, I said. It's the motto backwards. This more or less means out of one comes many. Not out of many comes one.
Could Joe have written it down wrong?
She said. I shook my head. I doubt it, I said. I don't think Joe would make that kind of a mistake. It must mean something. Rosco shrugged again.
Doesn't mean anything to me, she said. What else?
Gray's Kleiner file, I said. Did Gray have a file on Kleiner?
Probably,
Rosco said.
He had a file on just about everything. Somebody spat in the sidewalk, he'd put it in a file.
I nodded, stepped back to the bed and picked up the phone, called Finley down in Margrave. Baker told me he'd already left, so I dialed the other numbers on Joe's printout. The WB number was in New Jersey, Princeton University, Faculty of Modern History. I hung up straight away. Couldn't see the connection. The KK number was in New York City, Columbia University, Faculty of Modern History. I hung up again. Then I dialed JS in New Orleans. I heard one ringtone and a busy voice. 15th Squad Detectives, the voice said. Detectives? I said. Is that the NOPD? 15th Squad, the voice said again. Can I help you? You got somebody there with the initials JS? I asked. JS? The voice said. I got 3 of them. Which one do you want? Don't know, I said. Does the name Joe Reacher mean anything to you? What the hell is this? The voice said. 20 questions or something? Ask them, will you? I said. Ask each JS if they know Joe Reacher. Will you do that? I'll call back later, okay? Down in New Orleans, the 15th Squad desk guy grunted and hung up. I shrugged at Rosco and put the phone back on the nightstand.
We wait for Molly?
She said. I nodded. I was a little nervous about meeting Molly. It was going to be like meeting a ghost connected to another ghost. We waited at the cramped table in the window, watched the sun fall away from its noontime peak, wasted time passing Joe's torn printout back and forth between us. I stared at the heading, E unum pluribus, out of one comes many. That was Joe Reacher in 3 words. Something important, all bound up in a wry little pun.
Let's go,
Rosco said. We were early, but we were anxious. We gathered up our things, rode the elevator to the lobby, and let the dead guys settle up for our phone calls. Then we walked over to Rosco's Chevy, started threading our way around to arrivals. It wasn't easy. The airport hotels were planned for people heading out of arrivals or heading into departures. Nobody had thought of people going our way.
We don't know what Molly looks like,
Rosco said. But she knows what I look like, I said. I look like Joe. The airport was vast. We saw most of it as we crabbed over to the right quarter. It was bigger than some cities I'd been in. We drove for miles, found the right terminal, missed a lane change and passed the short-term parking, came around again and lined up at the barrier. Rosco snatched the ticket and eased into the lot. Go left, I said. The lot was packed. I was craning over looking for spaces. Then I saw a vague black shape slide by in the line on my right. I caught it out of the corner of my eye. Go right, I said. I thought it was the rear end of a black pickup, brand new, sliding by on my right. Rosco hauled the wheel over, and we swung into the next aisle. Caught a flash of red brake lights and black sheet metal. A pickup swung out of sight. Rosco howled down the aisle and cornered hard. The next aisle was empty, nothing moving. Just ranks of automobiles standing quiet in the sun. Same thing in the next aisle. Nothing on the move, no black pickup. We drove all over the lot. Took us a long time. We were held up by the cars moving in and out. But we covered the whole area. Couldn't find a black pickup anywhere. But we did find Finley. We parked up in an empty space and started the long walk to the terminal. Finley had parked in a different quarter and was walking in on a different diagonal. He walked the rest of the way with us. The terminal was very busy, and it was huge. Built low, but it spread horizontally over acres. The whole place was crowded. Flickering screens high up announced the arrivals. The 2 o'clock Delta from Washington was in and taxiing. We walked down toward the gate. Felt like a half-mile walk. We were in a long corridor with a ribbed rubber floor. A pair of moving walkways ran down the center of the corridor. On the right was an endless row of bright gaudy advertisements about the attractions of the Sun Belt. Business or pleasure, it was all down here, that's for sure. On the left was a glass partition, floor to ceiling, with a white-etched stripe at eye level to stop people trying to walk through the glass. Behind the glass were the gates. There was an endless sequence of them. The passengers came out of the planes and walked along on their side of the glass. Half of them disappeared sideways into the baggage claim areas. Then they came out again and found exit doors in the glass partition, which let them out into the main corridor. The other half were the short-haul flyers with no checked baggage. They went straight to the doors. Each set of doors was mobbed by big knots of meeters and greeters. We pushed our way through them as we headed down. Passengers were spilling out of the doors every 30 yards. Friends and relatives were moving in close, and the 2 streams of people were colliding. We fought through 8 separate crowds before we got to the right gate. I just pushed my way through. I felt anxious. The glimpse of the black pickup in the lot had unsettled me. We reached the gate. We walked on our side of the glass right past the doors, right down to level with the end of the jetway. People were already coming off the plane. I watched them spilling out of the jetway and turning to walk up toward the baggage area and the exit doors. On our side of the glass, people were walking down to the gates farther on. They were pushing at us as they passed. We were being dragged down the corridor, like swimming in a heavy sea. We were stepping backward all the time just to stay standing still. There was a stream of people behind the glass. I saw a woman coming in who could have been Molly. She was about 35, dressed well in a business suit, carrying a briefcase and a garment bag. I was standing there trying to get recognized. But she suddenly saw somebody else and pointed and gave a silent shriek behind the glass and blew a kiss to a guy 10 yards from me. He shouldered backwards towards the doors to wait for her. Then it seemed like just about any of the women could be Molly. There must have been a couple of dozen candidates. There were blondes and brunettes, tall ones, short ones, pretty ones, homely ones, all dressed for business, all carrying efficient luggage, all striding in with the weary, purposeful manner of tired executives in the middle of a busy day. I watched them all. They flowed with the tide behind the glass, some of them peering out for husbands, lovers, drivers, business contacts, some of them looking straight ahead. All of them carried along in the swarming crowd. One of them had matching burgundy leather luggage, a heavy briefcase in one hand, and a carry-on which she was wheeling on a long handle with the other. She was small, blonde, excited. She slowed as she turned out of the jetway and scanned the crowd through the glass. Her eyes flashed past me. Then they snapped back. She looked straight at me. Stopped. People piled up behind her. She was pushed forward. She fought her way over to the glass. I moved in close on my side. She stared at me, smiled, greeted her dead lover's brother with her eyes. "Molly," I mouthed through the glass at her. She held up the heavy briefcase like a trophy, nodded towards it, smiled a big wide smile of excited triumph. She was pushed in the back, borne along by the crowd towards the exit. She looked back to see if I was following. Rosco and Finley and I struggled after her. On Molly's side of the glass, the flow was with her. Our side, it was against us. We were being separated at double speed. There was a solid mob of college kids bearing down on us, aiming to fly out of a gate further down. Big, well-fed kids, clumsy luggage, rowdy. The 3 of us were shoved backwards 5 yards. Through the glass, Molly was way ahead. I saw her blonde head disappear. I fought sideways and vaulted over onto the moving walkway. It was going the wrong way. I was carried another 5 yards before I made it over the moving hand grip onto the other side. Now I was going in the right direction, but the walkway was a solid mass of people just standing still on it, content with the snail's pace the rubber floor was carrying them. They were standing 3 abreast, no way through at all. I climbed up onto the narrow handrail and tried to walk along it like a tightrope. I had to crouch because I couldn't balance. I fell heavily to my right, got carried 5 yards the wrong way before I could struggle up. I looked around in panic. Through the glass, I could see Molly was being crowded into the baggage claim. I could see Rosco and Finley were way behind me. I was moving slowly the wrong way. I didn't want Molly to go into the baggage claim. She'd flown down here in a hurry. She had urgent news. No way would she have packed a big valise. No way would she have checked any luggage. She shouldn't be going into the baggage claim. I put my head down and ran, barged people out of the way. I was traveling against the pace of the walkway. The rubber floor was grabbing at my shoes. Each impact was costing me time. People were yelling in outrage. I didn't care. I tore through them and left them sprawling, vaulted off the walkway and clawed through the crowd at the exit doors. The baggage claim was a wide, low hall lit with dull yellow lights. I fought my way in through the exit lane, looking everywhere for Molly. Couldn't find her. The hall was jammed with people. There must have been 100 passengers standing around the carousel, 3 deep. The belt was grinding around under a heavy load of bags. There were ragged lines of luggage carts on the side wall. People were lining up to put quarters in a slot and pull them free. They were wheeling them away through the crowd. Carts were clashing and tangling. People were pushing and shoving. I waded into the mass, shouldered my way through, and spun people around, searching for Molly. I'd seen her go in. I hadn't seen her come out. But she wasn't in there. I checked every face. I trawled through the whole hall. I let myself be carried outside on the relentless tide, fought ahead to the exit door. Rosco was holding tight to the door frame, battling the flow. "She come out?" I said.
"No," she said. "Finley's gone to the end of the corridor. He's waiting there. I'm waiting here."
We stood there with people pouring past us. Then the crowd coming towards us from the gate was suddenly thinning. The whole plane load was just about through. The last stragglers were strolling down. An old woman in a wheelchair was bringing up the rear. She was being pushed along by an airline employee. The guy had to pause and maneuver his way around something lying in the entrance to the baggage hall. It was a burgundy leather carry-on. It was lying on its side. Its extending handle was still pulled out. From 15 feet away, I could read the fancy gold monogram on the front. It read MBG. Rosco and I dived back into the baggage claim. In the few minutes I'd been out of there, the place had just about emptied. Not more than a dozen people still in there. Most of them were already hauling their bags off the belt and heading out as we headed in. Within a minute, the hall was deserted. The luggage belt was grinding round, empty. Then it stopped. The hall fell silent. Rosco and I stood in the sudden quiet and looked at each other. The hall had 4 walls and a floor and a ceiling. There was an entrance door and an exit door. The carousel snaked in through a hole a yard square and snaked out again through a hole a yard square. Both holes were draped with black rubber curtains cut into slats a few inches wide. Next to the carousel was a cargo door. On our side, it was blank, no handle, locked. Rosco darted back and grabbed Molly Beth's carry-on, opened it up. It held a change of clothes and a toilet bag. And a photograph, 8 by 10 in a brass frame. It was Joe. He looked like me, but a little thinner. A shaved, tanned scalp. A wry, amused smile. The hall was filled with the shriek of a warning siren. It sounded for a moment, and then the luggage belt graunched back into motion. We stared at it, stared at the shrouded hole it was coming through. The rubber curtains bellied. A briefcase came out. Burgundy leather. The straps were slashed through. The case was open. It was empty. It wobbled mechanically around toward us. We stared at it, stared at the cut straps. They had been severed with a sharp blade, severed by somebody in too much of a hurry to click open the catches. I leapt onto the moving carousel, ran back against the belt's lurching motion, and dived like a swimmer head first through the rubber slat shrouding the yard-square hole. I landed hard, and the belt started to drag me back out. I scrambled and crawled like a kid on my hands and knees, rolled off and jumped up. I was in a loading bay, deserted. The afternoon blazed outside. There was a stink of kerosene and diesel fuel from the baggage trains hauling in from the planes on the tarmac. All around me were tall piles of forlorn cargo and forgotten suitcases. They were all stacked in three-sided storage bays. The rubber floor was littered with old labels and long barcodes. The place was like a filthy maze. I dodged and skidded about, hopelessly looking for Molly. I ran behind one tall pile after another, into one bay and then the next. I grabbed at the metal racking and heaved myself around the tight corners, glancing around desperately. Nobody there. Nobody anywhere. I ran on, sliding and skidding on the litter. I found her left shoe. It was lying on its side at the entrance to a dark bay. I plunged in. Nothing there. I tried the next bay. Nothing there. I held on to the shelving, breathing hard. I had to organize. I ran to the far end of the corridor, started ducking into each bay in turn, left and right, working my way back as fast as I could in a desperate, breathless zigzag. I found her right shoe 3 bays from the end. Then I found her blood. At the entry to the next bay, it was pooled on the floor, sticky, spreading. She was slumped at the back of the bay, on her back in the gloom, jammed between 2 towers of crates, just sprawled there on the rubber floor. Blood was pouring out of her. Her gut was torn open. Somebody had jammed a knife in her and ripped it savagely upward under her ribs. But she was alive. One pale hand was fluttering. Her lips were flecked with bright bubbles of blood. Her head was still, but her eyes were roving. I ran to her, cradled her head. She gazed at me, forced her mouth to work.
"Got to get in before Sunday,"
she whispered. Then she died in my arms. Chapter 21. I studied chemistry in maybe 7 different high schools. Didn't learn much of it, just came away with general impressions. One thing I remember is how you can throw some little extra thing into a glass tube and make everything blow up with a bang. Just some little powder produces a result way bigger than it should. That was how I felt about Molly. I'd never met her before, never even heard of her. But I felt angry, way out of all proportion. I felt worse about her than I felt about Joe. What happened to Joe was in the line of his duty. Joe knew that. He would have accepted that. Joe and I knew about risk and duty right from the moment we first knew about anything at all. But Molly was different. The other thing I remember from the chemistry lab is stuff about pressure. Pressure turns coal into diamonds. Pressure does things. It was doing things to me. I was angry, and I was short of time. In my mind, I was seeing Molly coming out of that jetway, striding out, determined to find Joe's brother and help him, smiling a wide smile of triumph, holding up a briefcase of files she shouldn't have copied, risking a lot. For me. For Joe. That image in my mind was building up like massive pressure on some old geological seam. I had to decide how to use that pressure. I had to decide whether it was going to crush me or turn me into a diamond. We were leaning on the front fender of Rosco's car in the airport short-term lot, stunned and silent. Wednesday afternoon, nearly 3 o'clock. I had hold of Finley's arm. He had wanted to stay inside and get involved. He had said it was his duty. I had screamed at him that we didn't have time. I had dragged him out of the terminal by force. I had marched him straight to the car, because I knew what we did in the next few moments was going to make the difference between winning and losing. "We've got to go get Gray's file," I said. "It's the next best thing." Finley shrugged, gave up the struggle. "It's all we got," he said. Rosco nodded.
"Let's go,"
she said. She and I drove down together in her car. Finley was in front of us all the way. She and I didn't speak a single word, but Finley was talking to himself through the whole trip. He was shouting and cursing. I could see his head jerking back and forth in his car, cursing and shouting and yelling at his windshield. Teal was waiting just inside the station house doors, back against the reception counter, stick clutched in his spotty old hand. He saw the three of us coming in and limped away into the big open squad room, sat down at a desk, the desk nearest to the file room door. We walked past him into the Rosewood office, sat down to wait it out. I pulled Joe's torn printout from my pocket and passed it across the desk. Finley scanned it through. "Not much, is it?" he said. "What does the heading mean? E unum pluribus. That's backwards, right?" I nodded. "Out of one comes many," I said. "I don't get the significance." He shrugged, started reading it through again. I watched him study it. Then there was a loud knock on the office door and Baker came in. "Teal's on his way out of the building," he said. "Talking to Stevenson in the parking lot. You guys need anything?" Finley handed him the torn printout. "Get me a Xerox of this, will you?" he said. Baker stepped out to do it, and Finley drummed his fingers on the desk. "Who were all those initials?" he said. "We only know the dead ones," I said. "Hubble and Molly Beth. 2 are college numbers, Princeton and Columbia. Last one is a detective down in New Orleans." "What about Stoller's garage?" he said. "You get a look at that?" "Nothing," I said. "Just a couple of empty air conditioner cartons from last year when he was hauling them to Florida and stealing them." Finley grunted, and Baker came back in, handed me Joe's paper with a copy of it. I kept the original and gave the copy to Finley. "Teal's gone," Baker said. We hustled out of the office, caught a glimpse of the white Cadillac easing out of the lot, pushed open the file room door. Margrave was a tiny town in the middle of nowhere, but Gray had spent 25 years filling that file room with paper. There was more paper in there than I'd seen in a long time. All 4 walls had floor-to-ceiling cabinets with doors and crisp white enamel. We pulled open all the doors. Each cabinet was full of rows of files. There must have been 1,000 letter-sized boxes in there. Fiberboard boxes, labels on the spines, little plastic loops under the labels so you could pull the boxes out when you needed them. Left of the door, top shelf, was the A section. Right of the door, low down, the last Z. The K section was on the wall facing the door, left of center, eye level. We found a box labeled Kleiner, right between 3 boxes labeled Clan and 1 labeled Klipspringer v. State of Georgia. I put my finger in the little loop, pulled the box out. It was heavy. I handed it to Finley. We ran back to the Rosewood office, laid the box on the Rosewood desk, opened it up. It was full of old yellowing paper. But it was the wrong paper. It had nothing to do with Kleiner, nothing at all. It was a 3-inch pile of ancient police department memos. Operational stuff that should have been junked decades ago, a slice of history, procedures to be followed if the Soviet Union aimed a missile at Atlanta, procedures to be followed if a black man wanted to ride in the front of the bus. A mass of stuff. But none of the headings began with the letter K. Not one word concerned Kleiner. I gazed at the 3-inch pile and felt the pressure build up.
"Somebody beat us to it,"
Rosco said.
"They took out the Kleiner stuff and substituted this junk instead."
Finley nodded, but I shook my head. "No," I said, "doesn't make any sense. They'd have pulled the whole box and just thrown it in the trash. Gray did this himself. He needed to hide the stuff, but he couldn't bring himself to spoil his sequence in the file room. So he took the contents out of the box and put in this old stuff instead. Kept everything neat and tidy. You said he was a meticulous guy, right? Rosco shrugged.
Gray hid it, she said. He could have done. He hid his gun in my desk. He didn't mind hiding things.
I looked at her. Something she had said was ringing a warning bell. When did he give you the gun? I asked her.
After Christmas, she said. Not long before he died.
There's something wrong with that, I said. The guy was a detective with 25 years in the job, right? A good detective, a senior respected guy. Why would a guy like that feel his choice of off-duty weapon should have to be a secret? That wasn't his problem. He gave you the box because it held something needed hiding.
He was hiding the gun, Rosco said. I told you that.
No, I said. I don't believe that. The gun was a decoy to make sure you kept the box in a locked drawer. He didn't need to hide the gun. A guy like that could have a nuclear warhead for an off-duty weapon if he wanted to. The gun wasn't the big secret. The big secret was something else in the box.
But there isn't anything else in the box, Rosco said. Certainly no files, right?
We stood still for a second. Then we ran for the doors, crashed through and ran over to Rosco's Chevy in the lot, pulled Gray's file box out of the trunk, opened it up. I handed the Desert Eagle to Finley, examined the box of bullets. Nothing there. There was nothing else in the file box. I shook it out, examined the lid. Nothing there. I tore the box apart, forced the glued seams and flattened the cardboard out. Nothing there. Then I tore the lid apart. Hidden under the corner flap, there was a key, taped to the inside face, where it could never be seen, where it had been carefully hidden by a dead man. We didn't know what the key fit. We discounted anything in the station house, discounted anything in Gray's home, felt those places were too obvious for a cautious man to choose. I stared at the key and felt the pressure building, closed my eyes and built a picture of Gray easing back the corner of that lid and taping his key under it, handing the box to his friend Rosco, watching her put it in her drawer, watching the drawer roll shut, watching her lock it, relaxing. I built that picture into a movie and ran it in my head twice before it told me what the key fitted. Something in the barbershop, I said. I snatched the Desert Eagle back from Finley and hustled him and Rosco into the car. Rosco drove. She fired it up and slewed out of the lot, turned south toward town.
Why?
She said. He used to go in there, I said, 3-4 times a week. The old guy told me that. He was the only white guy ever went in there. It felt like safe territory, away from Teal and Kleiner and everybody else. And he didn't need to go in there, did he? You said he had a big messy beard and no hair. He wasn't going in there to get barbered. He was going in there because he liked the old guys. He turned to them, gave them the stuff to hide. Rosco jammed the Chevy to a stop on the street outside the barbershop, and we jumped out and ran in. There were no customers in there, just the two old guys sitting in their own chairs doing nothing. I held up the key. "We've come for Gray's stuff," I said. The younger guy shook his head.
"Can't give it to you, my friend,"
he said. He walked over and took the key from me, stepped over and pressed it into Rosco's palm.
"Now we can," he said.
"Old Missa Gray told us give it up to nobody 'cept his friend Miss Rosco."
He took the key back from her, stepped back to the sink and stooped down to unlock a narrow mahogany drawer built in underneath. Pulled out 3 files. They were thick files, each in an old furred buff paper cover. He handed one to me, one to Finley, and one to Rosco. Then he signaled his partner, and they walked through to the back. Left us alone. Rosco sat on the upholstered bench in the window. Finley and I hitched ourselves into the barber chairs, put our feet up on the chrome rests, started reading. My file was a thick stack of police reports. They had all been Xeroxed and faxed, doubly blurred, but I could read them. They formed a dossier put together by Detective James Speranza, 15th Squad, New Orleans Police Department, Homicide Bureau. Speranza had been assigned to homicide 8 years ago. Then he had been assigned 7 more. He had ended up with a case involving 8 homicides. He hadn't cleared any of them. Not one. A total failure. But he'd tried hard. His investigation had been meticulous, painstaking. The first victim had been the owner of a textile plant, a specialist involved in some new chemical process for cotton. The second victim was the first guy's foreman. He'd left the first guy's operation and was trying to raise seed money to start up on his own. The next 6 victims were government people, EPA employees. They had been running a case out of their New Orleans office. The case concerned pollution in the Mississippi Delta. Fish were dying. The cause was traced 250 miles upriver. A textile processing plant in Mississippi State was pumping chemicals into the river, sodium hydroxide and sodium hypochlorite and chlorine, all mixing with the river water and forming a deadly acidic cocktail. All 8 victims had died the same way. 2 shots to the head with a silenced automatic pistol, a .22 caliber. Neat and clinical. Speranza had assumed they were professional hits. He went after the shooter 2 ways. He called in every favor he could and shook all the trees. Professional hitmen are thin on the ground. Speranza and his buddies talked to them all. None of them knew a thing. Speranza's second approach was the classic approach. Figure out who is benefiting. Didn't take him long to piece it together. The textile processor up in Mississippi State looked good. He was under attack from the 8 who died. 2 of them were attacking him commercially. The other 6 were threatening to close him down. Speranza pulled him apart, turned him inside out. He was on his back for a year. The paperwork in my hand was a testimony to that. Speranza had pulled in the FBI and the IRS. They'd searched every cent and every account for unexplained cash payments to the elusive shooter. They'd searched for a year and found nothing. On the way, they turned up a lot of unsavory stuff. Speranza was convinced the guy had killed his wife. Plain beat her to death was his verdict. The guy had married again, and Speranza had faxed the local police department with a warning. The guy's only son was a psychopath, worse than his father in Speranza's view. A stone-cold psychopath. The textile processor had protected his son every step of the way. Covered for him, paid his way out of trouble. The boy had records from a dozen different institutions. But nothing would stick. New Orleans FBI had lost interest. Speranza had closed the case, forgotten all about it, until an old detective from an obscure Georgia jurisdiction had faxed him, asking for information on the Kleiner family. Finley closed his file, spun his barber chair to face mine.
"The Kleiner Foundation is bogus," he said. "Totally bogus. It's a cover for something else. It's all here. Gray busted wide open. Audited it from top to bottom. The foundation is spending millions every year, but its audited income is 0. Precisely 0.
He selected a sheet from the file, leaned over, passed it over to me. It was a sort of balance sheet, showing the foundation's expenditures.
"See that?" he said. "It's incredible. That's what they're spending."
I looked at it. The sheet contained a huge figure. I nodded. "Maybe a lot more than that," I said. "I've been down here 5 days, right? Prior to that, I was all over the States for 6 months. Prior to that, I was all over the world. Margrave is by far the cleanest, best-maintained, most manicured place I've ever seen. It's better looked after than the Pentagon or the White House. Believe me, I've been there. Everything in Margrave is either brand new or else perfectly renovated. It's completely perfect. It's so perfect it's frightening. That must cost an absolute fortune." He nodded. "And Margrave is a very weird place," I said. "It's deserted most of the time. There's no life. There's practically no commercial activity in the whole town. Nothing ever goes on. Nobody is earning any money." He looked blank. Didn't follow. "Think about it," I said. "Look at Eno's, for example. Brand new place, gleaming state-of-the-art diner. But he never has any customers. I've been in there a couple of times. There were never more than a couple of people in the place. The waitresses outnumber the customers. So how is Eno paying the bills, the overhead, the mortgage? Same goes for everywhere in town. Have you ever seen lines of customers rushing in and out of any of the stores?" Finley thought about it, shook his head. "Same goes for this barbershop," I said. "I was in here Sunday morning and Tuesday morning. The old guy said they'd had no customers in between. No customers in 48 hours. I stopped talking then. I thought about what else the old guy had said. That gnarled old barber. I suddenly thought about it in a new light. "The old barber," I said. "He told me something. It was pretty weird. I thought he was crazy. I asked him how they make a living with no customers. He said they don't need customers to make a living because of the money they get from the Kleiner Foundation. So I said, what money? He said $1,000. He said all the merchants get it. So I figured he meant some kind of a business grant. $1,000 a year, right?" Finley nodded. Seemed about right to him. "I was just chatting," I said, "like you do in the barber's chair. So I said $1,000 a year is okay, but it's not going to keep the wolf from the door, something like that, right?" You know what he said then? He shook his head and waited. I concentrated on remembering the old guy's exact words. I wanted to see if he would dismiss it as easily as I had done. "He made it sound like a big secret," I said, "like he was way out on a limb even to mention it. He was whispering to me. He said he shouldn't tell me, but he would because I knew his sister." "You know his sister?" Finley asked, surprised. "No, I don't," I said. He was acting very confused. On Sunday, I'd been asking him about Blind Blake, you know, the old guitar player, and he said his sister had known the guy 60 years ago. From that, he'd got mixed up. Must have thought I'd said I knew his sister. "So what was the big secret?" he said. "He said it wasn't $1,000 a year," I said. "He said it was $1,000 a week." $1,000 a week?" Finley said. "A week? Is that possible?" "I don't know," I said. "At the time, I assumed the old guy was crazy. But now I think he was just telling the truth." "1,000 a week?" he said again. "That's a hell of a business grant. That's $52,000 a year. That's a hell of a lot of money, Reacher." I thought about it, pointed at the total on Gray's audit. "They'd need figures like that," I said. "If this is how much they're spending, they'd need figures like that just to get rid of it all." Finley was pensive, thinking it through. "They've bought the whole town," he said. "Very slowly, very quietly. They've bought the whole town for $1,000 a week here and there." "Right," I said. "The Kleiner Foundation has become the golden goose. Nobody'll run the risk of killing it. They all keep their mouths shut and look away from whatever needs looking away from." "Right," he said. "The Kleiners could get away with murder." I looked at him. "They have got away with murder," I said. "So what do we do about it?" Finley said. "First we figure out exactly what the hell they're doing," I said. He looked at me like I was crazy. "We know what they're doing, right?" he said. "They're printing a shitload of funny money up in that warehouse." I shook my head at him. "No, they're not," I said. "There's no serious manufacture of counterfeit money in the U.S. Joe put a stop to all that. The only place it happens is abroad." So what's going on? Finley asked. I thought this was all about counterfeit money. Why else would Joe be involved? Rosco looked over at us from the bench in the window.
It is all about counterfeit money, she said. I know exactly what it's all about. Every last little detail.
She held up Gray's file in one hand.
Part of the answer is in here,
she said. Then she picked up the Barber's Daily newspaper with the other hand.
And the rest of the answer is in here,
she said. Finley and I joined her on the bench, studied the file she'd been reading. It was a surveillance report. Gray had hidden out under the highway cloverleaf and watched the truck traffic in and out of the warehouses. 32 separate days. The results were carefully listed in 3 parts. On the first 11 occasions, he'd seen 1 truck a day incoming from the south, arriving early in the morning. He'd seen outgoing trucks all day long, heading north and west. He'd listed the outgoing trucks by destination according to their license plates. He must have been using field glasses. The list of destinations was all over the place, a complete spread from California all the way up and over to Massachusetts. Those first 11 days, he'd logged 11 incoming trucks and 67 outgoing. An average of 1 truck a day coming in, 6 going out. Small trucks, maybe a ton of cargo in a week. The first section of Gray's log covered the first calendar year. The second section covered the second calendar year. He'd hit out on 9 separate occasions. He'd seen 53 outgoing trucks, the same 6 a day as before, with a similar list of destinations. But the log of incoming trucks was different. In the first half of the year, 1 truck a day was coming in, like normal. But in the second half of the year, the deliveries picked up. They built up to 2 trucks a day incoming. The final 12 days of his surveillance were different again. They were all from the final 5 months of his life. Between last fall and February, he was still logging about 6 trucks a day going out to the same wide spread of destinations. But there were no incoming trucks listed at all. None at all. From last fall, stuff was being moved out, but it wasn't coming in. So? Finley asked Rosco. She sat back and smiled. She had it all figured.
It's obvious, right?
She said.
They're bringing counterfeit money into the country. It's printed in Venezuela, someplace Kleiner set up alongside his new chemical place there. It comes in by boat, and they're hauling it up from Florida to the warehouse in Margrave. Then they're trucking it north and west up to the big cities, L.A., Chicago, Detroit, New York, Boston. They're feeding it into the cash flows in the big cities. It's an international counterfeit money distribution network. It's obvious, Finley.
Is it? He said.
Of course it is,
she said again.
Think of Sherman Stoller. He drove up and down to Florida to meet the boat coming in from the sea at Jacksonville Beach. He was on his way out there to meet the boat when he got picked up for speeding on the bridge, right? That's why he was so agitated. That's why he got the fancy lawyer out so fast. Right?
Finley nodded.
It all fits, she said. Think of a map of the states. The money is printed in South America, comes here by sea, lands in Florida, flows up the southeast, and then sort of branches out from Margrave. Flows on out to L.A. in the west, up to Chicago in the middle, New York and Boston in the east. Separate branches, right? It looks like a candelabra or a menorah. You know what a menorah is?
Sure, Finley said. It's that candlestick Jewish people use.
Right, she said. That's how it looks on a map. Florida to Margrave is a stem. Then the individual arms lead out and up to the big cities. L.A. across to Chicago, across to Boston. It's an import network, Finley.
She was giving him plenty of help. Her hands were tracing menorah shapes in the air. The geography sounded okay to me. It made sense. An import flow rolling north in trucks up from Florida. It would need to use that knot of highways around Atlanta to branch itself out and head for the big cities in the north and west. The menorah idea was good. The left-hand arm of the candlestick would have to be bent out horizontally to reach L.A., like somebody had dropped the thing and somebody else had accidentally stepped on it. But the idea made sense. Almost certainly, Margrave itself was the pivot. Almost certainly that warehouse was the actual distribution center. The geography was right. Using a sleepy nowhere place like Margrave as the distribution center would be smart. And they would have a huge amount of available cash, that was for sure. Forged cash, but it would spend just the same. And there was a lot of it. They were shipping a ton a week. It was an industrial-scale operation. Huge. It would explain the Kleiner Foundation's massive spending. If they ever ran short, they could just print some more. But Finley still wasn't convinced. "What about the last 12 months?" he said. "There's been no import flow at all. Look at Gray's list. The incoming deliveries didn't happen. They stopped exactly a year ago. Sherman Stoller got laid off, right? There's been nothing coming up for a year. But they're still distributing something. There was still 6 trucks a day going out. Nothing coming in, but 6 trucks a day going out. What does that mean? What kind of an import flow is that?" Rosco just grinned at him and picked up the newspaper.
"The answer's in here," she said. "It's been in the paper since Friday. The Coast Guard. Last September, they started their big operation against smuggling, right? There was a lot of advance publicity. Kleiner must have known it was coming. So he built up a stockpile ahead of time. See Gray's list? For the 6 months before last September, he doubled the incoming deliveries. He was building up a stockpile in the warehouse. He's kept on distributing it all year. That's why they've been panicking about exposure. They've been sitting there on top of a massive stockpile of counterfeit money for a year. Now the Coast Guard is going to abandon its operation, right? So they can start importing again as usual. That's what's going to happen on Sunday. That's what poor Molly meant when she said we have to get in before Sunday. We have to get in the warehouse while the last of the stockpile is still in there."
Chapter 22. Finley nodded. He was convinced. Then he smiled. He stood up from the bench in the barbershop window and took Roscoe's hand. Shook it very formally. "Good work," he said to her. "A perfect analysis. I always said you were smart, Roscoe. Right, Reacher? Didn't I tell you she's the best we got?" I nodded and smiled, and Roscoe blushed. Finley held on to her hand and kept on smiling. But I could see him combing backward and forward through her theory, looking for loose ends. He only found 2. "What about Hubble?" he asked. "Where did he fit in? They wouldn't recruit a bank executive just to load trucks, would they?" I shook my head. "Hubble used to be a currency manager," I said. "He was there to get rid of the fake money. He was feeding it into the system. He knew where it could be slipped in, where it was needed. Like his old job, but in reverse." He nodded. "What about the air conditioners?" he asked. "Sherman Stoller was hauling them to Florida. That woman told you. We know that's for real because you saw 2 old cartons in her garage. And his truck was full of them when the Jacksonville PD searched it. What was that all about?" "Legitimate business, I guess," I said. "Like a decoy. It concealed the illegal part. Like camouflage. It explained the truck movements up and down to Florida. They would have had to run south empty otherwise." Finley nodded. "Smart move, I guess," he said. "No empty run. Makes sense. Sell a few air conditioners, it makes money both ways, right?" He nodded again and let go of Roscoe's hand. "We need samples of the money," he said. I smiled at him. I had suddenly realized something. "I've got samples," I said. I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out my thick roll of hundreds. Pulled one off the back of the roll and one off the front. Gave the 2 banknotes to Finley. "These are their counterfeits?" he said. "Gotta be," I said. "Charlie Hubble gave me a wad of hundreds for expense money. She probably got them from Hubble. Then I took another wad from those guys who were out looking for me Tuesday." "And that means they're counterfeit?" Finley said. "Why?" "Think about it," I said. "Kleiner needs operating cash. Why should he use real money? I bet he paid Hubble in counterfeit money. And I bet he gave those Jacksonville boys counterfeit money for their operating expenses, too." Finley held the 200s right up to the bright light in the window. Rosco and I crowded him for a look.
"Are you sure?"
Rosco said.
"They look real to me."
"They're fakes," I said. "Gotta be. Stands to reason, right? Hundreds are what fakers like to print. Anything bigger is hard to pass. Anything smaller isn't worth the effort. And why should they spend real bucks when they got truckloads of forgeries available?" We took a good look at them, peered at them, felt them, smelled them, rubbed them between our fingers. Finley opened up his billfold and pulled out 100 of his own. We compared the 3 notes, passed them back and forth. Couldn't see any difference at all. "If these are fakes, they're damn good," Finley said. "But what you said makes sense. Probably the whole of the Kleiner Foundation is funded with fakes. Millions every year." He put his own 100 back in his billfold, slid the fakes into his pocket. "I'm going back to the station house," he said. "You 2 come in tomorrow about noon. Teal will be gone for lunch. We'll take it from there." Rosco and I drove 50 miles south to Macon. I wanted to keep on the move. It's a basic rule for safety. Keep moving around. We chose an anonymous motel on the southeastern fringe, as far from Margrave as you can get in Macon, with the city sprawl between us and our enemies. Old Mayor Teal had said a motel in Macon would suit me. Tonight, he was right. We showered in cold water and fell into bed. Fell into a restless sleep. The room was warm. We tossed around fitfully most of the night. Gave it up and got up again with the dawn. Stood there yawning in the half-light. Thursday morning. Felt like we hadn't slept at all. We groped around and got dressed in the dark. Rosco put her uniform on. I put my old things on. I figured I'd need to buy some new stuff soon. I'd do it with Kleiner's forgeries.
"What are we going to do?"
Rosco said. I didn't answer. I was thinking about something else.
"Reacher,"
she said.
"what are we going to do about all this?"
"What did Gray do about it?" I said.
"He hanged himself,"
she said. I thought some more. "Did he?" I asked her. There was a silence.
"Oh, God,"
Rosco said.
"You think there's some doubt about that?"
"Maybe," I said. "Think about it. Suppose he confronted one of them. Suppose he was found poking around somewhere he shouldn't have been."
"You think they killed him?"
she asked. There was panic in her voice. "Maybe," I said again. "I think they killed Joe and Stoller and the Morrisons and Hubble and Molly Beth Gordon. I think they tried to kill you and me. If somebody is a threat, they kill him. That's how Kleiner operates." Rosco was quiet for a while, thinking about her old colleague, Gray, the dour and patient detective. 25 years of meticulous work. A guy like that was a threat. A guy who took 32 patient days to cross-check a suspicion was a threat. Rosco looked up and nodded.
"He must have made a wrong move,"
she said. I nodded gently at her. "They lynched him," I said. "Made it look like suicide."
"I can't believe it,"
she said. "Was there an autopsy?" I asked her.
"Guess so,"
she said. "Then we'll check it out," I said. "We'll have to speak to that doctor again down in Yellow Springs."
But he'd have said, right?
She asked me.
If he'd had doubts, wouldn't he have raised them at the time?
He'd have raised them with Morrison, I said. Morrison would have ignored them, because his people had caused them in the first place. We'll have to check it out for ourselves. Rosco shuddered.
I was at his funeral,
she said.
We were all there. Chief Morrison made a speech on the lawn outside the church. So did Mayor Teal. They said he was a fine officer. They said he was Margrave's finest. But they killed him.
She said it with a lot of feeling. She'd liked Margrave. Her family had toiled there for generations. She was rooted. She'd liked her job, enjoyed the sense of contribution. But the community she'd served was rotten. It was dirty and corrupted. It wasn't a community. It was a swamp, wallowing in dirty money and blood. I sat and watched her world crumble. We drove north on the road between Macon and Margrave. Halfway home, Rosco hung a right, and we headed for Yellow Springs down a back road, over toward the hospital. I was hungry. We hadn't eaten breakfast. Not the best state for revisiting the morgue. We swung into the hospital lot, took the speed bump slowly, and nosed around to the back, parked up a little way from the big metal roller door. We got out of the car, stretched our legs on a roundabout route to the office door. The sun was warming the day up. It would have been pleasant to stay outside. But we ducked in and went looking for the doctor. We found him in his shabby office. He was at his chipped desk, still looking tired, still in a white coat. He looked up and nodded us in. "Morning, folks," he said. "What can I do for you?" We sat down on the same stools as Tuesday. I stayed away from the fax machine. I let Rosco do the talking. Better that way. I had no official standing.
February this year,
she said.
My chief of detectives up at the Margrave PD killed himself. Do you remember?
Was that some guy called Gray? The doctor said. Rosco nodded, and the doctor got up and walked around to a file cabinet, pulled open a drawer. It was tight and made a screeching sound. The doctor ran his fingers backwards over the files. February, he said. Gray. He pulled a file and carried it back to his desk, dropped it on his blotter, sat back down heavily and opened it up. It was a thin file, not much in it. Gray, he said again. Yes, I remember this guy. Hung himself, right? First time we had a Margrave case in 30 years. I was called up to his house. In a garage, wasn't it? From a rafter?
That's right,
Rosco said. She went quiet. So how can I help you? The doctor said.
Anything wrong with it?
She asked. The doctor looked at the file, turned a page. Guy hangs himself, there's always something wrong with it, he said. Anything specially wrong with it, I said. The doctor swung his tired gaze over from Rosco to me. Suspicious, he said. He was nearly smiling the same little smile he'd used on Tuesday. Was there anything suspicious about it? I asked him. He shook his head. No, he said. Suicide by hanging, open and shut. He was on a kitchen stool in his garage, made himself a noose, jumped off the stool. Everything was consistent. We got the background story from the local people up there. I couldn't see a problem.
What was the background story?
Rosco asked him. He swung his gaze back to her, glanced through the file. He was depressed, he said. Had been for a while. The night it happened, he was out drinking with his chief, who was a Morrison guy we just had in here, and the town mayor up there, some guy called Teal. The three of them were drowning their sorrows over some case Gray had screwed up on. He got fallen down drunk, and they had to help him home. They got him into his house and left him there. He must have felt bad. He made it to the garage and hung himself.
That was the story?
Rosco said. Morrison signed a statement, the doctor said. He was real upset. Felt he should have done more, stayed with him or something.
Did it sound right to you?
She asked him. I didn't know Gray at all, he said. This facility deals with a dozen police departments. I'd never seen anybody from Margrave before then. Quiet sort of a place, right? At least it used to be. But what happened with this guy is consistent with what usually happens. Drinking sets people off. Any physical evidence? I asked him. The doctor looked back in the file, looked over at me. Corpse stank of whiskey, he said. Some fresh bruising on the upper and lower arms, consistent with him being walked home by two men while inebriated. I couldn't see a problem.
Did you do a post-mortem?
Rosco asked him. The doctor shook his head. No need, he said. It was open and shut. We were very busy. Like I say, we have more to worry about down here than suicides over in Margrave. February, we had cases all over the place, up to our eyes. Your Chief Morrison asked for minimum fuss. I think he sent us a note. Said it was kind of sensitive. Didn't want Gray's family to know that the old guy had been blind drunk. Wanted to preserve some kind of dignity. It was okay with me. I couldn't see a problem, and we were very busy, so I released the body for cremation right away. Rosco and I sat looking at each other. The doctor stepped back to the cabinet and put the file away, closed the drawer with a screech. Okay, folks, he said. If you'll excuse me, I got things to do. We nodded and thanked him for his time. Then we shuffled out of the cramped office, got back out into the warm fall sunshine, stood around blinking. We didn't speak. Rosco was too upset. She'd just heard about her old friend getting murdered. I'm sorry, I said.
A bullshit story from beginning to end, she said. He hadn't just screwed up on a case. He never screwed up on any case. He wasn't especially depressed. And he didn't drink, never touched a drop. So he certainly wasn't falling down drunk. And he would never socialize with Morrison, or the damn mayor. He just wouldn't. He didn't like them. Never in a million years would he spend a social evening with them. And he had no family. So all that stuff about his family and sensitivity and dignity is total bullshit. They killed him and bullshitted the coroner so he wouldn't look too closely.
I sat there in the car and let the rage pour out of her. Then she was quiet and still. She was figuring out how they'd done it.
Do you think it was Morrison and Teal?
She asked me. And somebody else, I said. There were 3 guys involved. I figured the 3 of them went around to his place and knocked on the door. Gray opened up and Teal pulled a gun. Morrison and the 3rd guy grabbed him and held him by the arms. That explains the bruising. Teal maybe poured a bottle of whiskey down his throat, or at least splashed it all over his clothes. They hustled him off to the garage and strung him up. Rosco started the car and eased it out of the hospital lot. She drove slowly over the speed bumps. Then she swung the wheel and blasted up the road through the countryside toward Margrave.
They killed him, she said.
Just a simple statement.
Like they killed Joe. I think I know how you must be feeling.
I nodded. They'll pay for it, I said. For both of them.
You bet your ass,
she said. We fell silent, sped north for a while, then merged with the county road, a straight 12 miles up to Margrave.
Poor old Gray, she said. I can't believe it. He was so smart, so cautious.
Not smart enough, I said, or cautious enough. We've got to remember that. You know the rules, right? Don't be on your own. If you see somebody coming, run like hell, or shoot the bastard. Stick with Finley if you can, okay? She was concentrating on driving. She was doing a hell of a speed up the straight road, thinking about Finley.
Finley, she repeated. You know what I can't figure?
What? I said.
There's the two of them, right? She said. Teal and Morrison. They run the town for Kleiner. They run the police department. Between them, they run everything. Their chief of detectives is Gray, an old guy, a wise head, smart and stubborn. He's been there for 25 years, since well before any of this shit started up. They inherited him, and they can't get rid of him. So, sure enough, one day their smart and stubborn detective sniffs them out. He's found out that something is going on, and they find out that he's found out. So they put him out of the way. They murder him to keep it all safe. Then what do they do next?
Go on, I said.
They hire in a replacement, she said. Finley, down from Boston. A guy who's even smarter and even more stubborn than Gray was. Why the hell would they do that? If Gray was a danger to them, then Finley would be twice as dangerous. So why did they do that? Why did they hire somebody even smarter than the last guy?
That's easy, I said. They thought Finley was really dumb.
Dumb? She said. How the hell could they think that?
So I told her the story Finley had told me on Monday over donuts at the convenience store counter. About his divorce, about his mental state at the time. What had he said? He was a basket case, an idiot, couldn't string two words together. Chief Morrison and Mayor Teal interviewed him, I told her. He thought it was the worst job application in history. He thought he'd come across as an idiot. He was totally amazed they gave him the job. Now I understand why they did. They really were looking for an idiot. Rosco laughed. That made me feel better.
God, she said, that's ironic. They must have sat down and planned it out. Gray was a problem, they said. Better replace him with a fool, they said. Better pick the worst candidate who applies, they said.
Right, I said. And they did. They picked a shell-shocked idiot from Boston. But by the time he turns up to start work, he's calmed down and turned back into the cool and intelligent guy he always was. She smiled about that for 2 miles. Then we crested a slight rise and began the long sweep down into Margrave. We were tensed up. It was like entering the battle zone. We'd been out of it for a while. Sweeping back into it didn't feel good. I had expected to feel better when I had identified the opposing players. But it wasn't what I had expected. It wasn't me against them, played out against a neutral background. The background wasn't neutral. The background was the opposition. The whole town was in it. The whole place was bought and paid for. Nobody would be neutral. We were barreling down the rise at 70 miles an hour toward a dangerous mess. More dangerous than I had expected. Rosco slowed up at the town limit. The big Chevy glided onto Margrave's glassy blacktop. The magnolia and dogwood scrub to the left and right was replaced by velvet lawns and ornamental cherries. Those trees with smooth, shiny trunks, like the bark was buffed by hand. In Margrave, it probably was. The Kleiner Foundation was probably paying somebody a handsome salary to do it. We passed the neat blocks of stores, all of them empty and complacent, floating on an unearned $1,000 a week. We jinked around the village green with the statue of Casper Teal, wafted past the turn down to Roscoe's house with its smashed front door, past the coffee shop, past the benches under the smart awnings, past the parkland where the bars and rooming houses had been back when Margrave was honest. Then up to the station house. We pulled off into the lot and parked up. Charlie Hubble's Bentley was still where I'd left it. Rosco killed the motor, and we sat for a minute. Didn't want to get out. We squeezed hands, her right, my left. A brief good luck gesture. We got out of the car. Into battle. The station house was cool and deserted, except for Baker at his desk and Finley on his way out of the Rosewood office and back. He saw us and hurried over.
"Teal's back in 10 minutes, he said, "and we got a slight problem."
He hustled us back to the office. We went in and he shut the door.
"Picard called," he said.
"So what's the problem?" I said.
"It's the safe house," he said, "where Charlie and the kids are hiding out. That situation has to stay unofficial, right?"
"He told me that," I said. "He's out on a limb up there."
"Exactly," he said. "That's the problem. He can't staff it. He needs somebody to be up there with Charlie. He's been doing duty himself, but he can't do any more. Can't take any more time out. And he feels it's not appropriate, you know. Charlie being a woman and the little girl and all. Kid's terrified of him."
He looked over at Rosco. She saw where the conversation was going.
"He wants me up there?" she asked. "Just for 24 hours, Finley said. That's what he's asking for. Will you do it for him?"
Rosco shrugged, smiled.
"Of course I will," she said. "No problem. I can spare a day. As long as you promise to get me back when the fun starts, okay?" "That's automatic," Finley said. "Fun can't start until we've got the detail. And as soon as we've got the detail, Picard goes official and he puts his own agents into the safe house. You come back here." "Okay," Rosco said. "When do I go?" "Right now," Finley said. "He'll be here any minute."
She grinned at him.
"So you already figured I'd agree to it," she said.
He grinned back at her.
"Like I told Reacher," he said. "You're the best we got."
She and I went back through the squad room and out through the glass doors. Rosco took her valise out of the Chevy and set it on the curb.
"See you tomorrow, I guess," she said.
"You gonna be okay?" I asked her.
"Sure," she said. "I'm gonna be fine. Can't get much safer than an FBI safe house, right? But I'm gonna miss you, Reacher. I didn't figure to spend time apart just yet."
I squeezed her hand. She kissed me on the cheek, just stretched up for a quick peck. Finley pushed the station house door open. I heard the suck of the rubber seal. He stuck his head out and called over to Rosco.
"You better give Picard an update, okay?" he said.
Rosco nodded to him. Then we stood waiting in the sun. Didn't have to wait long. Picard's blue sedan squealed into the lot within a couple of minutes, bounced to a stop right next to us. The big guy folded himself out of the seat and stood up, just about blotted out the sun.
"I appreciate this, Rosco," he said to her. "You're really helping me out." "No problem," she said. "You're helping us out, right? Where is this place I'm going?"
Picard grinned a harassed grin, nodded toward me.
"I can't say where it is," he told her. "Not in front of civilians, right? I'm way out of line already. And I'm going to have to ask you not to tell him afterward, okay? And Reacher, don't you press her about it. Or Charlie, okay?"
"Okay," I said. I wouldn't press her about it. She'd tell me anyway.
"Good,"
Picard said. He nodded a busy goodbye and picked up Roscoe's bag, threw it onto his rear seat. Then the two of them got into the blue sedan and drove off, nosed out of the lot and headed north. I waved after them. Then the car was lost to sight. Chapter 23. Details, evidence gathering, surveillance. It's the basis of everything. You've got to settle down and watch long enough and hard enough to get what you need. While Rosco made cups of coffee for Charlie Hubble and Finley sat in the Rosewood office, I was going to have to watch the warehouse operation, long enough and hard enough until I got a feel for exactly how they did it. It could take me a full 24 hours. Could be Rosco would get back before I did. I got in the Bentley and cruised up the 14 miles to the Cloverleaf, slowed down as I passed the warehouses. I needed to scout out a vantage point. The northbound on-ramp dived under the southbound off-ramp. There was a kind of low overpass. Short, wide concrete pillars hoisted the road overhead. I figured the thing to do would be to hole up behind one of those pillars, I would be well hidden in the gloom, and the slight elevation would give me a good view of the whole warehouse area. That was my spot. I accelerated the Bentley up the ramp and carried on north to Atlanta. Took an hour. I was picking up a rough idea of the geography. I wanted the low-rent shopping area, and I found it easily enough. Saw the sort of street I wanted. Automobile customizers, pool table wholesalers, repossessed office furniture. I parked on the street in front of a storefront Mission. Opposite me were two survival shops. I picked the left-hand one and went in. The door worked a bell. The guy at the counter looked up. He was the usual type of guy. White man, black beard, camouflage, fatigues, boots. He had a huge gold hoop in one ear. Looked like some kind of a pirate. He might have been a veteran. Might just have wanted to be one. He nodded to me. He had the stuff I needed. I picked up all of fatigue pants and a shirt, found a camouflage jacket big enough to fit, looked at the pockets carefully. I had to get the Desert Eagle in there. Then I found a water canteen and some decent field glasses, humped the whole lot over to the cash desk and piled it up, pulled out my wad of hundreds. The guy with the beard looked at me. "I could use a blackjack," I said. He looked at me and looked at my wad of hundreds. Then he ducked down and hoisted a box up. Looked heavy. I chose a fat sap about 9 inches long. It was a leather tube, taped at one end for a grip, built around a plumber's spring. The thing they put inside pipes before they bend them. It was packed around with lead shot. An efficient weapon. I nodded, paid for everything and left. The bell rang again as I pushed open the door. I moved the Bentley along 100 yards and parked up in front of the first automobile shop I saw advertising window tinting, leaned on the horn, and got out to meet the guy coming out of the door. "Can you put tints on this for me?" I asked him. "On this thing?" he said. "Sure I can. I can put tints on anything." "How long?" I said. The guy stepped up to the car and ran his finger down the silky coachwork. Thing like this, you want a first-rate job," he said. "Take me a couple of days, maybe 3. "How much?" I said. He carried on feeling the paint and sucked air in through his teeth, like all car guys do when you ask 'em how much. "Couple of $100, he said. "That's for a first-rate job, and you don't want anything less on a thing like this." "I'll give you $250, I said. "That's for a better-than-first-rate job. And you loan me a car the 2 or 3 days it's going to take you to do it, okay?" The guy sucked in some more air and then slapped lightly on the Bentley's hood. "It's a done deal, my friend," he said. I took the Bentley key off Charlie's ring and exchanged it for an 8-year-old Cadillac, the color of an old avocado. It seemed to drive pretty well, and it was about as anonymous as you could hope to get. The Bentley was a lovely automobile, but it was not what I needed if the surveillance went mobile. It was about as distinctive as the most distinctive thing you could ever think of. I cleared the southern rim of the city and stopped at a gas station, brimmed the old Cadillac's big tank, and bought candy bars and nuts and bottles of water. Then I used their toilet cubicle to get changed. I put on the military surplus gear and threw my old stuff into the towel bin. Went back out to the car, put the Desert Eagle in the long inside pocket of my new jacket, cocked and locked. Poured the spare bullets into the outside top pocket. Morrison's switchblade was in the left side pocket, and I put the blackjack in the right. I shared the nuts and the candy bars around the other pockets, poured a bottle of water into the canteen, and went to work. Took me another hour to get back to Margrave. I drove the old Cadillac right around the Cloverleaf, up the on-ramp again, heading north, backed up about 100 yards along the shoulder, and stopped right in the no-man's land between the off-ramp and the on-ramp, where nobody would pass, either leaving or joining the highway. Nobody'd see the car except people shooting right past Margrave, and they wouldn't care. I popped the hood and propped it open, locked up the car and left it like that. It made it invisible. Just a broken-down old sedan on the shoulder. A sight so ordinary you don't see it. Then I climbed over the low concrete wall at the edge of the shoulder, scrambled down the high bank, ran south and sprinted across the on-ramp, carried on running for the shelter of the low overpass. I ran under the width of the highway to the other side and holed up behind a broad pillar. Over my head, the trucks coming off the highway rumbled around to the old county road. Then they ground their gears and branched right for the warehouses. I settled back and got comfortable behind the pillar. I had a pretty good vantage point, maybe 200 yards distant, maybe 30 feet of elevation. The whole place was laid out below me like a diagram. The field glasses I'd bought were clear and powerful. There were actually 4 separate warehouses, all identical, built in a tight line, running away from me at an oblique angle. The whole area was ringed by a serious fence, plenty of razor wire at the top. Each of the 4 compounds had its own inner fence. Each inner fence had its own gate. The outer fence held the main gate, fronting onto the road. The whole place was swarming with activity. The first compound was totally innocent. The big roller door stood open. I could see local farm trucks rattling in and out. People were loading and unloading in plain view, sturdy burlap sacks bulging with something or other. Maybe produce, maybe seed or fertilizer. Whatever farmers use. I had no idea. But there was nothing secret, nothing hidden. All the trucks were local, Georgia plates on all of them. No out-of-state vehicles. Nothing big enough to roll south to north along the height of the nation. The first compound was clean, no doubt about that. Same went for the second and third. Their gates stood open, their doors were up. All their activity was a cheerful swarm on their forecourts. Nothing secret, all in plain view. Different type of trucks, but all local. Couldn't see what they were hauling. Wholesale stuff for the little country stores, maybe. Possibly manufactured goods going somewhere. Some kind of oil drums in the third shed. But nothing to get excited about. The fourth warehouse was the one I was looking for. The one at the end of the row. No doubt about it. It was a smart location, made a lot of sense. It was screened by the chaos on the first 3 forecourts, but because it was the last in line, none of the local farmers or merchants would ever need to pass it by. Nobody would get a look at it. A smart location. It was definitely the one. Beyond it, maybe 75 yards away in a field, was the blasted tree. The one Rosco had picked out of the photograph of Stoller and Hubble in the yellow truck. A camera on the forecourt would pick up the tree just beyond the far corner of the structure. I could see that. This was the place. No doubt about it. The big roller door across the front was closed. The gate was closed. There were 2 gatemen hanging around on the forecourt. Even from 200 yards, the field glasses picked up their alert glances and the wary tension in their walks. Some kind of a security role. I watched them for a while. They strode around, but nothing was happening. So I shifted around to watch the road. Waited for a truck bound for the 4th compound. It was a good long wait. I was uptight about the time ticking away, so I sang to myself. I went through every version of Ramblin' on My Mind that I knew. Everybody has a version. It's always listed as a traditional song. Nobody knows whose it was. Nobody knows where it came from. Probably from way back in the Delta. It's a song for people who can't stay around, even though maybe there's a good reason to. People like me. I'd been around Margrave practically a week, longest I'd ever stayed anywhere voluntarily. I should stay forever, with Rosco, because she was good for me. I was beginning to imagine a future with her. It felt good. But there were going to be problems. When Kleiner's dirty money was taken out, the whole town was going to fall apart. There wouldn't be any place left to stay around in. And I had to wander. Like the song I was singing in my head. I had to ramble. A traditional song. A song that could have been written for me. In my heart, I believed Blind Blake had made it up. He had wandered. He had walked right by this place when the concrete pillars were old shade trees. 60 years ago, he had walked down the road I was watching, maybe singing the song I was singing. Joe and I used to sing that old song. We'd sing it as an ironic comment on Army family life. We'd stumble off a plane somewhere and ride to an airless, empty base house. 20 minutes after moving in, we'd start up singing that song, like we'd been there long enough and we were ready to move on again. So I leaned back on the concrete pillar and sang it for him, as well as for me. Took me 35 minutes to run through every version of that old song, once for me and once for Joe. During that time, I saw maybe a half-dozen trucks pull into the warehouse approach. All local guys. All little dusty Georgia trucks. Nothing with long-haul grime blasted all over it. Nothing headed for the end building. I sang softly for 35 minutes and picked up no information at all. But I did get some applause. I finished the last song and heard a slow, ironic hand clap coming out of the darkness behind me. I whipped around the broad concrete pillar and stared into the gloom. The clapping stopped, and I heard a shuffling sound. Picked up the vague shape of a man crawling towards me. The shape firmed up. Some kind of a hobo. Long gray matted hair and layers of heavy clothing. Bright eyes burning in a seamed and dirty face. The guy stopped out of reach. "Who the hell are you?" I asked him. He swiped his curtain of hair aside and grinned at me.
"Who the hell are you?" he said, "coming to my place and bawling like that?"
"This is your place?" I said. "You live under here?" He settled on his haunches and shrugged at me.
"Temporarily," he said. "Been here a month. You got a problem with that?"
I shook my head. I had no problem with that. The guy had to live somewhere. "Sorry to disturb you," I said. "I'll be out of here by tonight." His smell was drifting over to me. Wasn't pleasant. This guy smelled like he'd been on the road all his life.
"Stay as long as you like," he said. "We just decided to move on. We're vacating the premises."
"We?" I said. "There's somebody else here?" The guy looked at me oddly, turned and pointed to the air beside him. There was nobody there. My eyes had adjusted to the gloom. I could see all the way back to the concrete cantilever under the elevated road. Just empty space.
"My family," he said. "We're pleased to meet you. But we got to go. Time to move on."
He reached behind him and dragged a canvas kit bag out of the gloom. Army issue. There was a faint stencil on it. PFC something, with a serial number and a unit designation. He pulled it up close and shuffled away. "Wait up," I said. "Were you here last week? Thursday?" The guy stopped and half turned back.
"Been here a month," he said. "Didn't see anything last Thursday."
I looked at him and his kit bag. A soldier. Soldiers don't volunteer anything. Their basic rule. So I eased off the concrete and pulled a candy bar out of my pocket, wrapped it in a $100 bill, tossed it over to him. He caught it and put it in his coat, nodded to me silently. "So what didn't you see last Thursday?" I asked him. He shrugged.
"I didn't see anything," he said. "That's the honest truth. But my wife did. She saw plenty of things."
"Okay," I said slowly. "Will you ask her what things she saw?" He nodded, turned and had a whispered conversation with the air beside him. Turned back to me.
"She saw aliens," he said. "An enemy starship disguised like a shiny black truck. 2 aliens disguised like regular Earth guys in it. She saw lights in the sky, smoke. Spaceship comes down, turns into a big car. Starfleet commander comes out dressed as a cop. Short, fat guy. Then a white car comes off the highway, but it's really a starfighter landing. 2 guys in it, Earth guys, pilot and co-pilot. They all do a dance right there by the gate. because they come from another galaxy. She said it was exciting. She loves that stuff. Sees it everywhere she goes.
He nodded at me. He meant it.
I missed the whole thing, he said.
Gestured to the air beside him.
The baby needed her bath. But that's what my wife saw. She loves that stuff.
She hear anything? I asked him. He asked her. Got her reply and shook his head like I was crazy.
Space beings don't make sound, he said. But the starfighter co-pilot got all shot up with stun phasers, crawled in here later, bled to death, right where you're sitting. We tried to help him, but there's really nothing you can do about stun phasers, right? The medics got him out Sunday.
I nodded. He crawled off, dragging his kit bag. I watched him go, and then slid back around the pillar. Watched the road. Picked through his wife's story. An eyewitness report. The guy wouldn't have convinced the Supreme Court, but he sure as hell convinced me. It wasn't the Supreme Court's brother who had flown down in a starfighter and done a dance at the warehouse gate. It was another hour before anything showed up. I'd eaten a candy bar and sipped most of a pint of water. I was just sitting and waiting. A decent-sized panel truck rolled in, coming south. It slowed up at the warehouse approach. I saw New York commercial plates through the field glasses. Dirty white rectangles. The truck nosed along the tarmac and waited at the fourth gate. The guys in the compound swung open the gate and signaled the truck through. It stopped again, and the two guys swung the gate shut behind it. Then the driver backed up to the roller door and stopped. Got out of the truck. One of the gatemen climbed into the truck, and the other ducked into a side door and cranked the roller open. The truck backed into the dark, and the roller came down again. The New York driver was left on the forecourt, stretching in the sun. That was it. About 30 seconds, beginning to end. Nothing on show. I watched and waited. The truck was in there 18 minutes. Then the roller door winched open again, and the gate man drove the truck back out. As soon as it was clear, the roller came down again, and the gate man jumped down from the cab. The New York guy hoisted himself back into the seat, while the gate man ran ahead to swing the gates. The truck passed through and rattled out, and back onto the county road. It turned north and passed by 20 yards from where I was leaning up on the concrete overpass pillar. It swung onto the on-ramp and roared up to join the northbound traffic stream. Pretty much straight away, another truck was rumbling down the off-ramp, leaving the traffic stream coming down from the north. It was a similar truck. Same make, same size, same highway grime. It lumbered and bounced into the warehouse approach. I squinted through the field glasses. Illinois plates. It went through the same ritual. Paused at the gates, backed up to the roller door. The driver was replaced by the gate man. The roller came up just long enough to swallow the truck into the gloom inside. Quick and efficient. About 30 seconds again, beginning to end. And secret. The long-haul drivers weren't allowed into the warehouse. They had to wait outside. The Illinois truck was out quicker. 16 minutes. The driver reclaimed his place at the wheel and headed out, back to the highway. I watched him pass by 20 yards away. Our theory said both trucks had been loaded up with some of the stockpile and were grinding their way north, thundering their way back to the big cities up there, ready to unload. So far, our theory looked good. I couldn't fault it. The next hour, nothing happened. The fourth compound stayed closed up tight. I started to get bored. I started to wish the hobo hadn't left. We could have chatted a while. Then I saw the third truck of the day come heading in. I raised the field glasses and saw California plates. Same type of truck, dirty red color, rumbling in off the highway, heading for the end compound. It went through a different routine from the first two. It went in through the gates, but there was no change of driver. The truck just reversed straight in through the roller door. This guy was obviously authorized to see inside the shed. Then a wait. I timed it at 22 minutes. Then the roller door winched up and the truck came back out, drove straight back out through the gates, and headed for the highway. I took a fast decision. Time to go. I wanted to see inside one of those trucks. So I scrambled to my feet and grabbed the field glasses and the water canteen, ran under the overpass to the northbound side, clawed my way up the steep bank, and leapt the concrete wall, back to the old Cadillac. I slammed the hood shut and got in, started up, and rolled along the shoulder, waited for a gap and gunned the big motor, nudged the wheel, and accelerated north. I figured the red truck might be 3 or 4 minutes ahead, not much more than that. I hopped past bunches of vehicles and pushed the big old car on, then settled back to a fast cruise. I figured I was gaining all the time. After a few miles, I spotted the truck, eased off and sat well back, maybe 300 yards behind him. Kept a half-dozen vehicles between him and me. I settled back and relaxed. We were going to L.A., according to Roscoe's menorah theory. We cruised slowly north, not much more than 50 miles an hour. The Cadillac's tank was near enough full. Might get me 300 miles, maybe 350. At this slow cruise, maybe more. Acceleration was the killer. Gunning the worn 8-year-old V8 would use gas faster than coffee comes out of a pot. But a steady cruise would give me reasonable mileage. Might get me up to 400 miles. Enough to get as far west as Memphis, maybe. We rolled on. The dirty red truck sat up big and obvious 300 yards ahead. It bore left around the southern fringe of Atlanta, setting itself to strike out west across the country. The distribution theory was looking good. I slowed down and hung back through the interchange. Didn't want the driver to get suspicious about being followed. But I could see by the way he was handling his lane changes, this was not a guy who made much use of his rearview mirrors. I closed up a little tighter. The red truck rolled on. I stayed 8 cars behind it. Time rolled by. It got late in the afternoon. It got to be early evening. I ate candy and sipped water for dinner as I drove. I couldn't work the radio. It was some kind of a fancy Japanese make. The guy at the auto shop must have transplanted it. Maybe it was busted. I wondered how he was doing with tinting the Bentley's windows. I wondered what Charlie was going to say about getting her car back with black glass. I figured maybe that was going to be the least of her worries. We rolled on. We rolled on for almost 400 miles. 8 hours. We drove out of Georgia, right through Alabama, into the northeast corner of Mississippi. It got pitch dark. The fall sun had dropped away up ahead. People had switched their lights on. We drove on through the dark for hours. It felt like I'd been following the guy all my life. Then, approaching midnight, the red truck slowed down. A half-mile ahead, I saw it pull off into a truck stop in the middle of nowhere, near a place called Myrtle, maybe 60 miles short of the Tennessee state line, maybe 70 miles shy of Memphis. I followed the truck into the lot, parked up well away from it. I saw the driver get out, a tall, thick-set type of a guy, thick neck and wide, powerful shoulders. Dark, in his 30s, long arms like an ape. I knew who he was. He was Kleiner's son, a stone-cold psychopath. I watched him. He did some stretching and yawning in the dark, standing by his truck. I stared at him and pictured him Thursday night at the warehouse gate, dancing. The Kleiner kid locked up the truck and ambled off toward the buildings. I waited a spell and followed him. I figured he would have gone straight for the bathroom, so I hung around the newsstand and the bright neon and watched the door. I saw him come out and watched him amble into the diner area. He settled at a table and stretched again, picked up the menu with the expansive air of a guy who was taking his time. He was there for a late dinner. I figured he'd take 25 minutes, maybe a half hour. I headed back out to the parking lot. I wanted to break into the red truck and get a look inside, but I saw there was no chance of doing it out there in the lot. No chance at all. People were walking around, and a couple of police cruisers were loafing about. The whole place was lit up with bright lights. Breaking into that truck was going to have to wait. I walked back to the buildings, crammed myself into a phone booth, and dialed the station house in Margrave. Finley answered right away. I heard his deep Harvard tones. He'd been sitting by the phone waiting for me to check in. "Where are you?" he said. "Not far from Memphis," I said. "I watched a truck load up, and I'm sticking with it until I get a chance to look inside. The driver's the Kleiner kid." "Okay," he said. "I heard from Picard. Rosco's safely installed. Fast asleep now, if she's got any sense. He said she sends her love." "Send mine back if you get the chance," I said. "Take care, Harvard guy." "Take care yourself," he said. Hung up. I strolled back to the Cadillac, got in and waited. It was a half hour before the Kleiner kid came out again. I saw him walk back toward the red truck. He was wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Looked like he'd had a good dinner. Certainly taken him long enough. He walked out of sight. A minute later, the truck rattled by and lurched onto the exit road. But the kid didn't head back to the highway. He ducked a left onto a service road. He was going around to the motel. He was going to stay overnight. He drove right up to the row of motel cabins, parked the red truck up against the second cabin from the end, right in the glow of a big lamp on a pole. He got out and locked up, took a key from his pocket and opened up the cabin, went in and shut the door. I saw the light go on and the blind come down. He'd had the key in his pocket. He hadn't gone into the office. He must have booked the room when he was inside for dinner. He must have paid for it and picked up the key. That's what had taken him so damn long in there. It gave me a problem. I needed to see inside the truck. I needed the evidence. I needed to know I was in the right. And I needed to know soon. Sunday was 48 hours away. I had things to do before Sunday. A lot of things. I was going to have to break into the truck right there in the glare of the light on the pole, while the psychopathic Kleiner kid was 10 feet away in his motel room. Not the safest thing in the world to do. I was going to have to wait to do it, until the kid was sound asleep and wouldn't hear the boom and scrape as I went to work. I waited a half hour. Couldn't wait any more. I started the old Cadillac and moved it through the stillness. The tappets were out and the pistons were slapping. The motor was making a hell of a noise in the silence. I parked the car tight up to the red truck, nose in, facing the kid's motel room door. I climbed out across the passenger seat, stood still and listened. Nothing. I took Morrison's switchblade from my jacket pocket and stepped up onto the Cadillac's front fender. Stepped onto the hood and up over the windshield, up onto the Cadillac's roof. Stood still, up high. Listened hard. Nothing. I leaned over to the truck and hauled myself upward onto its roof. A panel truck like that has a translucent roof. It's some kind of a fiberglass sheet. They make the roof out of it, or at least a sort of skylight set into the sheet metal. It's there to let a dim light down into the cargo area. Helps with loading and unloading. Maybe it's lighter in weight, maybe cheaper. Manufacturer'll do anything to save a buck. The roof is the best way into a truck like that. My upper body was flat on the fiberglass panel, and my feet were scrabbling for the Cadillac's gutter. I reached out as far as I could and sprang the switchblade, stabbed it down through the plastic panel right in the center of the roof. Used the blade to saw a flap about 10 inches deep, 18 inches wide. I could push it down and peer in, like looking down through a shallow slot. The light in the motel room snapped on. The window blind threw a yellow square of light out over the Cadillac, over the side of the red truck, over my legs. I grunted and pushed off, swam out onto the truck's roof, lay flat and silent, held my breath. The motel room door opened. The Kleiner kid came out, stared at the Cadillac, stooped and looked inside, walked around and checked the truck, checked the cab doors, tugged the handles. The vehicle shook and rocked under me. He walked around to the back and tried the rear doors, tugged the handles. I heard the doors rattle against their locks. He walked a circuit of the truck. I lay there and listened to the crack of his footsteps below. He checked the Cadillac again. Then he went back inside. The room door slammed. The light snapped off. The yellow square of light died. I waited 5 minutes. Just lay up there on the roof and waited. Then I hauled myself up onto my elbows, reached for the slot in the fiberglass that I'd just cut, forced the flap down, and hooked my fingers in. Dragged myself over and peered through. The truck was empty. Totally empty. Nothing in it at all. Chapter 24. It was over 400 miles back to the Margrave station house. I drove all of them as fast as I dared. I needed to see Finley, needed to lay out a brand new theory for him. I slotted the old Cadillac into a space right next to Teal's brand new model, went inside and nodded to the desk guy. He nodded back. "Finley here?" I asked him. "In back," he told me. "The mayor's with him." I skirted the reception counter and ran through the squad room to the Rosewood office. Finley was in there with Teal. Finley had bad news for me. I could see it in the slope of his shoulders. Teal looked at me, surprised. "You back in the army, Mr. Reacher?" he said. Took me a second to catch on. He was talking about my fatigues and the camouflage jacket. I looked him up and down. He was in a shiny gray suit with embroidered patterns all over it, bootlace tie with a silver clasp. "Don't you be talking to me about clothes, asshole," I said. He looked down at himself in surprise, brushed off a speck that hadn't been there, glared up at me. "I could have you arrested for language like that," he said. "And I could tear your head off," I said to him, "and then I could stick it up your ratty old ass." We stood and glared at each other for what seemed like a long time. Teal gripped his heavy cane like he wanted to raise it up and hit me with it. I could see his hand tightening around it and his glance darting towards my head. But in the end, he just stalked out of the office and slammed the door. I reopened it a crack and peered out after him. He was picking up a phone at one of the squad room desks. He was going to call Kleiner. He was going to ask him when the hell he was going to do something about me. I shut the door again and turned to Finley. "What's the problem?" I asked him. "Serious shit," he said. "But did you get a look in the truck?" "I'll get to that in a minute," I said. "What's the problem here?" "You want the small problem first," he said, "or the big problem?" "Small first," I said. "Picard's keeping Rosco another day," he said. "No option." "Shit," I said. "I wanted to see her." "She happy with that?" "According to Picard, she is," he said. "Shit," I said again. "So what's the big problem?" "Somebody's ahead of us," he whispered. "Ahead of us?" I asked him. "What do you mean?" "Your brother's list," he said. "The initials and the note about Sherman Stoller's garage. First thing is there's a telex in from the Atlanta PD this morning. Stoller's house burned down in the night, out by the golf course where you went with Rosco. Totally destroyed, garage and all. Torched. Somebody threw gasoline all over the place." "Christ," I said. "What about Judy?" "Neighbor says she bailed out Tuesday night," he said, "right after you spoke to her. Hasn't been back. The house was empty." I nodded. "Judy's a smart woman," I said. "But that doesn't put them ahead of us. We already saw the inside of the garage. If they were trying to hide something, they were too late. Nothing to hide anyway, right?
The initials, he said, the colleges. I identified the Princeton guy this morning. WB was Walter Bartholomew, professor. He was killed last night outside his house.
Shit, I said. Killed how?
Stabbed, he said. Jersey police are calling it a mugging, but we know better than that, right?
Any more good news? I asked him. He shook his head.
Gets worse, he said. Bartholomew knew something. They got to him before he could talk to us. They're ahead of us, Reacher.
He knew something, I said. What?
Don't know, Finley said. When I called the number, I got some research assistant guy, works for Bartholomew. Seems Bartholomew was excited about something, stayed at his office late last night, working. This assistant guy was ferrying him all kinds of old material. Bartholomew was checking it through. Later on, he packed up, emailed Joe's computer, and went home. He ran into the mugger, and that was that.
What did the email say? I asked him.
It said, stand by for a call in the morning, he told me. The assistant guy said it felt like Bartholomew had hit on something important.
Shit, I said again. What about the New York initials, KK?
Don't know yet, he said. I'm guessing it's another professor. If they haven't gotten to him yet.
Okay, I said. I'm going to New York to find him.
Why the panic? Finley asked. Was there a problem with the truck?
There was one major problem, I said. The truck was empty. There was silence in the office for a long moment.
It was going back empty?
Finley said. I got a look inside just after I called you, I said. It was empty. Nothing in it at all. Just fresh air.
Christ, he said.
He looked upset. He couldn't believe it. He'd admired Roscoe's distribution theory. He'd congratulated her, shook her hand. The menorah shape, it was a good theory. It was so good he couldn't believe it was wrong.
We've got to be right, he said. It makes so much sense. Think of what Roscoe said. Think of the map. Think of Gray's figures. It all fits together. It's so obvious I can just about feel it. I can just about see it. It's a traffic flow. It can't be anything else. I've been over it so many times.
Roscoe was right, I agreed. And everything you just said is right. The menorah shape is right. Margrave is the center. It's a traffic flow. We only got one little detail wrong.
What detail? He said.
We got the direction wrong, I said. We got it ass backward. The flow goes exactly the opposite direction. Same shape, but it's flowing down here, not out of here. He nodded. He saw it.
So they're not loading up here, he said. They're unloading here. They're not dispersing a stockpile, they're building up a stockpile. Right here in Margrave. But a stockpile of what? You're certain they're not printing money somewhere and bringing it down here?
I shook my head. Doesn't make any sense, I said. Molly said there's no printing going on in the States. Joe stopped it.
So what are they bringing down here? He said.
We need to figure that out, I said. But we know it adds up to about a ton a week. And we know it fits into air conditioner boxes.
We do, Finley said.
That's what changed last year, I said. Before last September, they were smuggling it out of the country. That's what Sherman Stoller was doing. The air conditioner runs weren't a decoy operation. They were the actual operation itself. They were exporting something boxed up in air conditioner cartons. Sherman Stoller was driving them down to Florida every day to meet a boat. That's why he got so uptight when he was flagged down for speeding. That's why the fancy lawyer came running over. Not because he was on his way to load up, because he was on his way to unload. He had the Jacksonville police sniffing around a full load for 55 minutes.
But a full load of what? Finley said.
I don't know, I said. The cops didn't think to look. They saw a load of sealed-up air conditioner cartons, brand new, serial numbers and everything, and they just assumed it was kosher. The air conditioner cartons were damn good cover. Very plausible product to be hauling south. Nobody'd be suspicious of brand new air conditioners heading south, right? But they stopped a year ago, he said. Correct, I said. They knew the Coast Guard thing was coming, so they got as much out as they could ahead of time. Remember the double runs in Gray's notes? Then they stopped altogether a year ago, because they felt just as vulnerable smuggling outward past the Coast Guard as we figured they'd feel smuggling inward. Finley nodded, looked displeased with himself. We missed that, he said. We missed a lot of things, I said. They fired Sherman Stoller because they didn't need him anymore. They decided just to sit on the stuff and wait for the Coast Guard thing to stop. That's why they're vulnerable right now. That's why they're panicking, Finley. It's not the last remains of a stockpile they've got in there until Sunday. It's the whole damn thing. Finley stood guard at the office door. I sat at the Rosewood desk and called Columbia University in New York. The number reached the Modern History Department. The early part of the call was very easy. I got a helpful woman in their administrative office. I asked if they had a professor with the initials KK. Straight away, she identified a guy called Kelvin Kelstein. Been there many years. Sounded like he was a very eminent type of a guy. Then the call got very difficult. I asked if he would come to the phone. The woman said no, he wouldn't. He was very busy and could not be disturbed again. Again? I said. Who's been disturbing him already?
2 detectives from Atlanta, Georgia, she said.
When was this? I asked her.
This morning, she said. They came in here asking for him, and they wouldn't take no for an answer.
Can you describe these 2 men to me? I asked her. There was a pause as she tried to remember.
They were Hispanic, she said. I don't recall any details. The one who did the talking was very neat, very polite. Unremarkable, really, I'm afraid.
Have they met with him yet? I asked her.
They made a 1 o'clock appointment, she said. They're taking him to lunch somewhere, I believe.
I held the phone tighter. Okay, I said. This is very important. Did they ask for him by name or by the initials KK, like I just did?
They asked exactly the same question you did, she said. They asked if we had any faculty with those initials.
Listen to me, I said. Listen very carefully. I want you to go see Professor Kelstein, right now. Interrupt him, whatever he's doing. Tell him this is life or death. Tell him those Atlanta detectives are bogus. They were at Princeton last night, and they murdered Professor Walter Bartholomew.
Are you kidding?
The woman said, almost a scream. This is for real, I said. My name is Jack Reacher. I believe Kelstein had been in touch with my brother Joe Reacher from the Treasury Department. Tell him my brother was murdered also. The woman paused again, swallowed. Then she came back, calm.
What should I tell Professor Kelstein to do? She said.
2 things, I said. First, he must not, repeat, must not, meet with the 2 Hispanic men from Atlanta, at any time. Got that?
Yes,
she said. Good, I said. Second, he must go right now to the campus security office. Right now, okay? He must wait there for me. I'll be there in about 3 hours. Kelstein must sit in the security office and wait for me with a guard right next to him until I get there. Can you make absolutely sure he does that?
Yes,
she said again. Tell him to call Princeton from the security office, I said. Tell him to ask after Bartholomew. That should convince him.
Yes,
the woman said again.
I'll make sure he does what you say.
And give my name to your security desk, I said. I don't want any problem getting in when I arrive. Professor Kelstein can ID me. Tell him I look like my brother. I hung up, shouted across the room to Finley. "They've got Joe's list," I said. "They've got 2 guys up in New York. One of them is the same guy who got Joe's briefcase. Neat, polite guy. They've got the list."
"But how?" he said. "The list wasn't in the briefcase." A clang of fear hit me. I knew how. It was staring me in the face. "Baker," I said. "Baker's inside the scam. He made an extra Xerox copy. You sent him to copy Joe's list. He made 2 copies and gave 1 to Teal."
"Christ," Finley said. "Are you sure?"
I nodded. "There were other indications," I said. "Teal's pulled a bluff. We figured everybody in the department was clean, but he was just keeping them hidden. So now we don't know who the hell is involved and who the hell isn't. We've got to get out of here right now. Let's go." We ran out of the office, through the squad room, out through the big plate glass doors and into Finley's car.
"Where to?"
he said. "Atlanta," I told him. "The airport. I've got to get to New York." He started up and headed out north along the county road. "Baker was in it from the start," I said. "It was staring me in the face." I went through it with him as he drove, step by step. Last Friday, I had been alone in the small white interview room at the station house with Baker. I had held out my wrist to him. He'd removed my handcuffs. He'd taken the cuffs off a guy he was supposed to believe was a murderer who had pulped his victim's body. He was willing to put himself alone in a room with such a guy. Then later, I had called him over and made him escort me to the bathroom. He had been sloppy and careless. I'd had opportunities to disarm him and escape. I'd taken it as a sign he'd listened to me answering Finley's questions and slowly become convinced I was innocent. But he'd always known I was innocent. He knew exactly who was innocent and exactly who wasn't. That's why he had been so casual. He knew I was just a convenient fall guy. He knew I was just an innocent passerby. Who worries about taking the cuffs off an innocent passerby? Who takes a whole lot of precautions escorting an innocent passerby to the bathroom? And he had brought Hubble in for questioning. I'd noticed his body language. He was all twisted up with conflict. I had figured he was feeling awkward because Hubble was Stevenson's buddy and his relative by marriage. But it wasn't that. He was all twisted up because he was caught in a trap. He knew bringing Hubble in was a disaster, but he couldn't disobey Finley without alerting him. He was trapped. Damned if he did, damned if he didn't. And there had been a deliberate attempt to conceal Joe's identity. Baker had deliberately screwed up the prints thing with the computer so that Joe would remain unidentified. He knew Joe was a government investigator. He knew Joe's prints would be in the Washington database, so he tried to make damn sure they didn't get matched. But he had blown his cover by announcing the null result far too early. It was inexperience. He'd always left the technical work to Rosco, so he didn't know the system. But I hadn't put 2 and 2 together. I had been too overwhelmed when the second attempt with the prints had brought back my brother's name. Since then, he'd been poking and prying, hovering around on the edge of our hidden investigation. He had wanted in, and he had been a willing helper. Finley had used him on lookout duty. And all the time, he was running to Teal with the snippets he was getting from us. Finley was blasting north at a hell of a speed. He flung the Chevy around the cloverleaf and mashed the pedal. The big car hurtled forward up the highway. "Could we try the Coast Guard?" he said. "Get them to stand by Sunday for when they start shipping out? Some kind of an extra patrol?" "You're joking," I said. "The political flack the president's taken over that? He's not going to reverse himself the very first day just because you ask him to." "So what do we do?" he said. "Call Princeton back," I told him. "Get hold of that research assistant again. He may be able to piece together what Bartholomew figured out last night. Hole up somewhere safe and get busy." He laughed. Where the hell's safe now? He said. I told him to use the Alabama motel we'd used Monday. It was in the middle of nowhere, and it was as safe as he needed to get. I told him I'd find him there when I got back. Asked him to bring the Bentley to the airport and to leave the key and the parking claim at the arrival's information desk. He repeated all the arrangements back to me to confirm he was solid. He was doing more than 90 miles an hour, but he was turning his head to look at me every time he spoke. "Watch the road, Finley," I said. "No good to anybody if you kill us in a damn car." He grinned and faced forward, jammed his foot down harder. The big police Chevy eased up over 100. Then he turned again and looked straight into my eyes for about 300 yards. "Coward," he said. Chapter 25. No easy way to get through the airport security hoops with a sap and a knife and a big metal gun, so I left my camouflage jacket in Finley's car and told him to transfer it to the Bentley. He ducked into departures with me and put the best part of $700 on his credit card for my round-trip ticket on Delta to New York. Then he took off to find the Alabama motel, and I went through to the gate for the plane to LaGuardia. I was airborne for a shade over 2 hours and in a cab for 35 minutes. Arrived in Manhattan just after 4:30. I'd been there in May, and it looked pretty much the same in September. The summer heat was over, and the city was back to work. The cab took me over the Triborough Bridge and headed west on 116th, slid around Morningside Park, and dropped me at Columbia University's main entrance. I went in and found my way to the campus security office. Knocked on the glass. A campus policeman checked a clipboard and let me in. Led me through to a room in back and pointed to Professor Kelvin Kelstein. I saw a very old guy, tiny, wizened with age, sporting a huge shock of white hair. He looked exactly like that cleaner I'd seen on the 3rd floor at Warburton, except he was white. "The 2 Hispanic guys been back?" I asked the college cop. He shook his head. "Haven't seen him," he said. "The old guy's office told him that the lunch date was canceled. Maybe they went away." "I hope so," I said. "Meanwhile, you're going to have to watch over this guy for a spell. Give it until Sunday." "Why?" he said. "What's going on?" "Not sure exactly," I said. "I'm hoping the old guy can tell me." The guard walked us back to Kelstein's own office and left us there. It was a small and untidy room, crammed full to the ceiling with books and thick journals. Kelstein sat in an old armchair and gestured me to sit opposite him in another.
"What exactly happened to Bartholomew?"
he asked. "I don't know exactly," I said. "Jersey police say he got stabbed during a mugging outside his home."
"But you remain skeptical?"
Kelstein asked. "My brother made a list of contacts," I said. "You're the only one of them still alive."
"Your brother was Mr. Joe Reacher?"
he said. I nodded. "He was murdered last Thursday," I said. "I'm trying to find out why." Kelstein inclined his head and peered out of a grimy window.
"I'm sure you know why," he said. "He was an investigator. Clearly he was killed in the course of an investigation. What you need to know is what he was investigating."
"Can you tell me what that was?" I said. The old professor shook his head.
"Only in the most general terms," he said. "I can't help you with specifics."
"Didn't he discuss specifics with you?" I said.
"He used me as a sounding board," he said. "We were speculating together. I enjoyed it tremendously. Your brother Joe was a stimulating companion. He had a keen mind and a very attractive precision about the manner in which he expressed himself. It was a pleasure to work with him."
"But you didn't discuss specifics," I said again. Kelstein cupped his hands like a man holding an empty vessel.
"We discussed everything," he said, "but we came to no conclusions."
"Okay," I said. Can we start at the beginning? The discussion was about counterfeit currency, right? Kelstein tilted his great head to one side, looked amused.
Obviously, he said. What else would Mr. Joe Reacher and I find to discuss?
Why you? I asked him bluntly. The old professor smiled a modest smile, which faded into a frown. Then he came up with an ironic grin.
Because I am the biggest counterfeiter in history, he said. I was going to say I was one of the two biggest in history, but after the events of last night at Princeton, sadly now I alone remain.
You and Bartholomew? I said. You were counterfeiters? The old guy smiled again.
Not by choice, he said. During the Second World War, young men like Walter and me ended up with strange occupations. He and I were considered more useful in an intelligence role than in combat. We were drafted into the SIS, which, as you know, was the very earliest incarnation of the CIA. Other people were responsible for attacking the enemy with guns and bombs. We were handed the job of attacking the enemy with economics. We derived a scheme for shattering the Nazi economy with an assault on the value of its paper currency. Our project manufactured hundreds of billions of counterfeit Reichsmarks. Spare bombers littered Germany with them. They came down out of the sky like confetti.
Did it work? I asked him.
Yes and no, he said. Certainly their economy was shattered. Their currency was worthless very quickly. But, of course, much of their production used slave labor. Slaves aren't interested one way or the other whether the content of somebody else's wage packet is worth anything. And, of course, alternative currencies were found. Chocolate, cigarettes, anything. Altogether, it was only a partial success. But it left Walter and me two of history's greatest forgers. That is, if you use sheer volume as a measure. I can't claim any great talent for the inky end of the process.
So Joe was picking your brains? I asked him.
Walter and I became obsessed, Kelstein said. We studied the history of money forging. It started the day after paper money was first introduced. It's never gone away. We became experts. We carried on the interest after the war. We developed a loose relationship with the government. Finally, some years ago, a Senate subcommittee commissioned a report from us. With all due modesty, I can claim that it became the Treasury's anti-counterfeiting Bible. Your brother was familiar with it, of course. That's why he was talking to Walter and me.
But what was he talking to you about? I said.
Joe was a new broom, Kelstein said. He was brought in to solve problems. He was a very talented man indeed. His job was to eradicate counterfeiting. Now, that's an impossible job. Walter and I told him that. But he nearly succeeded. He thought hard, and he applied strokes of appealing simplicity. He just about halted all illicit printing within the United States.
I sat in his crowded office and listened to the old guy. Kelstein had known Joe better than I had. He had shared Joe's hopes and plans, celebrated his successes, sympathized over his setbacks. They had talked at length, animatedly, sparking off each other. The last time I'd spoken to Joe face to face was very briefly after our mother's funeral. I hadn't asked him what he was doing. I'd just seen him as my older brother, just seen him as Joe. I hadn't seen the reality of his life as a senior agent with hundreds of people under him, trusted by the White House to solve big problems, capable of impressing a smart old bird like Kelstein. I sat there in the armchair and felt bad. I'd lost something I never knew I'd had.
His systems were brilliant, Kelstein said.
His analysis was acute. He targeted ink and paper. In the end, it all boils down to ink and paper, doesn't it? If anybody bought the sort of ink or paper that could be used to forge a banknote, Joe's people knew within hours. He swept people up within days. Inside the States, he reduced counterfeiting activity by 90%. And he tracked the remaining 10% so vigorously, he got almost all of them before they'd even distributed the fakes. He impressed me greatly. So what was the problem? I asked him. Kelstein made a couple of precise little motions with his small white hands, like he was moving one scenario aside and introducing another. The problem lay abroad, he said, outside the United States. The situation there is very different. Did you know there are twice as many dollars outside the U.S. as inside? I nodded. I summarized what Molly had told me about foreign holdings. The trust and the faith, the fear of a sudden collapse in the desirability of the dollar. Kelstein was nodding away like I was his student and he liked my thesis. Quite so, he said. It's more about politics than crime. In the end, a government's primary duty is to defend the value of its currency. We have $260 billion abroad. The dollar is the unofficial currency of dozens of nations. In the new Russia, for instance, there are more dollars than rubles. In effect, it's like Washington has raised a massive foreign loan. Raised any other way, that loan would cost us $26 billion a year in interest payments alone. But this way, it costs us nothing at all, except what we spend on printing pictures of dead politicians on little pieces of paper. That's what it's all about, Mr. Reacher. Printing currency for foreigners to buy is the best racket a government can get into. So Joe's job in reality was worth $26 billion a year to this country, and he pursued it with an energy appropriate to those high stakes. So where was the problem? I said, geographically. Two main places, Kelstein said. First, the Middle East. Joe believed there was a plant in the Bekaa Valley that turned out fake hundreds which were practically perfect. But there was very little he could do about it. Have you been there? I shook my head. I'd been stationed in Beirut for a while. I had known a few people who had gone out to the Bekaa Valley for one reason or another. Not too many of them had come back. Syrian-controlled Lebanon, Kelstein said. Joe called it the Badlands. They do everything there. Training camps for the world's terrorists, drug processing laboratories, you name it, they've got it, including a pretty good replica of our own Bureau of Printing and Engraving. I thought about it, thought about my time there. Protected by who? I asked him. Kelstein smiled at me again, nodded. A perceptive question, he said. You instinctively grasp that an operation of that size is so visible, so complex, that it must be in some way sponsored. Joe believed it was protected by, or maybe even owned by, the Syrian government. Therefore his involvement was marginal. His conclusion was that the only solution was diplomatic. Failing that, he was in favor of airstrikes against it. We may live to see such a solution one day. And the second place? I asked him. He pointed his finger at his grimy office window, aiming south down Amsterdam Avenue. South America, he said. The second source is Venezuela. Joe had located it. That is what he was working on. Absolutely outstanding counterfeit $100 bills are coming out of Venezuela. But strictly private enterprise. No suggestion of government involvement. I nodded. We got that far, I said. A guy called Kleiner, based down in Georgia where Joe was killed. Quite so, Kelstein said.
The ingenious Mr. Kleiner. It's his operation. He's running the whole thing. We knew that for certain. How is he?
He's panicking, I said. He's killing people. Kelstein nodded sadly.
We thought Kleiner might panic, he said. He's protecting an outstanding operation, the very best we've ever seen.
The best? I said. Kelstein nodded enthusiastically.
Outstanding, he said again. How much do you know about counterfeiting?
I shrugged at him. More than I did last week, I said, but not enough, I guess. Kelstein nodded and shifted his frail weight forward in his chair. His eyes lit up. He was about to start a lecture on his favorite subject.
There are two sorts of counterfeiters, he said, the bad ones and the good ones. The good ones do it properly. Do you know the difference between intaglio and lithography?
I shrugged and shook my head. Kelstein scooped up a magazine from a pile and handed it to me. It was a quarterly bulletin from a history society.
Open it, he said. Any page will do. Run your fingers over the paper. It's smooth, isn't it? That's lithographic printing. That's how virtually everything is printed. Books, magazines, newspapers, everything. An inked roller passes over the blank paper. But intaglio is different.
He suddenly clapped his hands together. I jumped. The sound was very loud in his quiet office.
That's intaglio, he said. A metal plate is smashed into the paper with considerable force. It leaves a definite embossed feel to the product. The printed image looks three-dimensional. It feels three-dimensional. It's unmistakable.
He eased himself up and took his wallet out of his hip pocket, pulled out a $10 bill, passed it over to me.
Can you feel it?
He asked.
The metal plates are nickel, coated with chromium. Fine lines are engraved into the chromium, and the lines are filled with ink. The plate hits the paper, and the ink is printed onto its topmost surface. Understand? The ink is in the valleys of the plate, so it's transferred to the ridges on the paper. Intaglio printing is the only way to get that raised image, the only way to make the forgery feel right. It's how the real thing is done.
What about the ink? I said.
There are 3 colors, he said, black and 2 greens. The back of the bill is printed first, with the darker green. Then the paper is left to dry, and the next day the front is printed with the black ink. That dries, and the front is printed again with the lighter green. That's the other stuff you see there on the front, including the serial number. But the lighter green is printed by a different process called letterpress. It's a stamping action, the same as intaglio, but the ink is stamped into the valleys on the paper, not onto the peaks.
I nodded and looked at the $10 bill, front and back, ran my fingers over it carefully. I'd never really studied one before.
So, 4 problems,
Kelstein said.
The press, the plates, the inks, and the paper. The press can be bought, new or used, anywhere in the world. There are hundreds of sources. Most countries print money and securities and bonds on them. So the presses are obtainable abroad. They can even be improvised. Joe found one intaglio operation in Thailand, which was using a converted squid processing machine. Their hundreds were absolutely immaculate.
What about the plates? I asked him.
Plates are problem number 2, he said. But it's a matter of talent. There are people in the world who can forge old master paintings, and there are people who can play a Mozart piano concerto after hearing it once. And certainly there are engravers who can reproduce banknotes. It's a perfectly logical proposition, isn't it? If a human being in Washington can engrave the original, certainly there's a human being somewhere else who can copy it. But they're rare.
Really good copyists, rarer still. There are a few in Armenia. The Thai operation using the squid processor got a Malaysian to make the plates. Okay, I said. So Kleiner has bought a press and he's found an engraver. What about the inks? The inks are problem number 3, he said. You can't buy anything vaguely like them in the U.S. Joe saw to that. But abroad they're available. As I said, virtually every country in the world has its own banknote printing industry. And obviously, Joe couldn't enforce his systems in every country in the world. So the inks are easy enough to find. The greens are only a question of color. They mix them and experiment until they get them right. The black ink is magnetic, did you know that? I shook my head again, looked at the sawbuck closely. Kelstein smiled. You can't see it, he said. A liquid ferrous chemical is mixed with the black ink. That's how the electronic money counters work. They scan the engraving down the center of the portrait, and the machine reads the signal it gives off, like a tape head reads the sounds on a music cassette. And they can get that ink? I said. Anywhere in the world, he said. Everybody uses it. We lag behind other countries. We don't like to admit we worry about counterfeiting. I remembered what Molly had said, faith and trust. I nodded. The currency must look stable, Kelstein said. That's why we're so reluctant to change it. It's got to look reliable, solid, unchanging. Turn that 10 over and take a look. I looked at the green picture on the back of the 10. The Treasury building was standing in a deserted street. Only one car was driving past. It looked like a Model T Ford. Hardly changed since 1929, Kelstein said. Psychologically, it's very important. We choose to put the appearance of dependability before security. It made Joe's job very difficult. I nodded again. Right, I said. So we've covered the press, the plates, and the inks. What about the paper? Kelstein brightened up and clasped his small hands like we'd reached the really interesting part. Paper is problem number 4, he said. Actually, we should really say it's problem number 1. It's by far the biggest problem. It's the thing Joe and I couldn't understand about Kleiner's operation. Why not? I asked him. Because their paper is perfect, he said. It's 100% perfect. Their paper is better than their printing, and that is absolutely unheard of. He started shaking his great white head in wonderment, like he was lost in admiration for Kleiner's achievement. We sat there, knee to knee in the old armchairs in silence. Perfect? I prompted him. He nodded and started up with the lecture again. It's unheard of, he said again. The paper is the hardest part of the whole process. Don't forget, we're not talking about some amateur thing here. We're talking about an industrial-scale operation. In a year, they're printing $4 billion worth of hundreds. That many? I said, surprised. 4 billion, he said again. About the same as the Lebanon operation. Those were Joe's figures. He was in a position to know. And that makes it inexplicable. 4 billion in hundreds is 40 million banknotes. That's a lot of paper. That's a completely inexplicable amount of paper, Mr. Reacher. And their paper is perfect. What sort of paper would they need? I asked him. He reached over and took the $10 bill back from me, crumpled it and pulled it and snapped it. It's a blend of fibers, he said, very clever and entirely unique. About 80% cotton, about 20% linen. No wood pulp in it at all. It's got more in common with the shirt on your back than with a newspaper, for instance. It's got a very clever chemical colorant in it,
to give it a unique cream tint. And it's got random red and blue polymer threads pulped in as fine as silk. Currency stock is wonderful paper. Durable, lasts for years, won't come apart in water, hot or cold. Absolutely precise absorbency, capable of accepting the finest engraving the plate makers can achieve.
So the paper would be difficult to copy, I said.
Virtually impossible, he said. In a way, it's so difficult to copy that even the official government supplier can't copy it. They have tremendous difficulty just keeping it consistent batch to batch, and they're by far the most sophisticated paper maker in the entire world.
I ran it all through my head. Press, plates, ink, and paper. So the paper supply is really the key to all this, I said. Kelstein nodded ruefully.
That was our conclusion, he said. We agreed the paper supply was crucial, and we agreed we had no idea how they were managing it. That's why I can't really help you. I couldn't help Joe, and I can't help you. I'm terribly sorry.
I looked at him. They've got a warehouse full of something, I said. Could that be paper? He snorted in derision, snapped his great head around towards me.
Don't you listen, he said. Currency stock is unobtainable. Completely unobtainable. You couldn't get 40 sheets of currency stock, never mind 40 million sheets. The whole thing is a total mystery. Joe and Walter and I racked our brains for a year, and we came up with nothing.
I think Bartholomew came up with something, I said. Kelstein nodded sadly. He levered himself slowly out of his chair and stepped to his desk, pressed the replay button on his telephone answering machine. The room was filled with an electronic beep, then with the sound of a dead man's voice. "Kelstein?" the voice said. "Bartholomew here. It's Thursday night, late. I'm going to call you in the morning, and I'm going to tell you the answer. I knew I'd beat you to it. Good night, old man." The voice had excitement in it. Kelstein stood there and gazed into space as if Bartholomew's spirit was hanging there in the still air. He looked upset. I couldn't tell if that was because his old colleague was dead or because his old colleague had beaten him to the answer.
Poor Walter, he said. I knew him 56 years.
I sat quietly for a spell. Then I stood up as well. "I'll figure it out," I said. Kelstein put his head on one side and looked at me sharply.
"Do you really think you will?" he said. "When Joe couldn't?"
I shrugged at the old guy. "Maybe Joe did," I said. "We don't know what he'd figured out before they got him. Anyway, right now I'm going back to Georgia. Carry on the search." Kelstein nodded and sighed. He looked stressed.
"Good luck, Mr. Reacher," he said. "I hope you finish your brother's business. Perhaps you will. He spoke of you often. He liked you, you know."
"He spoke of me?" I said.
"Often," the old guy said again. "He was very fond of you. He was sorry your job kept you so far away."
For a moment, I couldn't speak. I felt unbearably guilty. Years would pass. I wouldn't think about him. But he was thinking about me.
"He was older, but you looked after him," he said. "That's what Joe told me. He said you were very fierce, very tough. I guess if Joe wanted anybody to take care of the Kleiners, he'd have nominated you."
I nodded. "I'm out of here," I said. I shook his frail hand and left him with the cops in the security office. I was trying to figure where Kleiner was getting his perfect paper, and I was trying to figure if I could get the 6 o'clock flight back to Atlanta if I hurried, and I was trying to ignore what Kelstein had told me about Joe speaking fondly of me. The streets were clogged, and I was busy thinking about it all and scanning for an empty cab. Which was why I didn't notice two Hispanic guys strolling up to me. But what I did notice was the gun the leading guy showed me. It was a small automatic held in a small hand, concealed under one of those cocky raincoats city people carry on their arms in September. He showed me the weapon, and his partner signaled to a car waiting 20 yards away at the curb. The car lurched forward, and the partner stood ready to open a door like the top-hatted guys do outside the expensive apartment houses up there. I was looking at the gun and looking at the car, making choices.
"Get into the car,"
the guy with the gun said softly,
"or I'll shoot you."
I stood there, and all that was passing through my mind was that I might miss my flight. I was trying to remember when the next nonstop left. 7 o'clock, I thought.
"In the car,"
the guy said again. I was pretty sure he wouldn't fire the gun on the street. It was a small gun, but there was no silencer on it. It would make a hell of a noise, and it was a crowded street. The other guy's hands were empty. He maybe had a gun in his pocket. There was just the driver in the car, probably a gun on the seat beside him. I was unarmed. My jacket with the blackjack and the knife and the Desert Eagle was 800 miles away in Atlanta. Choices. I chose not to get into the car. I just stood there in the street, gambling with my life that the guy wouldn't shoot in public. He stood there, holding the raincoat out towards me. The car stopped next to us. His partner stood on the other side of me. They were small guys. The both of them wouldn't have made one of me. The car waited, idling at the curb. Nobody moved. We were just frozen there, like some kind of a display in a store window, like new fashions for the fall, old army fatigues put with Burberry raincoats. It gave the two guys a big problem. In a situation like that, there's a split-second opportunity to carry out your threat. If you say you're going to shoot, you've got to shoot. If you don't, you're a spent force. Your bluff is called. If you don't shoot, you're nothing. And the guy didn't shoot. He just stood there, twisted up with indecision. People swirled around us on the busy sidewalk. Cars were blasting their horns at the guy stopped at the curb. They were smart guys. Smart enough not to shoot me on a busy New York street. Smart enough to know I'd called their bluff. Smart enough to never again make a threat they weren't going to keep. But not smart enough to walk away. They just stood there. So I swayed backwards, as if I was going to take a step away. The gun under the raincoat prodded forwards at me. I tracked the movement and grabbed the little guy's wrist with my left hand, pulled the gun around behind me, and hugged the guy close with my right arm around his shoulders. We looked like we were dancing the waltz together, or we were lovers at a train station. Then I fell forward and crushed him against the car. All the time, I was squeezing his wrist as hard as I could, with my nails dug in. Left-handed, but it was hurting him. My weight leaning up on him was giving him a struggle to breathe. His partner still had his hand on the car door. His glance was darting back and forth. Then his other hand was going for his pocket. So I jackknifed my weight back and rolled around my guy's gun hand and threw him against the car. And then I ran like hell. In 5 strides, I was lost in the crowd. I dodged and barged my way through the mass of people, ducked in and out of doorways, and ran through shrieking and honking traffic across the streets. The two guys stayed with me for a spell, but the traffic eventually stopped them. They weren't taking the risks I was taking. I got a cab 8 blocks away from where I'd started and made the 6 o'clock nonstop LaGuardia to Atlanta. Going back, it took longer for some reason. I was sitting there for 2.5 hours. I thought about Joe all the way through the airspace above Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia. Above the Carolinas and into Georgia, I thought about Rosco. I wanted her back. I missed her like crazy. We came down through storm clouds 10 miles thick. The Atlanta evening gloom was turned to pitch black by the clouds. Looked like an enormous weather system was rolling in from somewhere. When we got off the plane, the air in the little tunnel was thick and heavy and smelled of storm as well as kerosene. I picked up the Bentley key from the information counter in the arrivals hall. It was in an envelope with a parking claim. I walked out to find the car. Felt a warm wind blowing out of the north. The storm was going to be a big one. I could feel the voltage building up for the lightning. I found the car in the short-term lot. The rear windows were all tinted black. The guy hadn't gotten around to doing the front side glass or the windshield. It made the car look like something royalty might use, with a chauffeur driving them. My jacket was laid out in the trunk. I put it on and felt the reassuring weight of the weaponry in the pockets again. I got in the driver's seat and nosed out of the lot and headed south down the highway in the dark. It was 9 o'clock Friday evening. Maybe 36 hours before they could start shipping the stockpile out on Sunday. It was 10 o'clock when I got back to Margrave. 35 hours to go. I had spent the hour thinking about some stuff we had learned back in staff college. We'd studied military philosophies, mostly written by those old krauts who loved all that stuff. I hadn't paid much attention. But I remember some big thing which said sooner or later you've got to engage the enemy's main force. You don't win the war unless you do that. Sooner or later you seek out their main force and you take it on and you destroy it. I knew their main force had started with 10 people. Hubble had told me that. Then there were 9 after they ditched Morrison. I knew about the 2 Kleiners, Teal, and Baker. That left me 5 more names to find. I smiled to myself, pulled off the county road into Eno's gravel lot, parked up on the far end of the row and got out, stretched and yawned in the night air. The storm was holding off, but it was going to break. The air was still thick and heavy. I could still feel the voltage in the clouds. I could still feel the warm wind on my back. I got into the back of the car, stretched out on the leather bench, and went to sleep. I wanted to get an hour and a half. I started dreaming about John Lee Hooker. In the old days, before he got famous again. He had an old steel-strung guitar, played it sitting on a little stool. The stool was placed on a square of wooden board. He used to press old beer bottle caps into the soles of his shoes to make them noisy, like homemade tap shoes. He'd sit on his stool and play that guitar with his bold, choppy style, all the while pounding on the wooden board with his noisy shoes. I was dreaming of him pounding out the rhythm with his shoes on that old board. But it wasn't John Lee's shoes making the noise. It was somebody knocking on the Bentley's windshield. I snapped awake and struggled up. Sergeant Baker was looking in at me. The big chrome clock on the dash showed 10:30. I'd slept a half hour. That was all I was going to get. First thing I did was to change my plan. A much better one had fallen right into my lap. The old krauts would have approved. Tactical flexibility was big with them. Second thing I did was to put my hand in my pocket and snick the safety off the Desert Eagle. Then I got out of the opposite door and looked along the car roof at Baker. He was using his friendly grin, gold tooth and all. "How you doing?" he said. "Sleeping in a public place. Around here you could get arrested for vagrancy." I grinned a friendly grin right back at him. "Highway safety," I said. "They tell you don't drive if you're tired. Pull off and take a nap, right?" "Come on in and I'll buy you a cup of coffee," he said. "You want to wake up, Eno's coffee should do it for you." I locked the car, kept my hand in my pocket. We crunched over the gravel and into the diner, slid into the end booth. The woman with the glasses brought us coffee. We hadn't asked. She just seemed to know. "So how you doing?" Baker said. "Feeling bad about your brother?" I shrugged at him, drank my coffee left-handed. My right hand was wrapped around the Desert Eagle in my pocket. "We weren't close," I said. Baker nodded. "Rosco still helping the Bureau out?" he said. "Guess so," I said. "And where's old Finley tonight?" he asked. "Jacksonville," I said. "He had to go to Florida, check something out." "Jacksonville?" he said. "What does he need to check out in Jacksonville?" I shrugged again, sipped my coffee. "Search me," I said. "He doesn't tell me anything. I'm not on the payroll. I'm just an errand boy. Now he's got me running up to Hubble's place to fetch him something." "Hubble's place?" Baker said. "What you got to fetch from there?" "Some old papers," I said. "Anything I can find, I guess." "Then what?" he said. "You going to Florida too?" I shook my head, sipped more coffee. "Finley told me to stick him in the mail," I said. "Some Washington address. I'm going to sleep up at Hubble's place and mail him in the morning." Baker nodded slowly. Then he flashed his friendly grin again. But it was forced. We finished up our coffee. Baker dropped a couple of bucks on the table, and we slid out and left. He got into his patrol car, waved at me as he drove off. I let him go ahead and strolled over the gravel to the Bentley. I rolled south to the end of the dark little town and made the right turn up Beckman Drive. Chapter 26. I had to be very careful about where I put the Bentley. I wanted it to look like it was just casually dumped, but it had to be left so nobody could get past it. I inched it back and forth for a while, left it at the top of Hubble's driveway with the wheels turned away. It looked like I'd driven up in a hurry and just slewed to a stop. I wanted the house to look like I was in there. Nothing is more obvious than an empty building. That quiet, abandoned look is a giveaway. There's a stillness, no human vibrations. So I opened the front door with the key from the big bunch Charlie had given me, walked through and turned on some random lights. In the den, I switched the television set on and left it at a low murmur. Same thing with the radio in the kitchen. Pulled a few drapes, went back outside. It looked pretty good. Looked like there might be someone in there. Then the first stop was the coat closet off the main hallway. I was looking for gloves. Not easy to find in the Sun Belt, not much call for them. But Hubble had some. 2 pairs, lying neatly on a shelf. One was a pair of ski gloves, lime green and lilac. Not much good to me. I wanted something dark. The other pair was what I wanted. Dressy things in thin black leather. Banker's gloves, very soft, like a second skin. The ski gloves made me look for a hat. If the Hubbles had taken trips up to Colorado, they'd have had all the gear. I found a box of hats. There was a kind of a watch cap in there, some sort of a synthetic fiber. The bottom part rolled down to make ear flaps. The hat was printed up in a dark green pattern. It would do. Next stop was the master bedroom. I found Charlie's vanity table. It was bigger than some of the rooms I'd lived in. She had a mass of cosmetics, all kinds of things. I took a tube of waterproof mascara into the bathroom, smeared it all over my face. Then I fastened the jacket, put on the hat, put on the gloves. I walked back into the bedroom and checked the result in the full-length mirrors on the closet doors. Not bad. Just about right for night work. I went back outside, locked up the front door again. I could feel the huge storm clouds clamping down overhead. It was very dark. I stood by the front door and checked myself over. Put the pistol in the inside jacket pocket, moved the zip down and checked the drawer. Came out okay. Loaded, cocked, safety on. Spare shells in the outside top right pocket, switchblade in the left side pocket, blackjack in the right side pocket, shoes tightly laced. I walked down the driveway, away from the house, past the parked Bentley, 12 or 15 yards, pushed through the greenery, and settled in a spot where I could just about see up and down the drive. I sat on the cold earth and got ready to wait. In an ambush situation, Waiting is what wins the battle. If the other guy is wary, he'll come early or late, when he figures you won't be expecting him. So however early he might make it, you've got to be ready earlier. However late he might leave it, you've got to wait it out. You wait in a kind of trance. You need infinite patience. No use fretting or worrying. You just wait, doing nothing, thinking nothing, burning no energy. Then you burst into action. After an hour, 5 hours, a day, a week. Waiting is a skill, like anything else. It was 1:45 when I settled in for the wait. I could feel the storm boiling up overhead. The air was like soup. It was pitch dark. About midnight, the storm broke. Heavy drops the size of quarters spattered the leaves around me. They built into a deluge within seconds. It was like sitting in a shower stall. Awesome thunderclaps crashed about. They ripped and banged, and the lightning blazed in sheets. The garden around me was lit up like day for seconds at a time. I sat under the lashing rain and waited. 10 minutes. 15. They came for me at 20 minutes past midnight. The rain was still bad, and the thunder was still crashing and rolling. I didn't hear their truck until it was well up the driveway. I heard it crunching over the gravel about 40 feet away. It was a dark green panel truck, gold lettering, Kleiner Foundation, like the one I'd seen near Roscoe's place on Tuesday morning. It crunched past me about 6 feet away, wide tires on the gravel. That's what Finley had seen up at the Morrison place. Marks on the gravel made by wide tires. The truck stopped a few yards beyond me. It pulled up sharp just behind the Bentley. Couldn't get past. Just where I wanted it. I heard the engine stop and the parking brake ratchet on. First guy out was the driver. He was wearing a white nylon bodysuit. It had a hood pulled tight around his face. Over his face was a surgical mask. He was wearing thin rubber gloves. On his feet, rubber overshoes. He vaulted out of the driver's seat and walked around to the rear doors. I knew that walk. I knew that tall, heavy build. I knew those long, powerful arms. It was the Kleiner kid. The Kleiner kid himself had come to kill me. He slapped his palm on the rear door. It made a hollow boom. Then he turned the handle and opened up. 4 men came out, all dressed the same. White nylon bodysuits, hoods pulled tight, masks, gloves, rubber overshoes. 2 were carrying bags. 2 had long, fat shotguns. A total of 5 men. I'd expected 4. 5 was going to be harder, but more productive. The rain was lashing down on them. I could hear the brittle spatter as it hit their stiff nylon suits. I could hear the metallic clang as the heavy drops bounced off the roof of their truck. I saw them caught by a lightning flash. They looked like banshees, like something escaped from hell. They were a terrifying sight. For the first time, I doubted if I would have beaten them on Monday night. But I was going to beat them tonight. Tonight, I would have the advantage of surprise. I would be an invisible nightmare figure let loose among them. The Kleiner kid was organizing them. He reached into the back of the truck and pulled out a crowbar, pointed to 3 of his soldiers and walked off with them through the downpour to the house. The 5th guy was going to wait with the truck. Because of the rain, he was going to get back in the cab. I saw him glance up at the black sky and glance forward at the driver's seat. I pulled out the sap, forced my way through the bushes. The guy couldn't hear me. The rain was roaring in his ears. He turned his back and took a step toward the driver's door. I shut my eyes for a second and pictured Joe lying on the slab at the morgue with no face. Pictured Rosco shaking with horror as she stared at the footprints on her hallway floor. Then I crashed out of the bushes, skipped up behind the guy, smashed the sap across the back of his skull. It was a big sap, and I gave it all I had. I felt the bone explode under it. The guy went down on the gravel like a tree. He lay face down, and the rain hammered on his nylon suit. I broke his neck with a single mighty kick. 1 down. I dragged the body across the gravel and left it at the back of the truck, walked around and pulled the keys out of the ignition, crept on up to the house. I put the sap back in my pocket, popped the switchblade, and carried it in my right hand. I didn't want to use the gun in the house, too noisy, even with the thunder crashing outside. I stopped inside the front door. The lock was forced and the wood was splintered. I saw the crowbar on the hallway floor. It was a big house. It was going to take them some time to search it. My guess was they'd stick together as a group of 4. They'd search together. Then they'd split up. I could hear them tramping through the upper floor. I stepped back outside to wait for one of them to come down into the hallway. I waited, pressed against the wall, next to the broken door. I was sheltered by the overhang of the roof. The rain was still torrential. It was as bad as a tropical storm. I waited nearly 5 minutes before the first one came downstairs. I heard the creak of his tread in the hallway, heard him open the coat closet door. I stepped inside the house. His back was to me. He was one of the shotgun carriers, tall, lighter than me. I fell in behind him, reached over the top of his head with my left hand, stuck my fingers in his eyes. He dropped the shotgun. It thudded onto the carpet. I pulled him backward and turned him and ran him out through the door, into the downpour, dug my fingers deeper into his eyes, hauled his head back, cut his throat. You don't do it with one elegant swipe, not like in the movies. No knife is sharp enough for that. There's all kinds of tough gristle in the human throat. You have to saw back and forth with a lot of strength. Takes a while. But it works. It works well. By the time you've sawed back to the bone, the guy is dead. This guy was no exception. His blood hosed out and mixed with the rain. He sagged against my grip. 2 down. I dragged the body over to the lawn by the top of his hood. No good picking him up under the knees and shoulders. His head would have lolled back and fallen off. I left him on the grass, ran back inside, picked up the shotgun and grimaced. It was a serious weapon, an Ithaca Mag-10. I'd seen 'em in the Army. They fire an enormous cartridge. People call 'em the road blocker. There's enough power in them to kill people through the side of a soft-skinned vehicle. Face to face, they're devastating. They only hold 3 cartridges, but like we used to say, by the time you've fired 3 rounds, the battle is definitely over. I kept the blade out as my weapon of choice. Silent. But the shotgun would be better than the Desert Eagle as backup. Thing is, with a shotgun, aiming is a luxury. A shotgun sprays a wide cone of lead. With a Mag-10, as long as it's pointed vaguely in the right direction, you're gonna score. I stepped back out through the splintered door and pressed against the wall, out of the deluge. I waited. Now my guess was they'd start coming out of the house. They wouldn't find me in there, and they'd miss the guy I'd just dropped. So they'd start coming out. It was inevitable. They couldn't stay in there forever. I waited. 10 minutes. I could hear creaking from the floor inside. Ignored it. Sooner or later, they'd come out. They came out. 2 guys together. They came as a pair. That made me hesitate a fraction. They stepped out into the downpour, and I heard the rain start roaring against their nylon hoods. I pulled out the sap again, swapped it into my right hand. The first guy went down easily enough. I caught him square on the back of his neck with the heavy sap, and his head nearly came off. But the second guy reacted and twisted away, so that I missed with the next swing. The sap just smashed his collarbone and dropped him to his knees. I stabbed him left-handed in the face, lined up for another shot with the sap. Took me 2 more blows to break his neck. He was a wiry guy, but not wiry enough. 4 down. I dragged the 2 bodies through the lashing rain to the lawn at the edge of the gravel drive, piled them with the other guy. I had 4 down and 1 shotgun captured, the truck keys in my pocket, the Kleiner kid with a shotgun still on the loose. I couldn't find him. I didn't know where he was. I stepped into the house, out of the rain, and listened. Couldn't hear a thing. The roar of the rain on the roof and on the gravel outside was too much. It was putting up a mask of white noise over everything else. If the kid was alerted and creeping around, I wouldn't hear him. It was going to be a problem. I crept into the garden room. The rain was hammering on the roof. I stood still and listened hard. Heard the kid in the hallway. He was on his way out. He was going out the front door. If he turned right, he was going to trip over his 3 dead grunts piled on the lawn. But he turned left. He walked past the garden room windows. He was headed across the soaking lawn to the patio area. I watched him walk by, through the deluge, maybe 8 feet away. Looked like a ghost from hell. A ghost from hell holding a long black shotgun out in front of him. I had the garden room key in my pocket on the Bentley ring. I unlocked the door and stepped out. The rain hit me like a drenching from a fire hose. I crept around to the patio. The Kleiner kid was standing there, looking down towards the big swimming pool. I crouched in the rain and watched him. From 20 feet, I could hear the downpour thrashing against his white nylon bodysuit. Lightning was searing the sky, and the thunder was a continuous crashing. I didn't want to shoot him with the Mag-10 I was holding. I had to dispose of the bodies. I had to leave old man Kleiner unsettled. I had to keep him guessing about what had happened, about where his boy had disappeared to. It would unbalance him. And it was crucial to my own safety. I couldn't afford to leave the slightest shred of evidence behind. Using the big Ithaca against the kid would make a hell of a mess. Disposing of his body would be a severe problem. Finding all of it would be difficult. I waited. The kid set off down the long sloping lawn to the pool. I looped around, staying on the wet grass. The kid walked slowly. He was worried. He was on his own. His vision wasn't good. The tight hood around his face was limiting his field of view. He kept turning his head from side to side, stiff-necked, like a mechanical thing. He stopped at the edge of the pool. I was a yard behind him. I was swaying left and right, staying out of the edge of his vision as he swung his gaze from side to side. His massive shotgun was traversing left and right over the teeming pool. The books I used to read, the movies people see, I should have fought him nobly. I was here to stand up for my brother. And right in front of me was the guy who'd kicked his body around like a bundle of rags. We should have duked it out, face to face. He should have been made aware of who his opponent was. He should have been made aware of why he had to die. All that noble man-to-man stuff. But real life wasn't like that. Joe would have laughed at all that. I swung the sap with all my strength at his head, just as he turned to walk back to the house. The sap glanced off the slick nylon, and the momentum of the heavy lead-filled tube pulled me hopelessly off balance. I was falling like a man on ice. The kid spun and raised the shotgun, pumped a shell into the chamber. I flung my arm up and knocked the barrel aside, rolled right under his field of fire. He squeezed the trigger, and there was an enormous explosion, louder than the worst of the thunder. I heard leaves tearing and ripping as the shot smashed into the trees beyond us. The ferocious recoil rocked him back, but he pumped the second shell. I heard the menacing double crunch of the mechanism. I was on my back on the poolside tiles, but I lunged up and grabbed the gun with both hands, forced the barrel up and the stock down, and he fired into the air again. Another terrifying explosion. This time, I pulled with the recoil and tore the gun out of his hands, thrust up and jabbed the stock at his face. It was a poor blow. The Ithaca has a big rubber pad on the stock. It protects the shooter's shoulder from the savage recoil. Now it protected the kid's head from my jab. He just rocked back. I dived at his legs and slammed him backward, swiped at his feet, and tripped him into the pool. He splashed in on his back. I jumped in on top of him. We were in the deep end of the pool, thrashing about for the winning hold. The rain was hammering. Chlorine was burning my eyes and nose. I fought on until I got his throat, tore the nylon hood back and got my hands right on his neck, locked my arms and thrust the kid's head far under the water. I was crushing his throat with all my strength. That biker in Warburton had thought he was doing a job on me, but that had been like a lover's caress compared to what I was doing to the Kleiner kid. I was tearing his head off. I squeezed and wrenched and held him a yard underwater until he died. Didn't take long. Never does in that situation. The first guy under stays under. It could have been me. I was treading water and gasping through the chlorine stink. The rain was chopping up the surface. It was impossible to tell where the water ended and the air began. I let his body float off and swam to the side, clung on and got my breath. The weather was a nightmare. The thunder was now a continuous roar, and the lightning blazed in sheets. The rain was a relentless downpour. It would have kept me drier to stay in the pool. But I had things to do. I swam back to fetch the kid's body. It was floating a yard down. I towed it back to the side, hauled myself out, grabbed a bunch of nylon in each hand, and dragged the body out after me. It weighed a ton. It lay on the poolside with water gushing out of the suit at the wrists and ankles. I left it there and staggered back up toward the garage. Walking was not easy. My clothes were soaking wet and cold. It was like walking in chainmail. But I made it to the garage and found the key, unlocked the door and hit the light. It was a 3-car garage, just the other Bentley in there. Hubble's own car, same vintage as Charlie's. Gorgeous dark green, lovingly polished to a deep gloss. I could see my reflection in the paint as I moved about. I was looking for a wheelbarrow or a garden truck, whatever gardeners use. The garage was full of garden gear, a big ride-on mower, hoses, tools. In the far corner, a sort of barrow thing with big spoke wheels like a bicycle. I wheeled it out into the storm and down to the pool, scrabbled around and found the 2 shotguns and the wet sap, dropped the shotguns in the barrow and put the sap back in my pocket. Checked the kid's corpse still had its shoes on and heaved it into the barrow, wheeled it up to the house and down the driveway, squeezed it past the Bentley and rolled it around to the back of the truck. I opened the rear doors and heaved the corpse inside, scrambled up and dragged it well in. The rain was clattering on the roof. Then I lifted the first guy's body in and dragged it up next to the Kleiner kid, threw the shotguns in on top of him. 2 stowed. Then I took the barrow up to where I'd piled the other 3. They were sprawled out on the soaking lawn with the rain roaring on their hideous suits. I wheeled them back to the truck they'd come in, got all 5 laid out inside. Then I ran the barrow back through the deluge to the garage, put it back in the corner where I'd found it, took a flashlight from the workbench. I wanted to get a look at the 4 boys young Kleiner had brought with him. I ran back through the rain to the truck and stepped up inside, switched on the flashlight, and crouched over the forlorn row of corpses. The Kleiner kid I knew. The other 4, I pulled back their hoods and tore away their masks, played the flashlight beam over their faces. 2 of them were the gatemen from the warehouse. I'd watched them through the field glasses on Thursday, and I was sure of it. Maybe I wouldn't have sworn to it in a court-martial, but I wasn't interested in that kind of a judicial procedure tonight. The other 2 I did know for sure. No doubt about it. They were police. They were the backup crew from Friday. They'd come with Baker and Stevenson to the diner to arrest me. I'd seen them around the station house a few times since. They had been inside the scam. More of Mayor Teal's concealed troops. I scrambled out of the truck again and took the flashlight back to the garage, locked up the doors, and ran through the rain to the front of the house. Scooped up the 2 bags they'd brought, dumped them inside Hubble's hallway, and hit the light. Looked through the bags. Spare gloves and masks, a box of 10-gauge shotgun shells, a hammer, a bag of 6-inch nails, and 4 knives. Medical type of thing. They could cut you just looking at 'em. I picked up the crowbar from where they'd dropped it after breaking the lock. Put it in one of the bags, carried the bags down to the truck, and hurled them in on top of the 5 bodies. Then I shut and locked the rear doors and ran through the lashing rain up to the house again. I ran through and locked up the garden room, ran back to the kitchen. I opened the oven door and emptied my pockets, laid everything out on the floor. Found a couple of baking sheets in the next cupboard. I stripped down the Desert Eagle and laid the parts carefully on one of the trays, piled the spare bullets next to them, put the knife, the sap, the Bentley keys, and my money and papers on the other tray. I put the trays in the oven and turned on the heat very low. I went out the front and pulled the splintered door as far shut as it would go, ran past the Bentley and got into the Kleiner Foundation truck, fiddled with the unfamiliar key and started it up, reversed carefully down the driveway and swung backward out onto Beckman Drive, rolled down the slope to town. The windshield wipers beat furiously against the rain. I skirted the big square with a church, made the right turn at the bottom, and headed south. The place was deserted, nobody else on the road. 300 yards south of the village green, I turned into Morrison's driveway, drove the truck up to the house and parked it next to his abandoned Lincoln, locked the door, ran over to Morrison's boundary fence and hurled the keys far into the field beyond, shrugged my jacket tight around me, and started walking back through the rain. Started thinking hard. Saturday was already more than an hour old. Therefore, Sunday was less than a day away. The shape of the thing was clear. I had 3 facts for sure. Fact 1, Kleiner needed special paper. Fact 2, it wasn't obtainable in the States. But fact 3, the warehouse was jammed with something. And the writing on those air conditioner boxes was bothering me. Not the Island Air Conditioning Inc., not the printed bit, the other writing, the serial numbers. The boxes I'd seen had handwritten serial numbers in printed rectangles. I'd seen them quite clearly. The Jacksonville cops had described the same thing on the box's installer's speeding truck. Long, handwritten serial numbers. But why? The boxes themselves were good cover, good camouflage. Hauling something secret to Florida and beyond in air conditioner boxes was a smart move. No product was more plausible for the markets down there. The boxes had fooled the Jacksonville cops. They hadn't thought twice about it. But the serial numbers bothered me. If there were no electrical appliances in the boxes, why write serial numbers on them? That was taking camouflage to absurd lengths. So what the hell did those serial numbers mean? What the hell had been in those damn boxes? That was the question I was asking myself. In the end, it was Joe who answered it for me. I was walking along in the rain, thinking about what Kelstein had said about precision. He had said Joe had a very attractive precision about the manner in which he expressed himself. I knew that. I was thinking about the neat little list he'd printed out for himself, the proud capital letters, the rows of initials, the column of telephone numbers, the 2 notes at the bottom. Stoller's garage, Gray's Kleiner file. I needed to check the list again. But I was suddenly sure Joe was telling me if I wanted to know what Kleiner had been putting into those boxes, it might be worth going up to the Stoller's garage and taking a look. Chapter 27. First thing I did back at the house was root around in Charlie Hubble's expensive kitchen for coffee, started the machine burbling away. Then I opened up the oven, got all my things out. They had been warmed for the best part of an hour, and they were bone dry. The leather on the sap and the key ring had stiffened up some. Other than that, no damage. I put the gun back together and loaded it, left it on the kitchen table. Cocked and locked. Then I checked Joe's computer printout for the confirmation I thought was there. But there was a problem. A major problem. The paper was bone dry and crisp, but the writing had gone. The paper was completely blank. The swimming pool water had washed all the ink off. There were very faint blurred smudges, but I couldn't make out the words. I shrugged to myself. I'd read it through 100 times. I'd rely on my memory of what it had said. Next stop was the basement. I fiddled around with the furnace until it kicked in. Then I stripped off and shoved all my clothes in Charlie's electric dryer, set it on low for an hour. I had no idea what I was doing. In the Army, some corporal had done my laundry. Took it away, brought it back clean and folded. Since then, I always bought cheap stuff and just junked it. I walked upstairs naked and went into Hubble's bathroom, took a long hot shower and scrubbed the mascara off my face. Stood for a long time in the hot water, wrapped myself up in a towel, and went down for the coffee. I couldn't go up to Atlanta that night. I wouldn't get there before maybe 3:30 in the morning. That was the wrong time to be sure of talking my way inside. I had no ID to show and no proper status. A night visit could turn into a problem. I would have to leave it until tomorrow first thing. No choice. So I thought about sleeping. I turned the kitchen radio off and wandered through to Hubble's den. Turned the television off. Looked around. It was a dark, snug room. Lots of wood paneling and big leather chairs. Next to the television was a stereo. Some kind of a Japanese thing. Rows of compact discs and cassette tapes. Big emphasis on the Beatles. Hubble had said he'd been interested in John Lennon. Had been to the Dakota in New York City and to Liverpool in England. He had just about everything. All the albums, a few bootlegs, that singles collection on CD they sold in a wooden box. Over the desk was a bookshelf. Stacks of professional periodicals and a row of heavy books. Technical banking journals and reports. The professional periodicals took up a couple of feet of shelf space. They looked pretty deadly. Random copies of something calling itself The Banking Journal. A couple of issues of a solid magazine called Bank Management. One called Banker, Banker's Magazine, Banker's Monthly, Business Journal, Business Week, Cash Management Bulletin, The Economist, The Financial Post. All filed in line with the alphabet, all in neat date order. Just random copies, ranging back over the last few years. No complete sets. At the end of the row were some U.S. Treasury Department dispatches and a couple of issues of something calling itself World of Banking. A curious collection. Seemed very selective. Maybe they were especially heavy issues. Maybe Hubble had read them through when he couldn't sleep. I wasn't going to have any trouble sleeping. I was on my way out of the den, off to find a bed to borrow, when something occurred to me. I stepped back to the desk and peered at the bookshelf again. Ran my finger along the row of magazines and journals. Checked the dates printed on the spines under the pompous titles. Some of them were recent issues. The random sequence continued right up to the latest issue of a couple of them. More than a dozen were from this year. Fully a third of them were published after Hubble had left his job at the bank, after he had been let go. They were published for bankers, but by then Hubble hadn't been a banker anymore. But he had still been ordering up these heavy professional journals. He had still been getting them. Still reading all this complicated stuff. Why? I pulled out a couple of the periodicals, looked at the covers. They were thick, glossy magazines. I held them in my fingers at the top and bottom of the spines. They fell open at the pages Hubble had consulted. I looked at those pages, pulled out some more issues, let them fall open. I sat down in Hubble's leather chair. I sat there wrapped in his towel, reading. I read right through the shelf, from left to right, from beginning to end. All the periodicals. It took me an hour. Then I started in on the books. I ran my finger along the dusty row. Stopped with a little shock when I spotted a couple of names I knew. Kelstein and Bartholomew. A big old volume, bound in red leather. Their Senate subcommittee report. I pulled it out and started flicking through. It was an amazing publication. Kelstein had modestly described it as the anti-counterfeiter's Bible. And it was. He'd been too modest. It was totally exhaustive. It was a painstaking history of every known forging technique. Copious examples and instances were taken from every racket ever discovered. I hefted the heavy volume onto my lap. Read for another solid hour. At first, I concentrated on paper problems. Kelstein had said that paper was the key. He and Bartholomew had provided a long appendix about paper. It expanded on what he'd told me face to face. The cotton and linen fibers, the chemical colorant, the introduction of the red and blue polymer threads. The paper was produced in Dalton, Massachusetts, by an outfit called Crane and Company. I nodded to myself. I'd heard of them. Seemed to me I'd bought some Christmas cards made by them. I remembered the thick, heavy card and the creamy rag envelopes. I'd liked them. The company had been making currency stock for the Treasury since 1879. For over a century, it had been trucked down to Washington under heavy guard in armored cars. None had ever been stolen. Not a single sheet. Then I flipped backward from the appendix and started looking at the main text. I piled Hubble's little library on his desk, trawled through it all again. Some things I read twice, 3 times. I kept diving back into the untidy sprawl of dense articles and reports, checking, cross-referencing, trying to understand the arcane language. I kept going back to the big red Senate report. There were 3 paragraphs I read over and over again. The first was about an old counterfeiting ring in Bogota, Colombia. The second was about a much earlier Lebanese operation. The Christian phalangists had teamed up with some Armenian engravers during an old civil war. The third was some basic stuff about chemistry. Lots of complicated formulas. But there were a few words I recognized. I read the 3 paragraphs time and time again. I wandered through to the kitchen, picked up Joe's blank list, stared at it for a long time, wandered back to the dark, quiet den, and sat in a pool of light, and thought, and read halfway through the night. It didn't put me to sleep. It had exactly the opposite effect. It woke me up. It gave me a hell of a buzz. It left me shaking with shock and excitement. Because by the time I had finished, I knew exactly how they were getting their paper. I knew exactly where they were getting it from. I knew what had been in those air conditioner boxes last year. I didn't need to go up to Atlanta and look. I knew. I knew what Kleiner was stockpiling at his warehouse. I knew what all those trucks were bringing in every day. I knew what Joe's heading had meant. E unum pluribus. I knew why he'd chosen that reversed motto. I knew everything, with 24 hours still to go. The whole thing, from beginning to end, from top to bottom, from the inside out. And it was one hell of a clever operation. Old Professor Kelstein had said the paper was unobtainable. But Kleiner had proved him wrong. Kleiner had found a way of obtaining it. A very simple way. I jumped up from the desk and ran down to the basement, wrenched open the dryer door and pulled my clothes out, dressed hopping from foot to foot on the concrete floor, left the towel where it fell, ran back up to the kitchen, loaded up my jacket with the things I was going to need, ran outside, leaving the splintered door swinging, ran over the gravel to the Bentley, started it up and threaded it backward down the drive, roared off down Beckman and squealed a left onto Main Street, gunned it through the silent town and out beyond the diner, howled another left onto the Warburton Road and pushed the stately old car along as fast as I dared. The Bentley's headlights were dim, 20-year-old design. The night was patchy. Dawn was hours away, and the last of the trailing storm clouds were scudding across the moon. The road was never quite straight. The camber was off, and the surface was lumpy and slick with storm water. The old car was sliding and wallowing. So I cut the speed back to a cruise. Figured it was smarter to take an extra 10 minutes than to go plowing off into a field. I didn't want to join Joe. I didn't want to be another Reacher brother who knew, but who was dead. I passed the copse of trees. It was just a darker patch against the dark sky. Miles away, I could see the perimeter lights of the prison. They were blazing out over the night landscape. I cruised past. Then for miles, I could see their glow in the mirror behind me. Then I was over the bridge, through Franklin, out of Georgia, into Alabama. I rushed past the old roadhouse Rosco and I had been in. The pond. It was closed up and dark. Another mile, I was at the motel. I left the motor running and ducked into the office to rouse the night guy. "You got a guest called Finley here?" I asked him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the register. 11, he said. The whole place had that night look on it, slowed down and silent and asleep. I found Finley's cabin, number 11. His police Chevy was parked up outside. I made a lot of noise banging on his door, had to keep banging for a while. Then I heard an irritated groan. Couldn't make out any words. I banged some more. "Come on, Finley," I called. "Who's there?" I heard him shout. "It's Reacher," I said. "Open the damn door." There was a pause. Then the door opened. Finley was standing there. I'd woken him up. He was wearing a gray sweatshirt and boxer shorts. I was amazed. I realized I had expected him to be sleeping in his tweed suit with the moleskin vest. "What the hell do you want?" he said. "Something to show you," I told him. He stood yawning and blinking. "What the hell time is it?" he said. "I don't know," I said. 5 o'clock, 6 maybe. Get dressed, we're going somewhere." "Going where?" he said. "Atlanta," I said. "Something to show you." "What's something?" he said. "Just tell me, can't you?" "Get dressed, Finley," I said again. "Gotta go." He grunted, but he went to get dressed. Took him a while, 15 minutes maybe. He disappeared into the bathroom, went in there looking like a normal sort of a guy, just woken up. Came out looking like Finley, tweed suit and all. "Okay," he said. "This better be damn good, Reacher." We went out into the night. I walked over to the car while he locked his cabin door. Then he joined me. "You driving?" he said. "Why?" I said. "You got a problem with that?" He looked irritable as hell, glared at the gleaming Bentley. "Don't like people driving me," he said. "You want to let me drive?" "I don't care who drives," I said. "Just get in the damn car, will you?" He got in the driver's side and I handed him the keys. I was happy enough to do that. I was very tired. He started the Bentley up and backed it out of the lot, swung east, settled in for the drive. He went fast, faster than I had. He was a hell of a good driver. "So what's going on?" he said to me. I looked across at him. I could see his eyes in the glow from the dash. "I figured it out," I said. "I know what it's all about." He glanced back again. "So are you going to tell me?" he said. "Did you call Princeton?" I asked him. He grunted and slapped the Bentley's wheel in irritation. "I was on the phone for an hour," he said. "The guy knew a hell of a lot, but in the end he knew nothing at all." "What did he tell you?" I asked him. "He gave me the whole thing," he said. "He was a smart guy, history postgrad working for Bartholomew. Turns out Bartholomew and the other guy, Kelstein, were the big noises in counterfeiting research. Joe had been using them for background." I nodded across at him. "I got all that from Kelstein," I said. He glanced over again, still irritable. "So why are you asking me about it?" he said. "I want your conclusions," I told him. "I want to see where you got to." We didn't get to anywhere, he said. They all talked for a year and decided there was no way Kleiner could be getting so much good paper. That's exactly what Kelstein said, I told him. But I figured it out. He glanced over at me again, surprise on his face. In the far distance, I could see the glow of the prison lights at Warburton. So tell me about it, he said. Wake up and figure it out for yourself, Harvard guy, I said. He grunted again, still irritable. We drove on. We hurtled into the pool of light spilling from the prison fence, passed by the prison approach. Then the fierce yellow glare was behind us. So start me off with a clue, will you? He said. I'll give you 2 clues, I said. The heading Joe used on his list, E unum pluribus. And then think about what's unique about American currency. He nodded, thought about it, drummed his long fingers on the wheel. E unum pluribus, he said. It's a reversal of the U.S. motto, so we can assume it means out of one comes many, right? Correct, I said. And what's unique about American banknotes compared to any other country in the world? He thought about it. He was thinking about something so familiar he wasn't spotting it. We drove on, shot past the stand of trees on the left. Up ahead, a faint glimmer of dawn in the east. What? He said. I've lived all over the world, I said. 6 continents, if you count a brief spell in an Air Force weather hut in Antarctica. Dozens of countries. I've had lots of different sorts of paper money in my pocket. Yen, Deutschmarks, pounds, lira, pesos, wands, francs, shekels, rupees. Now I've got dollars. What do I notice? Finley shrugged. What? He said. Dollars are all the same size, I said. 50s, 100s, 10s, 20s, 5s, and 1s. All the same size. No other country I've seen does that. Anywhere else, the high-value notes are bigger than the small-value notes. There's a progression, right? Anywhere else, the 1 is a small bill, the 5 is bigger, the 10 is bigger, and so on. The biggest value bills are usually great big sheets of paper. But American dollars are all the same size. The $100 bill is the same size as the $1 bill. So? He asked. So where are they getting their paper from? I asked him. I waited. He glanced out of his window, away from me. He wasn't getting it, and that was irritating him. They're buying it, I said. They're buying the paper for $1 a sheet. He sighed and gave me a look. They're not buying it, for God's sake, he said. Bartholomew's guy made that clear. It's manufactured up in Dalton, and the whole operation is as tight as a fish's asshole. They haven't lost a single sheet in 120 years. Nobody's selling it off on the side, Reacher. Wrong, Finley, I said. It's for sale on the open market. He grunted again. We drove on. Came to the turn onto the county road. Finley slowed and swung left, headed north toward the highway. Now the glimmer of dawn was on our right. It was getting stronger. They're scouring the country for $1 bills, I said. That was the role Hubble took over a year and a half ago. That used to be his job at the bank, cash management. He knew how to get hold of cash. So he arranged to obtain $1 bills from banks, malls, retail chains, supermarkets, racetracks, casinos, anywhere he could. It was a big job. They needed a lot of them. They're using bank checks and wire transfers and bogus hundreds, and they're buying in genuine $1 bills from all over the U.S. About a ton a week. Finley stared across at me, nodded. He was beginning to understand. A ton a week, he said. How many is that? A ton in singles is $1 million, I said. They need 40 tons a year. $40 million in singles. Go on, he said. The trucks bring 'em down to Margrave, I said. from wherever Hubble sourced them. They come into the warehouse. Finley nodded. He was catching on. He could see it. Then they got shipped out again in the air conditioner cartons, he said. Correct, I said, until a year ago, until the Coast Guard stopped them. Nice new fresh boxes, probably ordered from some cardboard box factory 2,000 miles away. They packed them up, sealed them with tape, shipped them out. But they used to count them first before shipping them. He nodded again. To keep the books straight, he said. But how the hell do you count a ton of dollar bills a week? They weighed them, I said. Every time they filled a box, they stuck it on a scale and weighed it. With singles, an ounce is worth $30. A pound is worth 480. I read about all that last night. They weighed it, they calculated the value, then they wrote the amount on the side of the box. How do you know? He said. The serial numbers, I said, showed how much money was in the box. Finley smiled a rueful smile. Okay, he said. Then the boxes went to Jacksonville Beach, right? I nodded. Got put on a boat, I said. Got taken down to Venezuela. Then we fell silent. We were approaching the warehouse complex up at the top of the old county road. It loomed up on our left like the center of our universe. The metal siding reflected the pale dawn. Finley slowed. We looked over at the place. Our heads swiveled around as we drove past. Then we swung up the ramp onto the highway, headed north for Atlanta. Finley mashed the pedal, and the stately old car hummed along faster. What's in Venezuela? I asked him. He shrugged across at me. Lots of things, right? He said. Kleiner's chemical works, I said. It relocated there after the EPA problem. So? He said. So what does it do? I asked him. What's that chemical plant for? Something to do with cotton, he said. Right, I said, involving sodium hydroxide, sodium hypochlorite, chlorine, and water. What do you get when you mix all those chemicals together? He shrugged. The guy was a cop, not a chemist. Bleach, I said. Bleach. Pretty strong. Especially for cotton fiber. So, he said again. What did Bartholomew's guy tell you about currency paper? I asked him. Finley inhaled sharply. It was practically a gasp. Christ, he said. Currency paper is mostly cotton fiber, with a bit of linen. They're bleaching the dollar bills. My God, Reacher, they're bleaching the ink off. I don't believe it. They're bleaching the ink off the singles and giving themselves 40 million sheets of genuine blank paper to play with. I grinned at him, and he held out his right hand. We smacked a high five and whooped at each other, alone in the speeding car. You got it, Harvard guy, I said. That's how they're doing it, no doubt about that. They've figured out the chemistry and they're reprinting the blank bills as hundreds. That's what Joe meant. E unum pluribus. Out of one comes many. Out of $1 comes $100. Christ, Finley said again. They're bleaching the ink off. Oh, this is something else, Reacher. And you know what this all means. Right now, that warehouse is stuffed full to the ceiling with 40 tons of genuine dollar bills. There's $40 million in there. 40 tons all piled up waiting for the Coast Guard to pull back. We've caught 'em with their pants down, right? I laughed happily. Right, I said. Their pants are down around their ankles. Their asses are hanging out in the breeze. That's what they're so worried about. That's why they're panicking. Finley shook his head, grinned at the windshield. How the hell did you figure this out? He asked. I didn't answer right away. We drove on. The highway was hoisting us through the gathering sprawl of Atlanta's southern edge. Blocks were filling up. Construction and commerce were busy confirming the Sun Belt's growing strength. Cranes stood ready to shore up the city's southern wall against the rural emptiness outside. "We're going to take this one step at a time," I said. "First of all, I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to show you an air conditioner box stuffed with genuine $1 bills." "You are?" he said. "Where?" I glanced across at him. "In the Stoller's garage," I said. "Christ's sake, Reacher," he said. "It got burned down, and there was nothing in it, right? Even if there was, now it's got the Atlanta PD and fire chief swarming all over it." "I've got no information says it got burned down," I said. "What the hell are you talking about?" he said. "I told you it was on the telex." "Where'd you go to school?" I asked him. "What's that got to do with anything?" he said. "Precision," I said. "It's a habit of mind. It can get reinforced by good schooling. You saw Joe's computer printout, right?" Finley nodded. "You recall the second to last item?" I asked him. "Stoller's garage," he said. "Right," I said. "But think about the punctuation. If the apostrophe was before the final letter, it would mean the garage belonging to one person called Stoller. The singular possessive, they call it in school, right?" "But," he said. "It wasn't written like that," I said. "The apostrophe came after the final letter. It meant the garage belonging to the Stollers, the plural possessive, the garage belonging to two people called Stoller. And there weren't two people called Stoller living at the house out by the golf course. Judy and Sherman weren't married. The only place we're going to find two people called Stoller is the little old house where Sherman's parents live. And they've got a garage." Finley drove on in silence, trawled back to his grade school grammar. "You think he stashed a box with his folks?" he said. "It's logical," I said. "The boxes we saw in his own place were empty, but Sherman didn't know he was going to die last Thursday, so it's reasonable to assume he had more savings stashed away somewhere else. He thought he was going to live for years without working." We were just about into Atlanta. The big interchange was coming up. "Loop around past the airport," I told him. We skirted the city on a raised ribbon of concrete. We passed near the airport. I found my way back to the poor part of town. It was nearly 7:30 in the morning. The place looked pretty good in the soft morning light. The low sun gave it a spurious glow. I found the right street and the right house, crouching inoffensively behind its hurricane fencing. We got out of the car, and I led Finley through the gate in the wire fence, along the straight path to the door. I nodded to him. He pulled his badge and pounded on the door. We heard the hallway floor creak. We heard bolts and chains snapping and clinking. Then the door opened. Sherman Stoller's mother stood there. She looked awake. Didn't look like we'd got her out of bed. She didn't speak, just stared out at us. "Morning, Mrs. Stoller," I said. "Remember me?"
"You're a police officer,"
she said. Finley held his badge out toward her. She nodded.
"Better come in,"
she said. We followed her down the hall into the cramped kitchen.
"What can I do for you?"
the old lady asked. "We'd like to see the inside of your garage, ma'am," Finley said. "We have reason to believe your son may have placed some stolen property there." The woman stood silently in her kitchen for a moment. Then she turned and took a key off a nail on the wall, handed it to us without a word, walked off down the narrow hallway, and disappeared into another room. Finley shrugged at me, and we went back out the front door and walked around to the garage. It was a small tumble-down structure, barely big enough for a single car. Finley used the key on the lock and swung the door open. The garage was empty, except for two tall cartons. They were stacked side by side against the end wall, identical to the empty boxes I'd seen at Sherman Stoller's new house, Island Air Conditioning, Inc. But these were still sealed with tape. They had long, handwritten serial numbers. I took a good look at them. According to those numbers, there was $100,000 in each box. Finley and I stood there looking at the boxes, just staring at them. Then I walked over and rocked one out from the wall. Took out Morrison's knife and popped the blade, pushed the point under the sealing tape and slit the top open, pulled up the flaps on the top and pushed the box over. It landed with a dusty thump on the concrete floor. An avalanche of paper money poured out. Cash fluttered over the floor. A mass of paper money. Thousands and thousands of dollar bills. A river of singles, some new, some crumpled, some in thick rolls, some in wide bricks, some loose and fluttering. The carton spilled its contents, and the flood tide of cash reached Finley's polished shoes. He crouched down and plunged his hands into the lake of money. He grabbed 2 random fistfuls of cash and held them up. The tiny garage was dim, just a small dirty window pane letting in the pale morning light. Finley stayed down on the floor with his big hands full of dollar bills. We looked at the money, and we looked at each other. "How much was in there?" Finley asked. I kicked the box over to find the handwritten number. More cash spilled out and fluttered over the floor. "Nearly 100,000, I told him. "What about the other one?" he said. I looked over at the other box, read the long handwritten number. 100 grand plus change, I said. Must be packed tighter. He shook his head, dropped the dollar bills, and started swishing his hands through the pile. Then he got up and started kicking it around, like a kid does with fall leaves. I joined him. We were laughing and kicking great sprays of cash all over the place. The air was thick with it. We were whooping and slapping each other on the back. We were smacking high tens and dancing around in $100,000 on a garage floor. Finley reversed the Bentley up to the garage door. I kicked the cash into piles and started stuffing it back into the air conditioner box. It wouldn't all go in. Problem was the tight rolls and bricks had sprung apart. It was just a mess of loose dollar bills. I stood the box upright and crushed the money down as far as I could, but it was hopeless. I must have left about 30 grand on the garage floor. "We'll take the sealed box," Finley said. "Come back for the rest later." "It's a drop in the bucket," I said. "We should leave it for the old folks, like a pension fund, an inheritance from their boy." He thought about it, shrugged like it didn't matter. The cash was just lying around like litter. There was so much of it, it didn't seem like anything at all. "Okay," he said. We dragged the sealed box out into the morning light, heaved it into the Bentley's trunk. It wasn't easy. The box was very heavy. $100,000 weighs about 200 pounds. We rested up for a moment, panting. Then we shut the garage door, left the other 100 grand in there. "I'm going to call Picard," Finley said. He went back into the old couple's house to borrow their phone. I leaned against the Bentley's warm hood and enjoyed the morning sun. 2 minutes, he was back out again. "Got to go to his office," he said. "Strategy conference." He drove. He threaded his way out of the untidy maze of little streets toward the center, spun the big Bakelite wheel, and headed for the towers. "Okay," he said. "You proved it to me. Tell me how you figured it." I squirmed around in the big leather seat to face him. "I wanted to check Joe's list," I said. "That punctuation thing with the Stoller's garage. But the list had gotten soaked in chlorinated water. All the writing had bleached off." He glanced across. "You put it together from that?" he said. I shook my head. "I got it from the Senate report," I said. "There were a couple of little paragraphs. One was about an old scam in Bogota. There was another about an operation in the Lebanon years ago. They were doing the same thing, bleaching real dollar bills so they could reprint the blank paper." Finley ran a red light, glanced over at me. "So Kleiner's idea isn't original?" he asked. "Not original at all," I said. "But those other guys were very small scale, very low-level stuff. Kleiner built it up to a huge scale, sort of industrial. He's the Henry Ford of counterfeiting. Henry Ford didn't invent the automobile, right? But he invented mass production. He stopped at the next red light. There was traffic on the cross street.
"The bleaching thing was in the Senate report," he said. "So how come Bartholomew or Kelstein didn't get it? They wrote the damn thing, right?"
"I think Bartholomew did get it," I said. "I think that's what he finally figured out. That's what the email was about. He just remembered it. It was a very long report. Thousands of pages, written a long time ago. The bleaching thing was just one tiny footnote in a mass of other stuff. And it referred to very small-scale operations. No comparison at all with the volume Kleiner's into. Can't blame Bartholomew or Kelstein. They're old guys. No imagination."
Finley shrugged, parked up next to a hydrant in a tow zone.
Chapter 28. Picard met us in his dour lobby and took us off into a side room. We ran through what we knew. He nodded, and his eyes gleamed. He was looking at a big case.
"Excellent work, my friends," he said. "But who are we dealing with now? I think we got to say all these little Hispanic guys are outsiders. They're the hired help. They're not concealed. But locally, we still got 5 out of the original 10 hidden away. We haven't identified them. That could make things very tricky for us. We know about Morrison, Teal, Baker, and the 2 Kleiners, right? But who are the other 5? Could be anybody down there, right?"
I shook my head at him. "We only need to ID 1 more, I said. "I sniffed out 4 more last night. There's only the 10th guy we don't know." Picard and Finley both sat up.
"Who are they?"
Picard said. "The 2 gatemen from the warehouse," I said, "and 2 more cops, the backup crew from last Friday."
"More cops?"
Finley said.
"Shit."
Picard nodded, laid his giant hands palm down on the table.
"Okay," he said. "You guys head back to Margrave right now. Try to stay out of trouble. But if you can't, then make the arrests. But be very careful of this 10th guy. Could be anybody at all. I'll be right behind you. Give me 20 minutes to go get Rosco back, and I'll see you down there."
We all stood up, shook hands all round. Picard headed upstairs, and Finley and I headed back out to the Bentley.
"How?"
he asked me. "Baker," I said. "He bumped into me last night. I spun him a yarn about going up to Hubble's place looking for some documentation. Then I went up there and waited to see what would happen. Along came the Kleiner kid and 4 of his pals. They came to nail me to Hubble's bedroom wall."
"Christ," he said. "So what happened?"
"I took them out," I said. He did his thing of staring sideways at me at 90 miles an hour.
"You took them out?"
he said.
"You took the Kleiner kid out?"
I nodded. He was quiet for a while. Slowed to 85.
"How did it go down?"
he asked. "I ambushed them," I said. 3 of them I hit in the head. 1 of them I cut his throat. The Kleiner kid I drowned in the swimming pool. That's how Joe's list got soaked. Washed all the writing off."
"Christ," he said again. "You killed 5 men. That's a hell of a thing, Reacher. How do you feel about that?"
I shrugged. Thought about my brother Joe. Thought about him as a tall, gawky 18-year-old just off to West Point. Thought about Molly Beth Gordon, holding up her heavy burgundy leather briefcase, smiling at me. I glanced across at Finley and answered his question with one of my own. "How do you feel when you put roach powder down?" I asked him. He shook his head in a spasm like a dog clearing its coat of cold water.
"Only 4 left," he said.
He started kneading the old car's steering wheel like he was a baker making a pastry twist. He looked through the windshield and blew a huge sigh. "Any feeling for this 10th guy?" he said. "Doesn't really matter who it is," I said. "Right now, he's up at the warehouse with the other 3. They're short of staff now, right? They'll all be on guard duty overnight, loading duty tomorrow. All 4 of them." I flicked on the Bentley's radio. Some big chrome thing, some kind of a 20-year-old English make. But it worked. It pulled in a decent station. I sat listening to the music, trying not to fall asleep. "Unbelievable," Finley said. "How the hell did a place like Margrave start up with a thing like this?" "How did it start?" I said. "It started with Eisenhower. It's his fault." "Eisenhower?" he said. "What's he got to do with it?" "He built the interstates," I said. "He killed Margrave. Way back, that old county road was the only road. Everybody and everything had to pass through Margrave. The place was full of rooming houses and bars. People were passing through, spending money. Then the highways got built, and air travel got cheap, and suddenly the town died. It withered away to a dot on the map because the highway missed it by 14 miles. "So it's the highway's fault?" he said. "It's Mayor Teal's fault," I said. "The town sold the land for the warehouses to earn itself some new money, right? Old Teal brokered the deal. But he didn't have the courage to say no when the new money turned out to be bad money. Kleiner was fixing to use it for the scam he was setting up, and old Teal jumped straight into bed with him." "He's a politician," Finley said. "They never say no to money. And it was a hell of a lot of money. Teal rebuilt the whole town with it." "He drowned the whole town with it," I said. "The place is a cesspool. They're all floating around in it. From the mayor right down to the guy who polishes the cherry trees." We stopped talking again. I fiddled with the radio dial and heard Albert King tell me if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have no luck at all. "But why Margrave?" Finley said again. Old Albert told me bad luck and trouble's been his only friend. "Geography and opportunity," I said. "It's in the right place. All kinds of highways meet down here, and it's a straight run on down to the boatyards in Florida. It's a quiet place, and the people who run the town were greedy scumbags who'd do what they were told." He went quiet, thinking about the torrent of dollar bills rushing south and east, like a storm drain after a flood, a little tidal wave, a small and harassed workforce in Margrave keeping it rolling on. The slightest hitch, and tens of thousands of dollars would back up and jam, like a sewer, enough money to drown a whole town in. He drummed his long fingers on the wheel, drove the rest of the way in silence. We parked up in the slot nearest the station house door. The car was reflected in the plate glass. An antique black Bentley, worth $100,000 on its own, with another $100,000 in the trunk. The most valuable vehicle in the state of Georgia. I popped the trunk lid, laid my jacket on top of the air conditioner box, waited for Finley, and walked up to the door. The place was deserted, apart from the desk sergeant. He nodded to us. We skirted the reception counter, walked through the big quiet squad room to the Rosewood office and back, stepped in and closed the door. Finley looked uneasy. "I want to know who the 10th guy is," he said. "It could be anybody. Could be the desk sergeant. There's been 4 cops in this already." "It's not him," I said. "He never does anything, just parks his fat ass on that stool. Could be Stevenson, though. He was connected to Hubble." He shook his head. "No," he said. "Teal pulled him in off the road when he took over. He wanted him where he could see him, so it's not Stevenson. I guess it could be anybody. Could be Eno up at the diner. He's a bad-tempered type of a guy." I looked at him. "You're a bad-tempered type of a guy, Finley," I said. Bad temper never made anybody a criminal. He shrugged, ignored the jibe. So what do we do? He said. We wait for Rosco and Picard, I said. We take it from there. I sat on the edge of the big rosewood desk, swinging my leg. Finley paced up and down on the expensive carpet. We waited like that for about 20 minutes, and then the door opened. Picard stood there. He was so big he filled the whole doorway. I saw Finley staring at him, like there was something wrong with him. I followed his gaze. There were two things wrong with Picard. First, he didn't have Rosco with him. Second, he was holding a government-issue .38 in his giant hand. He was holding it rock steady, and he was pointing it straight at Finley. Chapter 29. You? Finley gasped. Picard smiled a cold smile at him. None other, he said. The pleasure's all mine, believe me. You've been very helpful, both of you. Very considerate. You've kept me in touch every step of the way. You've given me the Hubbles, and you've given me Officer Rosco. I really couldn't have asked for anything more. Finley was rooted to the spot, shaking. You? He said again. Should have spotted it Wednesday, asshole, Picard said. I sent the little guy to Joe's hotel 2 hours before I told you about it. You disappointed me. I expected to be doing this scene way before now. He looked at us and smiled. Finley turned away, looked at me. I couldn't think of anything to say to him. I couldn't think about anything at all. I just looked at Picard's huge bulk in the doorway and had a strong feeling that this was going to be the last day of my life. Today, it would end. Get over there, Picard said to me, next to Finley. He had taken 2 giant strides into the room, and he was pointing the gun straight at me. I noticed mechanically that it was a new .38 with a short barrel. I calculated automatically that it would be accurate over such a short distance. But that a .38 couldn't be relied on to put a target down. And there were 2 of us and 1 of him. And that Finley had a weapon in a shoulder holster under the tweed jacket. I spent a fraction of a second weighing up the odds. Then I abandoned the calculation because Mayor Teal stepped through the open door behind Picard. He had his heavy cane in his left hand, but in his right hand he was carrying a police-issue shotgun. It was an Ithaca Mag 10. Didn't really matter where he was pointing it. Get over there, Picard said to me again. Where's Rosco? I said to him. He laughed at me. Just laughed and gestured with the gun barrel that I should stand up and move over next to Finley. I heaved myself off the desk and stepped over. I felt like I was weighted down with lead. I clamped my lips and moved with the grim determination of a cripple trying to walk. I stood next to Finley. Teal covered us with the giant scattergun. Picard darted his hand up under Finley's jacket, took the revolver out of his holster, slipped it into the pocket of his own enormous jacket. The jacket flapped open under the weight. It was the size of a tent. He stepped sideways and patted me down. I was unarmed. My jacket was outside in the Bentley's trunk. Then he stepped back and stood side by side with Teal. Finley stared at Picard like his heart was breaking. "What's this all about?" Finley said. "We go back a long way, right?" Picard just shrugged at him. "I told you to stay away," he said. "Back in March, I tried to stop you coming down here. I warned you off. That's true, right? But you wouldn't listen, would you, you stubborn asshole? So you get what you get, my friend." I listened to Picard's growl and felt worse for Finley than I did for myself. But then Kleiner stepped in through the door. His bone-hard face was cracked into a grin. His feral teeth glittered. His eyes bored into me. He was carrying another Ithaca Mag 10 in his left hand. In his right hand, he was carrying the gun that had killed Joe. It was pointed straight at me. It was a Ruger Mark II, a sneaky little .22 caliber automatic, fitted with a fat silencer. It was a gun for a killer who enjoys getting close. I stared at it. 9 days ago, the end of that silencer had touched my brother's temple. There was no doubt about that. I could feel it. Picard and Teal moved around behind the desk. Teal sat in the chair. Picard towered over his shoulder. Kleiner was gesturing Finley and me to sit. He was using his shotgun barrel as a baton. Short, jerky movements to move us around. We sat. We were side by side in front of the big rosewood desk. We stared straight at Teal. Kleiner closed the office door and leaned on it. He held the shotgun one-handed at his hip, pointed at the side of my head. The silenced .22 was pointing at the floor. I looked hard at the three of them in turn. Old Teal was staring at me with all kinds of hate showing in his leathery old face. He was shaken up. He looked like a man under terrible stress. He looked desperate, like he was near collapse. He looked 20 years older than the smooth old guy I'd met on Monday. Picard looked better. He had the calm of a great athlete, like a football star or an Olympic champion on a visit to his old high school. But there was a tightening around his eyes, and he was rattling his thumb against his thigh. There was some strain there. I stared sideways at Kleiner, looked hard at him. But there was nothing on show. He was lean and hard and dried out. He didn't move. He was absolutely still. His face and body betrayed nothing. He was like a statue hewn from teak. But his eyes burned with a kind of cruel energy. They sneered at me out of his blank, bone-hard face. Teal rattled open a drawer in the rosewood desk, pulled out the cassette recorder Finley had used on me, handed it to Picard behind him. Picard put his revolver down on the desk and fiddled with the stiff cords. He plugged in the power. Didn't bother with the microphone. They weren't going to record anything. They were going to play us something. Teal leaned forward and thumbed the intercom button on the desk. In the stillness, I heard the buzzer sound faintly outside in the squad room. "Baker," Teal said, "in here, please." Kleiner moved off the door, and Baker came in. He was in his uniform, a .38 in his holster. He looked at me. Didn't grin. He was carrying 2 cassettes. Teal took them from him, selected the second one.
"A tape," he said. "Listen up. You're going to find this interesting."
He fiddled the cassette in and clicked the little door shut, pressed play. The motor whirred and the speaker hissed. Underneath the hiss, I could hear a boomy acoustic. Then we heard Rosco's voice. It was loud with panic. It filled the silent office.
"Reacher,"
Rosco's voice said,
"this is a message for you, okay? And the message is, you better do what they tell you, or I'm in trouble. The message is, if you're in any doubt about what kind of trouble, you should go back down to the morgue and pull Mrs. Morrison's autopsy report. That's the kind of trouble I'm going to be in. So help me out, okay? End of message, Reacher."
Her voice tailed off into the boomy hiss. I heard a faint gasp of pain, as if she'd been roughly dragged away from the microphone. Then Teal snapped the recorder off. I stared at him. My temperature had dropped away to nothing. I didn't feel human anymore. Picard and Baker were looking at me, beaming in satisfaction, like they were holding the winning hole card. Teal clicked the little door open and took the tape out, laid it on one side on the desk, held up the other tape for me to see, and then put it in the machine, closed the little door again and pressed play.
"Another one," he said. "Listen up."
We heard the same hiss, the same boomy acoustic. Then we heard Charlie Hubble's voice. She sounded hysterical, like she had on Monday morning standing out on her bright gravel driveway.
"Hub," Charlie's voice said, "this is Charlie. I've got the children with me. I'm not at home. You understand what that means? I've got to give you a message. If you don't come back, something will happen to the children. They'll tell me you know what that something is. It's the same thing they said would happen to you and me, but it'll be the children instead. So you have to come back straight away, okay?"
The voice ended on a rising note of panic and then died away in the boomy hiss. Teal stabbed the stop button, took the tape out and placed it carefully on the edge of the desk, right in front of me. Then Kleiner walked around into my field of vision and spoke.
"You're going to take that with you," he said to me. "You're going to take it to wherever you've hidden Hubble, and you're going to play it to him."
Finley and I looked at each other, just stared at each other in blank astonishment. Then I snapped back and stared at Kleiner. "You killed Hubble already," I said. Kleiner hesitated for a second.
"Don't try that shit," he said. "We were going to, but you got him out of the way. You're hiding him. Charlie told us."
"Charlie told you?" I said.
"We asked her where he was," he said. "She promised us you'd be able to find him. She was most insistent about it. We had a knife between her little girl's legs at the time. She became very anxious to convince us that her husband was not beyond our reach. She said you'd given him all sorts of advice and guidance. She said you'd given him all sorts of help. She said you'd be able to find him. I hope for everybody's sake she wasn't lying."
"You killed him," I said again. "I don't know anything about it." Kleiner nodded and sighed. His voice was low.
"Let's cut the crap," he said. "You're hiding him, and we need him back. We need him back right away. It's a matter of urgency to us. We've got a business to run. So we've got a number of options. We could beat it out of you. We discussed that. It's a tactical problem, right? But we figured you might send us off in the wrong direction because time is tight right now. You might figure that was your best option, right?"
He waited for some kind of a comment from me. He didn't get one.
"So what we're going to do is this," he said. "Picard is going to go with you to pick him up. When you get wherever he is, Picard is going to call me on my mobile. He knows the number. Then you all three come on back here, okay?"
I didn't respond.
"Where is he?"
Kleiner asked suddenly. I started to speak, but he held up his hand and stopped me.
"Like I told you, let's cut the crap," he said. "For instance, you've been sitting here thinking as hard as you can. No doubt you were trying to figure some way you might be able to take Picard out. But you won't be able to do that."
I shrugged, said nothing.
"Two problems," Kleiner said. "I doubt if you could take Picard out. I doubt if anybody could. Nobody ever has. And my mobile number isn't written down. It's in Picard's head."
I shrugged again. Kleiner was a smart guy. The worst sort.
"Let me add a couple of factors," he said. "We don't know exactly how far away Hubble is, and you're not going to tell us the truth about that. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to give you a time limit."
He stopped talking and walked around to where Finley was sitting. He raised the .22 and put the tip of the silencer in Finley's ear, pushed it in hard until Finley was tilting over in his chair.
"The detective here is going in a cell," he said. "He's going to be handcuffed to the bars. If Picard hasn't called me by 1 hour before dawn tomorrow, I'm going to aim my shotgun into the detective's cell and blow him apart. Then I'm going to make the delightful Officer Rosco clean his guts off the back wall with a sponge. Then I'm going to give you another hour. If Picard hasn't called me by the time the sun comes up, I'm going to start in on the delightful Officer Rosco herself. She'll end up in a lot of pain, Reacher. But first, there will be a great deal of sexual interference. A great deal. You have my word on that, Reacher. It'll be very messy. Very messy indeed. Mayor Teal and I have spent a pleasant hour discussing just exactly what we're going to do to her.
Kleiner was forcing Finley practically out of the chair with the pressure of the automatic in his ear. Finley's lips were clamped. Kleiner was sneering at me. I smiled at him. Kleiner was a dead man. He was as dead as a man who has just jumped off a high building. He hadn't hit the ground yet, but he'd jumped.
Understand? Kleiner said to me. Call it 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to save Mr. Finley's life. 7 o'clock to save Miss Roscoe's life. And don't go messing with Picard. Nobody else knows my phone number.
I shrugged at him again.
Do you understand? He repeated.
I think so, I said. Hubble's run away, and you don't know how to find him, right? Is that what you're telling me? Nobody spoke. You can't find him, can you? I said. You're useless, Kleiner. You're a useless piece of shit. You think you're some kind of a smart guy, but you can't find Hubble. You couldn't find your own asshole if I gave you a mirror on a stick. I could hear that Finley wasn't breathing. He thought I was playing with his life. But old man Kleiner left him alone, moved across into my field of vision again. He had gone pale. I could smell his stress. I was just about getting used to the idea that Hubble was still alive. He'd been dead all week, and now he was alive again. He was alive and hiding out somewhere. He'd been hiding out somewhere all week while they looked for him. He was on the run. He hadn't been dragged out of his house on Monday morning. He'd walked out by himself. He'd taken that stay-at-home call and smelled a rat and run for his life. And they couldn't find him. Paul Hubble had given me the tiny edge I was going to need. What's Hubble got that you want so much? I said. Kleiner shrugged at me.
He's the only loose end left, he said. I've taken care of everything else. And I'm not going out of business just because an asshole like Hubble is running around somewhere shooting his stupid mouth off. So I need him at home, where he belongs. So you're going to get him for me.
I leaned forward and stared right into his eyes. Can't your son get him for you? I said quietly. Nobody spoke. I leaned forward some more. Tell your boy to go pick him up, I said. Kleiner was silent. Where's your son, Kleiner? I asked him. He didn't say anything. What happened to him? I said. Do you know? He knew, but he didn't know. I could see that. He hadn't accepted it. He'd sent his boy after me, and his boy hadn't come back. So he knew, but he hadn't admitted it to himself. His hard face went slack. He wanted to know, but he couldn't ask me. He wanted to hate me for killing his boy, but he couldn't do that either, because to do that would be to admit it was true. I stared at him. He wanted to raise that big shotgun and blow me into a red dew. But he couldn't, because he needed me to get Hubble back. He was churning away inside. He wanted to shoot me right then. But 40 tons of money was more important to him than his son's life. I stared into his dead eyes, unblinking. spoke softly.
"Where's your son, Kleiner?"
I said. There was silence in the office for a long time.
"Get him out of here," Kleiner said. "If you're not out of here in 1 minute, Reacher, I'll shoot the detective right now."
I stood up, looked around the 5 of them, nodded to Finley, headed out. Picard followed me and closed the door quietly. Chapter 30. Picard and I walked out together through the squad room. It was deserted, quiet. The desk sergeant was gone. Teal must have sent him away. The coffee machine was on. I could smell it. I saw Rosco's desk. I saw the big bulletin board, the Morrison investigation. It was still empty, no progress. I dodged around the reception counter, pushed open the heavy glass door against its stiff rubber seal, stepped out into the bright afternoon. Picard signaled with the stubby gun barrel that I should get in the Bentley and drive. I didn't argue with the guy, just headed across the lot to the car. I was closer to panic than I'd ever been in my whole life. My heart was thumping, and I was taking little short breaths. I was putting one foot in front of the other and using every ounce of everything I had just to stay in control. I was telling myself that when I arrived at that driver's door, I better have some damn good idea about what the hell I was going to do next. I got into the Bentley and drove up to Eno's diner, reached around to the seat pocket and found the map, walked over through the bright afternoon sun and pushed in through Eno's door, slid into an empty booth, ordered coffee and eggs. I was screaming at myself to listen to what I'd learned through 13 hard years. The shorter the time, the cooler you've got to be. If you've only got one shot, you've got to make it count. You can't afford to miss because you screwed up the planning, or because you ran out of blood sugar and got sick and dizzy in the small hours of the morning. So I forced the eggs down and drank the coffee. Then I pushed the empty mug and the plate aside and spread the map on the table. Started looking for Hubble. He could be anywhere, but I had to find him. I had one shot at it. I couldn't rush around from place to place. I had to find him inside my head. It had to be a thought process. I had to find him inside my head first and then go straight to him. So I bent over Eno's table, stared at the map, stared at it for a long time. I spent the best part of an hour with the map. Then I folded it up and squared it on the table, picked up the knife and the fork from the egg plate, palmed them into my trouser pocket, looked around me. The waitress walked over, the one with glasses.
"Planning a trip, honey?"
she asked me. I looked up at her. I could see myself reflected in her glasses. I could see Picard's huge bulk glowering in the booth behind me. I could just about feel his hand wrapping tight around the butt of his .38. I nodded at the woman. "That's the idea," I said. "A hell of a trip. The trip of a lifetime." She didn't know what to say to that.
"Well, you take care, okay?"
she said. I got up and left one of Charlie's hundreds on the table for her. Maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't. It would spend just the same. And I wanted to leave her a big tip. Eno was getting a dirty $1,000 a week, but I didn't know if he was passing much of it on. Probably not, looking at the guy.
"See you again, mister,"
the one with glasses said. "Maybe," I said. Picard pushed me out through the door. It was 4 o'clock. I hustled over the gravel to the Bentley. Picard followed me with his hand in his pocket. I slid in and fired it up, eased out of the lot, and scooted north up the old county road. Blasted the 14 miles away in about 12 minutes. Picard had made me use the Bentley, not his own car. Had to be a reason for that. Not just because he wanted the extra legroom, because it was a very distinctive car, which meant there was going to be extra insurance. I looked in the mirror and picked up a plain sedan, about 100 yards behind, 2 guys in it. I shrugged to myself, slowed and glanced left at the warehouses at the top of the county road, Swooped up the ramp and round the cloverleaf, hit the highway going as fast as I dared. Time was crucial. The road skirted us around the southeast corner of the Atlanta sprawl. I threaded through the interchanges, headed due east on I-20, cruised on, with the two guys in their plain sedan 100 yards back, mile after mile.
"So where is he?"
Picard asked me. It was the first time he'd spoken since leaving the station house. I glanced across at him and shrugged. "No idea," I said. "Best I can do is go find a friend of his in Augusta."
"Who's this friend?"
he said. "Guy called Lennon," I said.
"In Augusta?"
he said. "Augusta," I said. "That's where we're going." Picard grunted. We cruised on. The two guys stayed behind us.
"So who is this guy in Augusta?"
Picard said.
"Lennon."
"Friend of Hubble's," I said. "Like I told you."
"He doesn't have a friend in Augusta,"
he said.
"Don't you think we check things like that?"
I shrugged, didn't reply.
"You better not be bullshitting, my friend,"
Picard said.
"Kleiner wouldn't like that. It'll make it worse for the woman. He's got a cruel streak in him a mile wide. Believe me, I've seen him in action."
"Like when?" I said.
"Lots of times,"
he said.
"Like Wednesday at the airport. That woman, Molly Beth. Screamer. He enjoys that. Like Sunday, up at the Morrison place."
"Kleiner was there Sunday?" I said.
"He loved it,"
Picard said.
"Him and his damn son. You did the world a favor taking that kid out. You should have seen him on Sunday. We gave those two cops the day off. Didn't seem right they should off their own chief. The Kleiners and I stood in for them. The old man loved every minute of it. Cruel streak a mile wide, like I said. You better make sure I get to make that call on time, or your woman friend's in a lot of trouble."
I went quiet for a moment. I'd seen the Kleiner kid on Sunday. He'd picked his stepmother up from the coffee shop about 10:30. He'd been staring at me. He'd been on his way back from dismembering the Morrisons. "Did old man Kleiner shoot my brother?" I asked Picard.
"Thursday night?"
he said.
"Sure. That's his weapon, the .22 with the suppressor."
"And then the kid kicked him around," I said. Picard shrugged.
"The kid was berserk,"
he said.
"Wrong in the head."
"And then Morrison was supposed to clean up?" I said.
"Supposed to,"
Picard grunted.
"Asshole was supposed to burn the bodies in the car, but he couldn't find Stoller's body, so he just left both of them there."
"And Kleiner killed 8 guys in Louisiana, right?" I said. Picard laughed.
"8 they know about,"
he said.
"That asshole Speranza was on his back for a year, looking for payments to a shooter. But there never was a shooter. Kleiner did it all himself. Like a hobby, right?"
"You knew Kleiner back then?" I said.
"I've always known Kleiner," he said. "Got myself assigned as Speranza's bureau liaison. Kept everything neat and tidy."
We drove on in silence for a mile or two. The two guys in the plain sedan kept station 100 yards behind the Bentley. Then Picard looked at me.
"This guy Lennon," he said. "He's not another damn treasury spook working for your brother, right?"
"Friend of Hubble's," I said.
"Like hell," he said. "We checked. He's got no friends in Augusta. Hell, he's got no friends anywhere. He thought Kleiner was his damn friend, giving him a job and all."
Picard started chuckling to himself in the passenger seat. His giant frame was shaking with mirth. "Like Finley thought you were his friend, right?" I said. He shrugged.
"I tried to keep him away," he said. "I tried to warn him off. So what should I do? Get myself killed on his behalf?"
I didn't answer that. We cruised on in silence. The plain sedan sat steady 100 yards back. "We need gas," I said. Picard craned over and peered at the needle. It was nudging the red.
"Pull over at the next place,"
he said. I saw a sign for gas near a place called Madison. I pulled off and drove the Bentley over to the pumps, chose the furthest island, and eased to a stop. "Are you going to do this for me?" I asked Picard. He looked at me in surprise.
"No," he said. "What the hell you think I am? A damn pump jockey? Do it yourself."
That was the answer I wanted to hear. I got out of the car. Picard got out on the other side. The plain sedan pulled up close by, and the two guys got out. I looked them over. They were the same two I'd scuffled with in New York on that crowded sidewalk outside Kelstein's college. The smaller guy had his cocky raincoat on. I nodded amiably to the two of them. I figured they had less than an hour to live. They strolled over and stood with Picard in a knot of three. I unhooked the nozzle and shoved it in the Bentley's tank. It was a big tank, well over 20 gallons. I trapped my finger under the trigger on the nozzle so that it wouldn't pump at full speed. I held it in a casual backhand grip and leaned against the car as the gas trickled in. I wondered whether I should start whistling. Picard and the two Hispanics lost interest. There was a breeze coming up, and they shuffled about in the slight evening chill. I slipped Eno's flatware out of my pocket and pressed the tip of the knife into the tire tread next to my right knee. From where Picard was standing, it looked like I was maybe rubbing my leg. Then I took the fork and bent one of the tines outward, pressed it into the cut I'd made, and snapped it off. Left a half-inch sticking into the tire. Then I finished up pumping the gas and latched the nozzle back into the pump. "You paying for this?" I called to Picard. He looked around and shrugged, peeled a bill off his roll, and sent the guy in the raincoat off to pay. Then we got back into the car.
"Wait,"
Picard said. I waited until the plain sedan had started up behind me and flashed its headlights twice. Then I moved out and accelerated gently back onto the highway and settled into the same steady cruise. Kept on going, and the signs started flashing past. Augusta 70 miles, Augusta 60 miles, Augusta 40 miles. The old Bentley hummed along, rock steady. The two guys followed. The setting sun behind me was red in the mirror. The horizon up ahead was black. It was already night, far out over the Atlantic Ocean. We drove on. The rear tire went flat about 20 miles out from Augusta. It was past 7:30, and it was getting dark. We both felt the rumbling from the wheel, and the car wouldn't track straight. "Shit," I said. "Flat tire."
"Pull over,"
Picard said. I slewed to a stop well over on the shoulder. The plain sedan pulled over and stopped behind us. We all four got out. The breeze had freshened up to a cold wind blowing in from the east. I shivered and popped the trunk, picked up my jacket and put it on, like I was grateful for the warmth. "Spare wheels under the trunk floor," I said to Picard. "Want to help me get this box out?" Picard stepped over and looked at the box of dollar bills.
"We burned the wrong house,"
he said, and laughed. He and I heaved the heavy box out and set it on its end on the highway shoulder. Then he pulled his gun out and showed it to me. His huge jacket was flapping in the wind.
"We'll let the little guys change the wheel," he said. "You stand still, right there, next to the box."
He waved the two Hispanics over and told them to do the work. They found the jack and the wrench for the bolts, jacked up the car and took the wheel off. Then they lined up the spare and lifted it into place, bolted it carefully on. I was standing there next to the cart and the money, shivering in the wind, wrapping my coat tight around me, thrusting my hands deep in the pockets and stamping from foot to foot, trying to look like a guy who was getting cold standing around doing nothing. I waited until Picard stepped around to check the bolts were tight. He put his weight on the lever, and I could hear the metal graunching. I came out with Morrison's switchblade already open and sliced up one side of the air conditioner box. then across the top, then down the other side. Before Picard could line up his gun, the box fell open like a steamer trunk, and the wind caught $100,000 bills and blew 'em all over the highway like a blizzard. Then I dived over the concrete wall at the edge of the shoulder and rolled down the shallow bank, pulled out the Desert Eagle, shot at the guy with the raincoat as he came over the wall after me, but I missed my aim and just blew his leg away. Beyond him, I saw a truck with dollar bills plastered all over its windshield run off the road and smash into the plain sedan behind the Bentley. Picard was batting away the snowstorm of cash and dancing over to the wall. I could hear tires shrieking as cars on the highway braked and swerved to avoid the wreckage of the truck. I rolled over and aimed up the bank and shot the second Hispanic guy, caught him through the chest, and he came crashing down toward me. The guy with the raincoat was rolling around at the top of the slope, screaming, clutching his shattered leg, trying to free the small automatic he'd shown me in New York. I fired a third time and shot him through the head. I could see Picard aiming his .38 down at me. All the time, the wind was howling and cars were sliding to a stop on the highway. I could see drivers getting out and jumping around, snatching at the money swirling in the air. It was chaos. "Don't shoot me, Picard!" I yelled. "You won't get Hubble if you do." He knew that, and he knew he was a dead man if he didn't get Hubble. Kleiner wouldn't tolerate failure. He stood there with his .38 aimed at my head. But he didn't shoot. I ran up the bank and circled the car, forcing him out toward the traffic with the Desert Eagle. "You don't shoot me either," Picard screamed. "My phone call is the only way you're gonna save that woman. That's for sure. You better believe it." "I know that, Picard," I yelled back. "I believe it. I'm not gonna shoot you. Are you gonna shoot me?" He shook his head over the .38. "I'm not gonna shoot you, Reacher," he said. It looked like a stalemate. We circled the Bentley with our fingers white on the triggers, telling each other we weren't gonna shoot. He was telling the truth, but I was lying. I waited until he was lined up with the wreckage of the truck, and I was next to the Bentley. Then I pulled the trigger. The .44 shell caught him and smashed his huge bulk backwards into the tangled metal. I didn't wait around for a second shot. I slammed the trunk lid and jumped for the driver's seat, fired the car up and burned rubber. I peeled away from the shoulder and dodged the people running around after the dollar bills, jammed my foot down, and hurtled east. 20 miles to go. Took me 20 minutes. I was gasping and shaky with adrenaline. I forced my heartbeat down and took big gulps of air. Then I yelled to myself in triumph, screamed and yelled out loud. Picard was gone. Chapter 31. It was dark when I hit the outlying Augusta suburbs. I pulled off the highway as soon as the taller buildings started to thicken up, drove down the city streets and stopped at the first motel I saw, locked the Bentley up and dodged into the office, stepped over to the desk. The clerk looked up. "Got a room?" I asked him. $36, the guy said. "Phone in the room?" I asked him. "Sure," he said. "Air conditioning and cable TV." "Yellow pages in the room?" I asked him. He nodded. "Got a map of Augusta?" I said. He jerked his thumb over to a rack next to a cigarette machine. It was stuffed with maps and brochures. I peeled off $36 from the roll in my trouser pocket, dropped the cash on the desk, filled in the register. I put my name down as Rosco Finley. "Room 12, the guy said, slid me the key. I stopped to grab a map and hustled out, ran down the row to room 12, let myself in and locked the door. I didn't look at the room, just looked for the phone and the yellow pages. I lay on the bed and unfolded the map, opened up the yellow pages to H for hotels. There was a huge list. In Augusta, there were hundreds of places where you could pay for a bed for the night. Literally hundreds, pages and pages of them. So I looked at the map, concentrated on a wedge a half-mile long and 4 blocks deep, either side of the main drag in from the west. That was my target area. I downgraded the places right on the main drag. I upgraded the places a block or two off. prioritized the places between a quarter-mile and a half-mile out. I was looking at a rough square, a quarter-mile long and a quarter-mile deep. I put the map and the phone book side by side and made a hit list. 18 hotels. One of them was the place I was lying there in. So I picked up the phone and dialed 0 for the desk. The clerk answered. "You got a guy called Paul Lennon registered?" I asked him. There was a pause. He was checking the book. "Lennon?" he said. "No, sir." "Okay," I said. Put the phone down. I took a deep breath and started at the top of my list. Dialed the first place. "You got a guy called Paul Lennon registered?" I asked the guy who answered. There was a pause. "No, sir," the guy said. I worked down the list, dialed one place after another. "You got a guy called Paul Lennon registered?" I asked each clerk. There was always a pause while they checked their registers. Sometimes I could hear the pages turning. Some of them had computers. I could hear keyboards pattering. "No, sir," they all said, one after the other. I lay there on the bed with the phone balanced on my chest. I was down to number 13 out of the 18 on my list. "You got a guy called Paul Lennon registered?" I asked. There was a pause. I could hear pages turning. "No, sir," the 13th clerk said. "Okay," I said. Put the phone down. I picked it up again and stabbed out the 14th number. Got a busy signal, so I dabbed the cradle and stabbed out the 15th number. "You got a guy called Paul Lennon registered?" I asked. There was a pause. "Room 120, the 15th clerk said. "Thank you," I said. Put the phone down. I lay there, closed my eyes, breathed out. I put the phone back on the nightstand thing and checked the map. The 15th hotel was 3 blocks away, north of the main drag. I left the room key on the bed and went back out to the car. The engine was still warm. I'd been in there about 25 minutes. I had to drive 3 blocks east before I could make a left, then 3 blocks north before I could make another. I went around a kind of jagged spiral. I found the 15th hotel and parked at the door, went into the lobby. It was a dingy sort of a place, not clean, not well lit. It looked like a cave. "Can I help you?" the desk guy asked. "No," I said. I followed narrow down a warren of corridors, found room 120, rapped on the door. I heard the rattle of the chain going on. I stood there. The door cracked open.
"Hello, Reacher,"
he said. "Hello, Hubble," I said. He was spilling over with questions for me, but I just hustled him out to the car. We had 4 hours on the road for all that stuff. We had to get going. I was over 2 hours ahead of schedule. I wanted to keep it that way. I wanted to put those 2 hours in the bank. I figured I might need 'em later. He looked okay. He wasn't a wreck. He'd been running for 6 days, and it had done him good. It had burned off that complacent gloss he'd had, left him looking a little more tight and rangy, a bit tougher, more like my type of a guy. He was dressed up in cheap chain store clothes, and he was wearing socks. He was using an old pair of spectacles made from stainless steel. A $7 digital watch covered the band of pale skin where the Rolex had been. He looked like a plumber, or the guy who runs your local muffler franchise. He had no bags. He was traveling light. He just glanced around his room and walked out with me. Like he couldn't believe his life on the road was over. Like he might be gonna miss it to a degree. We stepped through the dark lobby and out into the night. He stopped when he saw the car parked at the door.
"You came in Charlie's car?"
he said. "She was worried about you," I told him. "She asked me to find you." He nodded, looked blank.
"What's with the tinted glass?"
he said. I grinned at him and shrugged. "Don't ask," I said. "Long story." I started up and eased away from the hotel. He should have asked me right away how Charlie was, but something was bothering him. I had seen when he cracked the hotel room door that a tidal wave of relief had hit him, but he had a tiny reservation. It was a pride thing. He'd been running and hiding. He'd thought he'd been doing it well, but he hadn't been. because I had found him. He was thinking about that. He was relieved and disappointed all at the same time.
"How the hell did you find me?"
he asked. I shrugged at him again. "Easy," I said. "I've had a lot of practice. I've found a lot of guys. Spent years picking up deserters for the Army." I was threading through the grids, working my way back to the highway. I could see the line of lights streaming west, but the on-ramp was like the prize at the center of a maze. I was unwinding the same jagged spiral I'd been forced around on the way in.
"But how did you do it?" he said. "I could have been anywhere."
"No, you couldn't," I said. "That was the exact point. That's what made it easy. You had no credit cards, no driver's license, no ID. All you had was cash. So you weren't using planes or rental cars, you were stuck with the bus." I found the on-ramp, concentrated on the lane change and nudged the wheel, accelerated up the ramp and merged with the flow back toward Atlanta. "That gave me a start," I said to him. "Then I put myself in your shoes, psychologically. You were terrified for your family, so I figured you'd circle around Margrave at a distance. You'd want to feel you were still connected, consciously or subconsciously. You took the taxi up to the Atlanta bus depot, right?"
"Right," he said. "First bus out of there was to Memphis, but I waited for the next one. Memphis was too far. I didn't want to go that far away."
"That's what made it easy," I said. "You were circling Margrave, not too close, not too far, and counterclockwise. Give people a free choice, they always go counterclockwise. It's a universal truth, Hubble. All I had to do was to count the days and study the map and predict the hop you'd take each time. I figured Monday you were in Birmingham, Alabama. Tuesday was Montgomery. Wednesday was Columbus. I had a problem with Thursday. I gambled on Macon, but I thought it was maybe too close to Margrave." He nodded.
"Thursday was a nightmare," he said. "I was in Macon, some terrible dive. Didn't sleep a wink."
"So Friday morning you came out here to Augusta," I said. "My other big gamble was you stayed here 2 nights. I figured you were shaken up after Macon, maybe running out of energy. I really wasn't sure. I nearly went up to Greenville tonight, up in South Carolina. But I guessed right." Hubble went quiet. He thought he'd been invisible, but he'd been circling Margrave like a beacon flashing away in the night sky.
"But I used a false name," he said,
defiantly. "You used 5 false names," I said. 5 nights, 5 hotels, 5 names. The 5th name was the same as the first name, right?" He was amazed. He thought back and nodded.
"How the hell did you know that?"
he said again. "I've hunted a lot of guys," I said. "And I knew a little about you."
"Knew what?"
he said. "You're a Beatles guy," I said. "You told me about visiting the Dakota Building and going to Liverpool in England. You've got just about every Beatles CD ever made in your den. So the first night, you were at some hotel desk, and you signed Paul Lennon, right?"
"Right,"
he said. "Not John Lennon," I said. "People usually stick with their own first name." "I don't know why, but they usually do." "So you were Paul Lennon. Tuesday you were Paul McCartney. Wednesday you were Paul Harrison. Thursday you were Paul Starr. Friday in Augusta you started over again with Paul Lennon, right?"
"Right," he said. "But there's a million hotels in Augusta. Conventions, golf. How the hell did you know where to look?"
"I thought about it," I said. "You got in Friday late morning, coming in from the west. Guy like you walks back the way he's already seen. Feels safer that way. You'd been on the bus 4 hours, you were cramped up, you wanted the air, so you walked a spell, maybe a quarter mile. Then you got panicky and dived off the main drag a block or 2. So I had a pretty small target area, 18 places. You were in number 15. He shook his head. Mixed feelings. We barreled on down the road in the dark. The big old Bentley loped along, a hair over the legal limit.
"How are things in Margrave now?"
he asked me. That was the big question. He asked it tentatively, like he was nervous about it. I was nervous about answering it. I backed off the gas a little and slowed down, just in case he got so upset that he grabbed at me. I didn't want to wreck the car. Didn't have time for that. "We're in deep shit," I told him. "We've got about 7 hours to fix it." I saved the worst part for last. I told him Charlie and the kids had gone with an FBI agent back on Monday because of the danger. And then I told him the FBI agent had been Picard. There was silence in the car. I drove on 3-4 miles in the silence. It was more than a silence. It was a crushing vacuum of stillness. Like all the atmosphere had been sucked off the planet. It was a silence that roared and buzzed in my ears. He started clenching and unclenching his hands, started rocking back and forth on the big leather chair beside me. But then he went quiet. His reaction never really got going, never really took hold. His brain just shut down and refused to react anymore, like a circuit breaker clicking open. It was too big and too awful to react to. He just looked at me.
"Okay," he said. "Then you'll have to get them back, won't you?"
I sped up again, charged on toward Atlanta. "I'll get them back," I said, "but I'll need your help. That's why I picked you up first." He nodded again. He had crashed through the barrier. He had stopped worrying and started relaxing. He was up on that plateau where you just did whatever needed doing. I knew that place. I lived there. 20 miles out from Augusta, we saw flashing lights up ahead and guys waving danger flares. There was an accident on the other side of the divider. A truck had plowed into a parked sedan. A gaggle of other vehicles were slewed all over the place. There were drifts of what looked like litter lying around. A big crowd of people was milling about, collecting it up. We crawled past in a slow line of traffic. Hubble watched out the window.
"I'm very sorry about your brother," he said. "I had no idea. I guess I got him killed, didn't I?"
He slumped down in the seat. But I wanted to keep him talking. He had to stay on the ball. So I asked him the question I'd been waiting a week to ask. "How the hell did you get into all this?" I said. He shrugged, blew a big sigh at the windshield, like it was impossible to imagine any way of getting into it, like it was impossible to imagine any way of staying out of it.
"I lost my job,"
he said. A simple statement.
"I was devastated. I felt angry and upset. And scared, Reacher. We'd been living the dream, you know. A golden dream. It was a perfect, idyllic life. I was earning a fortune and I was spending a fortune. It was totally fabulous. But then I started hearing things. The retail operation was under threat. My department was under review. I suddenly realized I was just one paycheck away from disaster. Then the department got shut down. I got canned. And the paycheck stopped."
"And?" I said.
"I was out of my head," he said. "I was so angry. I had worked my butt off for those bastards. I was good at my job. I had made them a fortune. And they just slung me out like suddenly I was shit on their shoe. And I was scared. I was going to lose it all, right? And I was tired. I couldn't start again at the bottom of something else. I was too old and I had no energy. I just didn't know what to do."
"And then Kleiner turned up?" I said. He nodded, looked pale.
"He had heard about it," he said. "I guess Teal told him. Teal knows everything about everybody. Kleiner called me within a couple of days. I hadn't even told Charlie at that point. I couldn't face it. He called me and asked me to meet him up at the airport. He was in a private jet on his way back from Venezuela. He flew me out to the Bahamas for lunch and we talked. I was flattered, to be honest."
"And?" I said.
"Oh, he gave me a lot of crap," Hubble said. "He was telling me to look at it as an opportunity to get out. He was saying I should dump the corporate thing. I should come and do a real job, make some real money with him. I didn't know much about him.
I knew about the family fortune and the foundation, obviously, but I'd never met him face to face. But he was clearly a very rich and successful guy, and very, very smart. And there he was, sitting in a private jet, asking me to work with him. Not for him, with him. I was flattered, and I was desperate, and I was worried, and I said yes. And then, I said, he called me again the next day, Hubble said. He was sending the plane for me. I had to fly down to the Kleiner plant in Venezuela to meet with him. So I did. I was only there one day. Didn't get to see anything. Then he flew me to Jacksonville. I was in the lawyer's office for a week. After that, it was too late. I couldn't get out. Why not? I asked him. It was a hell of a week, he said. It sounds like a short time, right? Just a week. But he did a real job on me. First day, it was all flattery, all temptation. He signed me up to a huge salary, bonuses, whatever I wanted. We went to clubs and hotels, and he was spending money like it was out of a faucet. Tuesday, I started work. The actual job was a challenge. It was very difficult after what I'd been doing at the bank. It was so specialized. He wanted cash, of course, but he wanted dollars only. Nothing but singles. I had no idea why. And he wanted records, very tight books. But I could handle it. And he was a relaxed boss. No pressures, no problems. The problems started Wednesday. How? I said. Wednesday, I asked him what was going on, he said. And he told me. He just told me exactly what he was doing. But he said now I was doing it too. I was involved. I had to stay quiet. Thursday, I was getting really unhappy. I couldn't believe it. I told him I wanted out. So he drove me down to some awful place. His son was there. He had 2 Hispanic guys there with him. There was this other guy chained up in a back room. Kleiner said this was a guy who had stepped out of line. He told me to watch carefully. His son just kicked the guy to a pulp. All over the room, right in front of me. Then the Hispanic guys got their knives out and just hacked the poor guy apart. There was blood everywhere. It was horrible. I couldn't believe it. I threw up all over the place. Go on, I said. It was a nightmare, Hubble said. I couldn't sleep that night. I thought I'd never sleep again, any night. Friday morning, we flew home. We sat together on the little jet, and he told me what would happen. He said it wouldn't be just me who got cut up. It would be Charlie, too. He was discussing it with me. Which of her nipples would he slice off first, left or right? Then after we were dead, which of the children would he start with, Lucy or Ben? It was a nightmare. He said they'd nail me to the wall. I was shitting myself. Then we landed, and he called Charlie and insisted we go to dinner with him. He told her we were doing business together. Charlie was delighted because Kleiner is such a big deal in the county. It was a total nightmare because I had to pretend there was nothing wrong. I hadn't even told Charlie I'd lost my job. I had to pretend I was still at the bank. And the whole evening that bastard was asking politely after Charlie and the children and smiling at me. We went quiet. I skirted around the southeast corner of Atlanta again, looking for the highway south. The big city glowed and glittered on the right. To the left was the dark, empty mass of the rural southeast. I found the highway and accelerated south, down toward one little dot in that dark, empty mass. Then what? I asked him. I started work at the warehouse, he said. That's where he wanted me. Doing what? I said. Managing the supply, he said. I had a little office in there, and I had to arrange to get the dollars, and then I'd supervise the loading and shipping. Sherman Stoller was the driver? I asked him. Right, he said. He was trusted to do the Florida run. I'd send him out with $1 million bills a week. Sometimes the gate men did it, if Sherman had a day off. But it was usually him. He helped me with the boxes and the loading. We had to work like crazy. $1 million in singles is a hell of a sight. You got no idea. It was like trying to empty a swimming pool with a shovel. But Sherman was stealing, right? I said. He nodded. I saw the flash of his steel glasses and the glow from the dash. The money got counted properly in Venezuela, he said. I used to get accurate totals back after about a month or so. I used them to cross-check my weighing formula. Many times, we were about $100 grand down. No way had I made that kind of mistake. It was a trivial amount because we were generating $4 billion in excellent fakes at the other end, so who cared? But it was about a box full every time. That would be a large margin of error. So I figured Sherman was stealing the occasional box. And, I said. I warned him off, Hubble said. I mean, I wasn't going to tell anybody about it. I just told him to take care, because Kleiner would kill him if he found out. Might get me into trouble as well. I was already worried enough about what I was doing. The whole thing was insane. Kleiner was importing a lot of the fakes. He couldn't resist it. I thought it made the whole thing way too visible. Teal was spending the fakes like confetti, prettying up the town. And what about the last 12 months? I asked him. He shrugged and shook his head. We had to stop the shipping, he said. The Coast Guard thing made it impossible. Kleiner decided to stockpile instead. He figured the interdiction couldn't last. He knew the Coast Guard budget wouldn't stand it for long. But it just lasted and lasted. It was a hell of a year. The tension was awful. And now the Coast Guard's finally pulling back. It's caught us by surprise. Kleiner figured it's lasted this long, it would last until after the election in November. We're not ready to ship. Not ready at all. It's just piled up in there. It's not boxed yet. When did you contact Joe? I asked him. Joe? He said. Was that your brother's name? I knew him as Polo. I nodded. Palo, I said. It's where he was born. It's a town on Leyte, Philippine Islands. The hospital was converted from an old cathedral. I had malaria shots there when I was 7. He went quiet for a mile, like he was paying his respects. I called the Treasury a year ago, he said. I didn't know who else to call. Couldn't call the police because of Morrison. Couldn't call the FBI because of Picard. So I called Washington and tipped off this guy who called himself Polo. He was a smart guy. I thought he'd get away with it. I knew his best chance was to strike while they were stockpiling, while there was evidence in there. I saw a sign for gas and took a last-minute decision to pull off. Hubble filled the tank. I found a plastic bottle in a trash can and got him to fill that too. What's that for? He asked me. I shrugged at him. Emergencies, I said. He didn't come back on that. We just paid at the window and pulled back onto the highway. Carried on driving south. We were a half hour from Margrave. It was approaching midnight. So what made you take off on Monday? I asked him. Kleiner called me, he said. He told me to stay home. He said 2 guys would be coming by. I asked him why, and he said there was a problem at the Florida end and I had to go sort it out. But, I said. I didn't believe him, he said. Soon as he mentioned 2 guys, it flashed into my mind what had happened down in Jacksonville that first week. I panicked. I called the taxi and ran. You did good, Hubble, I said. You saved your life. You know what? He said. I glanced a question at him. If he'd said 1 guy, I wouldn't have noticed, he said. You know, if he'd said stay home, a guy is coming by, I'd have fallen for it. But he said 2 guys. He made a mistake, I said. I know, Hubble said. I can't believe it. He never makes mistakes. I shook my head, smiled in the dark. He made a mistake last Thursday. The big chrome clock on the Bentley's dash said midnight. I needed this whole deal over and done by 5 in the morning. So I had 5 hours. If all went well, that was way more than I needed. If I screwed up, It didn't matter if I had 5 hours or 5 days or 5 years. This was a once-only thing. In and out. In the service we used to say, do it once and do it right. Tonight I was going to add, and do it quickly. "Hubble," I said, "I need your help." He roused himself and looked over at me. "How?" he asked. I spent the last 10 minutes of the highway cruise going over it, until he was totally solid. I swung off the highway where it met the county road, blasted past the warehouses and on down the 14 miles to town, slowed as I passed the station house. It was quiet, lights off, no cars in the lot. The firehouse next door looked okay. The town was silent and deserted. The only light showing in the whole place was in the barbershop. I made the right onto Beckman and drove up the rise to Hubble's place, turned in at the familiar white mailbox and spun the wheel through the curves up the driveway, pulled up at the door. "My car keys are in the house," Hubble said. "It's open," I said. He went to check it out, pushed at the splintered door gingerly with one finger, like it might be booby-trapped. I saw him go in. A minute later, he was back out. He had his keys, but he didn't walk round to the garage. He came back over to me and leaned into the car. "It's a hell of a mess in there," he said. "What's been going on?" "I used this place for an ambush," I said. 4 guys were tramping all over the place looking for me. It was raining at the time. He leaned down and looked in at me. "Were they the ones?" he said. "You know, the ones Kleiner would have sent if I'd talked?" I nodded. "They had all their gear with them," I said. I could see his face in the dim glow from the old dials on the dash. His eyes were wide open, but he wasn't seeing me. He was seeing what he'd seen in his nightmares. He nodded slowly. Then he reached in and put his hand on my arm, squeezed it, didn't speak. Then he ducked back out and was gone. I was left sitting there, wondering how the hell I'd ever hated the guy a week ago. I used the time to reload the Desert Eagle. I replaced the 4 shells I'd used out there on the highway near Augusta. Then I saw Hubble drive his old green Bentley around from the garage. The engine was cold, and he was trailing a cloud of white vapor. He gave me a thumbs up as he passed, and I followed the white cloud down the driveway and down Beckman. We passed by the church and turned left onto Main Street in stately procession. 2 fine old cars, nose to tail through the sleeping town, ready to do battle. Hubble pulled up 40 yards shy of the station house, pulled into the curb just where I'd told him to, killed his lights and waited, motor running. I wafted past him and nosed into the police department lot, parked up in the end slot and got out, left all 4 doors unlocked, pulled the big automatic out of my pocket. The night air was cold and the silence was crushing. I could hear Hubble's motor idling from 40 yards away. I unlatched the Desert Eagle's safety, and the click sounded deafening in the stillness. I ran to the station house wall and dropped to the ground, slid forward until I could see in through the bottom of the heavy glass door, watched and listened, held my breath. I watched and listened long enough to be sure. I stood up and clicked the safety back on, put the gun back in my pocket, stood there and made a calculation. The firehouse and the station house stood together 300 yards from the north end of Main Street. Further on up the road, Eno's was 800 yards away. I figured the earliest anybody could get to us would be maybe 3 minutes, 2 minutes to react, and a minute for a fast jog up from Main Street. So we had 3 minutes. Halve that for a margin of safety, call it 90 seconds, beginning to end. I ran out to the middle of the county road and waved a signal to Hubble. I saw his car pull away from the curb, and I ran over to the firehouse entrance, stood to the side of the big red door, and waited. Hubble drove up and slewed his old Bentley in a tight turn across the road, ended up at a right angle, just about lined up with the firehouse entrance, facing away from me. I saw the car lurch as he slammed the shift into reverse. Then he hit the gas, and the big old sedan shot backward toward me. It accelerated all the way and smashed backwards into the firehouse door. That old Bentley must have weighed 2 tons, and it tore the metal door right off its mountings with no trouble at all. There was a tremendous crashing and tearing of metal, and I heard the rear lights smash and the clang of the fender as it fell off and bounced on the concrete. I was through the gap between the door and the frame before Hubble slammed into drive and dragged clear of the wreckage. It was dark in there, but I found what I was looking for. It was clipped to the side of the fire truck, horizontally, at head height. A bolt cutter, a huge thing, must have been 4 feet long. I wrenched it out of its mountings and ran for the door. Soon as Hubble saw me come out, he pulled a wide circle across the road. The back end of his Bentley was wrecked. The trunk lid was flapping and the sheet metal was crunched and screeching. But he did his job. He made the wide turn and lined up with the station house entrance, paused for a second and floored the gas, accelerated straight towards the heavy glass doors, this time head on. The old Bentley smashed through the doors in a shower of glass and demolished the reception desk, plowed on into the squad room, and stopped. I ran in right behind it. Finley was standing in the middle cell, frozen in shock. He was handcuffed by his left wrist to the bars separating him from the end cell, well to the back. Couldn't have been better. I tore and shoved at the wreckage of the reception counter and cleared a path behind Hubble, waved him back. He spun the wheel and reversed into the space I'd cleared. I hauled and shoved the squad room desks out of the way to give him a clear run in front, turned and gave him the signal. The front end of his car was as bad as the back. The hood was buckled and the radiator was smashed. Green water was pouring out of the bottom and steam was hissing out of the top. The headlights were smashed and the fender was rubbing the tire. But Hubble was doing his job. He was holding the car on the brake and speeding the motor, just like I'd told him to. I could see the car shuddering against the brake. Then it shot forward and hurtled toward Finley in the middle cell, smashed into the titanium bars at an angle and ripped them open like a swung axe on a picket fence. The Bentley's hood flew up and the windshield exploded. Torn metal clanged and screeched. Hubble came to a stop a yard short of where Finley was standing. The wrecked car settled in a loud hiss of steam. The air was thick with dust. I dived through the gap into the cell and clamped the bolt cutter on the link fixing Finley's wrist to the bars, leaned on the 4-foot levers until the handcuffs sheared through. I gave Finley the bolt cutter and hauled him through the gap and out of the cell. Hubble was climbing out of the Bentley's window. The impact had distorted the door and it wouldn't open. I pulled him out and leaned in and yanked the keys. Then we all three ran through the shattered squad room and crunched over the shards of plate glass where the big doors had been. Ran over to the car and dived in. I started it up and howled backward out of the lot, slammed into drive, and took off down the road towards town. Finley was out. 90 seconds, beginning to end. Chapter 32. I slowed down at the north end of Main Street and rolled gently south through the sleeping town. Nobody spoke. Hubble was lying on the rear bench, shaken up. Finley was beside me in the front passenger seat, just sitting there, rigid, staring out through the windshield. We were all breathing heavily. We were all in that quiet zone which follows an intense blast of danger. The clock on the dash showed 1 in the morning. I wanted to hole up until 4. I had a superstitious thing about 4 o'clock in the morning. We used to call it KGB time. The story was it was the time they chose to go knocking on doors, 4 o'clock in the morning. Story was it had always worked well for them. Their victims were at a low ebb at that hour. Progress was easy. We had tried it ourselves time to time. It had always worked well for me. So I wanted to wait until 4, one last time. I jinked the car left and right down the service alleys behind the last block of stores, switched the running lights off, and pulled up in the dark behind the barbershop. Killed the motor. Finley glanced around and shrugged. Going to the barber at 1 in the morning was no more crazy than driving a $100,000 Bentley into a building. No more crazy than getting locked in a cell for 10 hours by a madman. After 20 years in Boston and 6 months in Margrave, there wasn't a whole lot left that Finley was ever going to raise an eyebrow at. Hubble leaned forward from the back seat. He was pretty shaken up. He'd deliberately driven into 3 separate crashes. The 3 impacts had left him battered and jarred, and drained. It had taken a lot to keep his foot jammed down on the gas, heading for one solid object after another. But he'd done it. Not everybody would have. But he was suffering for it now. I slid out of the seat and stood in the alley, gestured Hubble out of the car. He joined me in the dark, stood there, a bit unsteady. "You okay?" I asked him. He shrugged. "I guess," he said. "I banged my knee and my neck hurts like hell." "Walk up and down," I said. "Don't stiffen up." I walked him up and down the dark alley, 10 paces up and back, a couple of times. He was pecking his stride on the left. Maybe the door had caved in and hit his left knee. He was rolling his head around, loosening the jarred muscles in his neck. "Okay," I said. He smiled, changed it to a grimace as a tendon graunched. "I'll live," he said. Finley got out and joined us in the alley. He was coming round. He was stretching like he was waking up, getting excited. He smiled at me in the dark. "Good job, Reacher," he said. "I was wondering how the hell you were going to get me out. What happened to Picard?" I made a gun with my fingers, like a child's mime. He nodded a sort of partner's nod to me, too reserved to go any further. I shook his hand. Seemed like the right thing to do. Then I turned and rapped softly on the service door at the back of the barbershop. It opened up straight away. The older guy was standing there like he'd been waiting for us to knock. He held the door like some kind of an old butler, gestured us in. We trooped single file down a passage into a storeroom, waited next to shelves piled high with barber stuff. The gnarled old man caught up to us. "We need your help," I said. The old guy shrugged, held up his mahogany palm in a wait gesture, shuffled through to the front and came back with his partner, the younger old guy. They discussed my request in loud, rasping whispers. "Upstairs," the younger guy said. We filed up a narrow staircase, came out in an apartment above the shop. The 2 old barbers showed us through to the living room. They pulled the blinds and switched on a couple of dim lamps, waved us to sit. The room was small and threadbare, but clean. It had a cozy feel. I figured if I had a room, I'd want it to look like that. We sat down. The younger guy sat with us, and the older guy shuffled out again, closed the door. The 4 of us sat there looking at each other. Then the barber leaned forward. "You boys ain't the first to hide out with us," he said. Finley glanced around, appointed himself spokesman. "We're not?" he said. "No, sir, you're not," the barber said. "We've had lots of boys hiding out with us, and girls, too, tell the truth." "Like who?" Finley asked. "You name it, we had it," the old guy said. "We've had farm workers' union boys from the peanut farms. We've had farm workers' union boys from the peach growers. We've had civil rights girls from the voter registration. We've had boys who didn't want their ass sent to Vietnam. You name it, we had it." Finley nodded. "And now you've got us," he said. "Local trouble?" the barber asked. Finley nodded again. "Big trouble," he said. "Big changes coming." "Been expecting it," the old guy said. "Been expecting it for years." "You have?" Finley said. The barber nodded and stood up, stepped over to a large closet, opened the door, and waved us over to take a look. It was a big closet, fitted with deep shelves. The shelves were stacked with money. Bricks and bricks of cash, held together with rubber bands. It filled the closet from floor to ceiling. Must have been a couple of $100,000 in there. "Kleiner Foundation's money," the old guy said.
They just keep throwing it at us. Something wrong with it. I'm 74 years old. 70 years. People are pissing all over me. Now people are throwing money all over me. Something wrong with that, right?"
He closed the door on the cash.
"We don't spend it," he said. "We don't spend a cent we don't earn. We just put it in the closet. You boys going after the Kleiner Foundation?"
"Tomorrow there won't be any Kleiner Foundation," I said. The old guy just nodded, glanced at the closet door as he passed by and shook his head, closed the door on us, and left us alone in the small, cozy room.
"Not going to be easy," Finley said. "3 of us and 3 of them. They hold 4 hostages. 2 of the hostages are children. We're not even certain where they're holding them."
"They're at the warehouse," I said. "That's for sure. Where else would they be? No manpower available to hold them anyplace else. And you heard that tape, that boomy echo? That was the warehouse for sure."
"What tape?"
Hubble asked. Finley looked at him.
"They had Rosco make a tape for Reacher," he said. "A message, to prove they were holding her."
"Rosco?" Hubble said. "What about Charlie?"
Finley shook his head. "Just Rosco," he lied. "Nothing from Charlie."
Hubble nodded. Smart move, Harvard guy, I thought. The image of Charlie being held down at a microphone with a sharp knife at her throat would have tipped Hubble right over the edge, right off the plateau, back down to where panic would make him useless. "The warehouse is where they are," I said again. "No doubt about it." Hubble knew the warehouse well. He'd been working up there most days for a year and a half. So we got him to go over and over it, describing the layout. We found paper and pencil and got him to draw plans. We went over and over the plans, putting in all the doors, the stairs, the distances, the details. We ended up with the sort of drawing an architect would have been proud of. The warehouse stood in its own compound at the end of the row of 4. It was very close in line with the 3rd shed, which was a farmer's operation. There was a fence running between the 2, with just a path's width between it and the metal siding. The other 3 sides were ringed by the main fence running around the whole complex. That fence ran close to the warehouse across the back and down the far end. But there was plenty of space in front for trucks to turn. The big roller door covered just about the whole of the front wall. There was a small staff door just around the far corner, which gave onto the main floor. There was a cage just inside the staff door where the roller door winch was sited. Go in the staff door and turn left. There was an open metal staircase running up to an office. The office was cantilevered way up into the top back corner of the huge shed, hanging there about 40 feet above the main floor. The office had big windows and a railed balcony looking down into the shed for supervision. In back, the office had a door leading out to an external fire escape, which was another open metal staircase bolted to the outside back wall. "Okay," I said. "Clear enough, right?" Finley shrugged. "I'm worried about reinforcements," he said. "Guards on the exterior." I shrugged back. "There won't be reinforcements," I said. "I'm more worried about the shotguns. It's a big space, and there are 2 kids in there." Finley nodded, looked grim. He knew what I was saying. Shotguns spray a cone of lead over a big, wide angle. Shotguns and children don't mix. We went quiet. It was nearly 2 in the morning. An hour and a half to wait. We would leave at 3:30. Get up there at 4. My favorite attack time. The waiting period, like soldiers in a dugout, like pilots before a raid. It was silent. Finley dozed. He'd done this before, probably many times. He sprawled in his chair. His left arm hung over the side. Half of the shattered handcuff dangled from his wrist like a silver bracelet. Hubble sat upright. He hadn't done this before. He just fidgeted around, burning energy. Couldn't blame him. He kept looking over at me. questions in his eyes. I just kept on shrugging back at him. 2:30, there was a knock on the door. Just a soft tap. The door opened a foot. The older of the two old barbers was there. He pointed a gnarled and trembling finger into the room, aimed straight at me.
"Someone to see you, son,"
he said. Finley sat up, and Hubble looked scared. I signaled them both to stay put, stood up and pulled the big automatic out of my pocket, clicked the safety off. The old guy flapped his hand at me and fussed.
"You don't need that, son," he said. "Don't need that at all."
He was impatient, beckoning me out to join him. I put the gun away again, shrugged at the other two, and went with the old guy. He led me into a tiny kitchen. There was a very old woman in there, sitting on a stool. Same mahogany color as the old guy, stick thin. She looked like an old tree in winter.
"This is my sister,"
the old barber said.
"You boys woke her up, chattering."
Then he stepped over to her, bent down, and spoke right in her ear.
"This is the boy I told you about,"
he said. She looked up and smiled at me. It was like the sun coming out. I caught a flash of the beauty she must have had long ago. She held out her hand, and I took it. Felt like thin wires in a soft, dry glove. The old barber left us alone together in the kitchen, stopped as he passed me.
"Ask her about him,"
he said. The old guy shuffled out. I still had the old lady's hand in mine. I squatted down next to her. She didn't try to pull her hand away, just left it nestled there, like a brown twig in my huge paw.
"I don't hear so good,"
she said.
"You got to lean close."
I spoke in her ear. She smelled like an old flower, like a faded bloom. "How's this?" I said.
"That's good, son,"
she said.
"I can hear that okay."
"I was asking your brother about Blind Blake," I said.
"I know that, son,"
she said.
"He told me all about it."
"He told me you knew him," I said, in her ear.
"I sure did,"
she said.
"I knew him real well."
"Will you tell me about him?" I asked her. She turned her head and gazed at me sadly.
"What's to tell?"
she said.
"He's been gone a real long time."
"What was he like?" I said. She was still gazing at me. Her eyes were misting over as she trawled backwards 60, 70 years.
"He was blind,"
she said. She didn't say anything more for a while. Her lips fluttered soundlessly, and I could feel a strong pulse hammering in her bony wrist. She moved her head as if she was trying to hear something from far away.
"He was blind,"
she said again.
"And he was a sweet boy."
She was more than 90 years old. She was as old as the 20th century. So she was remembering back to her 20s and 30s. Not to her childhood or her teens. She was remembering back to her womanhood. And she was calling Blake a sweet boy.
"I was a singer,"
she said,
"and he played the guitar. You know that old expression, he could play the guitar just like ringing a bell? That's what I used to say about Blake. He would pick up that old instrument of his, and the notes would just come tumbling out, faster than you could sing 'em. But each note was just a perfect little silver bell floating off into the air. We'd sing and play all night long, and then in the morning I'd lead him out into a meadow, and we'd sit under some old shade tree, and we'd sing and play some more, just for the joy of it, just because I could sing and he could play."
She hummed a couple of bars of something under her breath. Her voice was about a fifth lower pitch than it ought to have been. She was so thin and fragile, you'd have expected a high faltering soprano, but she was singing with a low, breathy contralto. I thought back with her and put the two of them in an old Georgia meadow. The heavy smell of wildflower blossom, the buzz of lazy noontime insects, the two of them backs against a tree, singing and playing for the joy of it, belting out the wry, defiant songs that Blake had made up and that I loved so much. "What happened to him?" I asked her. "Do you know?" She nodded.
"2 people on this earth know that,"
she whispered.
"I'm one of them."
"Will you tell me?" I said. "I sort of came down here to find out."
62 years,
she said.
"I never told a soul in 62 years."
"Will you tell me?" I asked her again. She nodded, sadly, tears in her misty old eyes.
62 years,
she said.
"You're the first person ever asked me."
I held my breath. Her lips fluttered and her hand scrabbled in my palm.
"He was blind,"
she said,
"but he was sporty. You know that word, sporty? It means kind of uppity. Uppity with a smile and a grin is sporty. Blake was sporty. Had a lot of spirit and energy. Walked fast and talked fast. Always moving, always smiling his sweet fool head off. But one time, we came out of a place in town here, walking down the sidewalk, laughing. Nobody else around but for 2 white folks coming towards us on the sidewalk. A man and a boy. I saw them and ducked off the sidewalk like we were supposed to. Stood in the dirt to let them pass. But poor Blake were blind. Didn't see them. Just crashed into the white boy. A white boy, maybe 10 years old, maybe 12. Blake sent him flying into the dirt. White boy cut his head on a stone. Set up such a hollering like you never heard. The white boy's daddy was there with him. I knew him. He was a big, important man in this town. His boy was screaming fit to burst, screaming at his daddy to punish the nigger. So the daddy lost his temper and set about Blake with his cane. Big silver knob on the top. He beat poor Blake with that cane until his head was just split open like a burst watermelon. Killed him stone dead. Picked up the boy and turned to me. Sent me over to the horse trough to wash poor Blake's hair and blood and brains off from the end of his cane. Told me never to say a word about it, or he'd kill me too. So I just hid out and waited until somebody else found poor Blake there on the sidewalk. Then I ran out screaming and hollering with the rest of them all. Never said a word about it to another living soul that day to this."
Big wet tears were welling out of her eyes and rolling slowly down her thin cheeks. I reached over and smudged them dry with the back of my finger. Took her other hand in mine. "Who was the boy?" I asked her.
"Somebody I seen around ever since," she said. "Somebody I seen sneering around just about every day since. Reminded me of my poor Blake lying there with his head split open."
"Who was he?" I said.
"It was an accident," she said. "Anybody could have seen that. Poor Blake was a blind man. Boy didn't have to set up such a hollering. He wasn't hurt so bad. He was old enough to know better. It was his fault for hollering and screaming like he did.
Who was the boy? I asked her again. She turned to me and stared into my eyes. Told me the 62-year-old secret.
Grover Teal, she said, grew up to be mayor, just like his old daddy. Thinks he's king of the damn world, but he's just a screaming brat who got my poor Blake killed for no reason at all, except he was blind and he was black.
Chapter 33. We piled back into Charlie's black Bentley in the alley behind the barbershop. Nobody spoke. I fired it up, swung out and rolled north, kept the lights off and drove slow. The big dark sedan rolled north through the night like a stealthy animal leaving its lair, like a big black submarine slipping its mooring and gliding out into icy water. I drove through the town and pulled up shy of the station house. Quiet as a tomb. "I want to get a weapon," Finley said. We picked our way through the shattered wreckage of the entrance. Hubble's own Bentley was sitting in the squad room, inert in the gloom. The front tires had blown, and it had settled nose down, buried in the wreckage of the cells. There was a stink of gasoline. The tank must have split. The trunk lid was up because of the way the rear end was smashed in. Hubble didn't even glance at it. Finley picked his way past the wrecked car to the big office and back, disappeared inside. I waited with Hubble in the heap of shards that had been the entrance doors. Finley came back out of the dark with a stainless steel revolver and a book of matches. And a grin. He waved the two of us out to the car and struck a match, threw it under the rear of the wrecked green Bentley, and crunched on out to join us. "Diversion, right?" he said. We saw the fire start as we nosed out of the lot. Bright blue flames were rolling across the carpet like a wave on the beach. The fire took hold of the splintered wood and rolled outward, feeding itself on the huge gasoline stain. The flames changed to yellow and orange, and the air started sucking in through the hole where the entrance had been. Within a minute, the whole place was burning. I smiled and took off up the county road. I used headlights for most of the 14 miles, drove fast, took maybe 12 minutes, doused the lights and pulled up a quarter-mile short of the target, turned around in the road and backed up a little way, left the car facing south, down towards town, doors unlocked, keys in. Hubble carried the big bolt cutter. Finley checked the revolver he'd taken from the office. I reached under the seat and pulled out the plastic bottle we'd filled with gas, slipped it into my pocket with the blackjack. It was heavy, pulled my jacket down on the right, and brought the Desert Eagle up high on my chest. Finley gave me the matches. I put them in the other pocket. We stood together in the dark and the dirt and the side of the road, exchanged tight nods, struck out over the field to the blasted tree. It was silhouetted against the moon. Took us a couple of minutes to get there. We slogged over the soft earth, paused against the distorted tree trunk. I took the bolt cutter from Hubble, and we nodded again and headed for the fence where it ran close to the back of the warehouse. It was 10 to 4 in the morning. Nobody had spoken since leaving the burning police building. It was 75 yards from the tree to the fence. Took us a minute. We kept on going until we were opposite the bottom of the fire escape, right where it was bolted down to the concrete path which ran around the whole building. Finley and Hubble grabbed the chain link to put some tension on it, and I bit through each strand in turn with the bolt cutter, went through it like it was licorice. I cut a big piece out, 7 feet high, right up to where the razor wire started, maybe 8 feet wide. We stepped through the gap, walked over to the bottom of the stairs, waited. I could hear sounds inside, movement and scraping, muffled to a dull boom by the huge space. I took a deep breath, motioned the others to flatten themselves against the metal siding. I still wasn't sure about exterior guards. My gut said there wouldn't be any reinforcements, but Finley was worried about it. And I'd learned a long time ago to take account of what people like Finley worried about. So I motioned the others to stay put, and I crept around to the corner of the massive building, crouched down and dropped the bolt cutter onto the concrete path from a height of about a foot. It made just about the right amount of noise. It sounded like somebody trying to break into the compound. I flattened myself against the wall and waited with the blackjack in my right hand. Finley was right. There was an exterior guard. And I was right. There were no reinforcements. The exterior guard was Sergeant Baker. He was on duty, patrolling outside the shed. I heard him before I saw him. I heard his tense breathing and his feet on the concrete. He came around the corner of the building and stopped a yard away from me. He stood and stared at the bolt cutter. He had his .38 in his hand. He looked at the bolt cutter and then swung his gaze along the fence as far as the missing panel. Then he started to run towards it. Then he died. I swung the sap and hit him. But he didn't go down. He dropped his revolver, danced a circle on rubber legs. Finley came up behind me, caught him by the throat. Looked like a country boy wringing a chicken's neck. Made a fine job of it. Baker was still wearing his acetate nameplate above his uniform pocket. First thing I'd noticed 9 days ago. We left his body on the path. Waited 5 minutes. Listened hard. Nobody else came. We went back to where Hubble was waiting. I took another deep breath. Stepped onto the fire escape. Went up. Planted each foot carefully and silently on each step. Eased my way up. The staircase was cast from some kind of iron or steel, open treads. The whole thing would ring like a damn bell if we were clumsy. Finley was behind me, gripping the handrail with his right hand, gun in his left. Behind him came Hubble, too scared to breathe. We crept up. Took us minutes to do the 40 feet. We were very cautious. We stood on the little platform at the top. I pressed my ear to the door. Quiet. No sound. Hubble pulled out his office keys, clenched in his hand to stop them jingling. He selected the right one, slowly, carefully, inched it into the lock. We held our breath. He turned the key. The lock clicked back. The door sagged open. We held our breath. No sound, no reaction. Quiet. Hubble eased the door back, slowly, carefully. Finley took it from him and eased it further. Passed it to me. I eased it back flat against the wall. Propped it all the way open with the bottle of gasoline from my pocket. Light was flooding out of the office, spilling over the fire escape and laying a bright bar down on the fence and the field 40 feet below. Arc lamps were lit inside the body of the warehouse, and they were flooding in through the big office windows. I could see everything in the office. And what I saw made my heart stop. I'd never believed in luck, never had any cause to, never relied on it because I never could. But now I was lucky in a big way. 36 years of bad luck and trouble were wiped away in one single bright glance. The gods were sitting on my shoulder, whooping and driving me on. In that one single bright glance, I knew that I had won. Because the children were asleep on the office floor. Hubble's kids, Ben and Lucy, sprawled out on a pile of empty burlap sacks, fast asleep, wide open and innocent like only sleeping children can be. They were filthy and ragged, still dressed in their school clothes from Monday. They looked like ragamuffins in a sepia picture of old New York. Sprawled out, fast asleep, 4 o'clock in the morning. My lucky time. The children had been worrying the hell out of me. They were what made this whole damn thing just about impossible. I'd thought it through 1,000 times. I'd run war games through my head, trying to find one that would work. I hadn't found one. I'd always come up with some kind of a bad outcome, what the staff colleges call unsatisfactory results. I'd always come up with the children splattered all over the place by the big shotguns. Children and shotguns don't mix. And I'd always visualize the 4 hostages and the 2 shotguns in the same place at the same time. I'd visualized panicking children and Charlie screaming and the big Ithacas booming. All in the same place. I hadn't come up with any kind of a solution. If I could have given anything I ever had or ever would have, I'd have given it to have the children fast asleep somewhere else on their own. And it had happened. It had happened. The elation roared in my ears like a hysterical crowd in a huge stadium. I turned to the other 2, cupped a hand behind each of their heads, and pulled them close to mine. Spoke in the faintest of whispers.
"Hubble, take the girl," I whispered. "Finley, take the boy. Put a hand over their mouths. No sound at all. Carry 'em back to the tree. Hubble, take 'em on back to the car. Stay there with them and wait. Finley, come back here. Do it now. Do it quietly."
I pulled out the Desert Eagle and clicked the safety off, clamped my wrist against the door frame, and aimed across the office at the inner door. Finley and Hubble crept into the office. They did it right. They kept low. They kept quiet. They clamped their palms over the little mouths, scooped the children up, crept back out, straightened up and looped past the barrel of my big .44. The children woke up and struggled. Their wide eyes stared at me. Hubble and Finley carried them to the top of the long staircase, eased their way quietly down. I backed out of the doorway to the far corner of the metal platform, found an angle to cover them all the way, watched them pick their way slowly down the fire escape, to the ground, to the fence, through the gap, and away. They stepped through the bright bar of light spilling over the field 40 feet below me and vanished into the night. I relaxed, lowered the gun, listened hard. Heard nothing but the faint noises scraping up from inside the huge metal shed. I crept into the office, crawled over the floor to the windows, slowly raised my head up and looked out and down. Saw a sight I would never, ever forget. There were 100 arc lights bolted up inside the roof of the warehouse. They lit the place up brighter than day. It was a big space. Must have been 100 feet long, maybe 80 deep, maybe 60 feet high. And it was full of dollar bills. A gigantic dune of money filled the whole shed. It was piled maybe 50 feet high into the back far corner. It sloped down to the floor like a mountainside. It was a mountain of cash. It reared up like a gigantic green iceberg. It was huge. I saw Teal at the far end of the shed. He was sitting on the lower slope of the mountain, maybe 10 feet up, shotgun across his knees. He was dwarfed by the huge green pile rearing above him. 50 feet closer to me, I saw old man Kleiner, sitting higher up on the slope, sitting on 40 tons of money, shotgun across his knees. The 2 shotguns were triangulated on Rosco and Charlie Hubble. They were tiny figures 40 feet below me. They were being made to work. Rosco had a snow shovel, one of those curved things they use in the snow states to clear their driveways. She was pushing drifts of dollars toward Charlie. Charlie was scooping them into air conditioner cartons and tamping them in firmly with a garden rake. There was a line of sealed boxes behind the 2 women. In front of them was the huge stockpile. They toiled away far below me, dwarfed like 2 ants below the mountain of dollar bills. I held my breath. I was transfixed. It was an utterly unbelievable sight. I could see Kleiner's black pickup truck. It was backed in, just inside the roller door. Next to it was Teal's white Cadillac. Both were big automobiles. But they were nothing next to the mountain of cash. They were just like toys on the beach. It was awesome. It was a fantastic scene from a fairy tale, like a huge underground cavern in an emerald mine from some glittering fable, all brightly lit by the 100 arc lights. Tiny figures far below. I couldn't believe it. Hubble had said $1 million in singles was a hell of a sight. I was looking at 40 million. It was the height of the drift that did it to me. It towered way up, 10 times higher than the two tiny figures working at floor level, higher than a house, higher than 2 houses. It was incredible. It was a huge warehouse, and it was full of a solid mass of money, full of 40 million genuine $1 bills. The two women were moving with the dullness of extreme fatigue, like exhausted troopers at the end of some cruel maneuver, asleep on their feet, moving about automatically while their minds screamed for rest. They were packing armful after armful of dollars from the gigantic stockpile into the boxes. It was a hopeless task. The Coast Guard retreat had caught Kleiner by surprise. He wasn't ready. The warehouse was hopelessly jammed. Rosco and Charlie were being worked like exhausted slaves. Teal and Kleiner were watching them like overseers, listlessly, like they knew they were at the end of the road. The enormous drift of cash was going to bury them. It was going to engulf them and choke them to death. I heard the faint clang of Finley's feet on the fire escape. I crawled back out of the office and met him on the metal platform outside.
"They're back at the car,"
he whispered to me.
"How we doing here?"
"2 shotguns, out and ready," I whispered.
"Rosco and Charlie look okay."
He glanced in towards the bright light and the faint noises.
"What are they all doing in there?"
he asked me in a whisper.
"Come take a look," I said softly. "But hold your breath."
We crawled in together, crawled over the floor to the windows, slowly popped our heads up. Finley looked down at the fantastic scene below. He stared down for a long time. His eyes flicked all over the place. Ended up staring at me, holding his breath.
"Christ,"
he whispered. I nodded him back out. We crawled to the fire escape platform.
"Christ,"
he whispered again.
"Can you believe that?"
I shook my head.
"No,"
I whispered back to him.
"I can't believe it." "What are we gonna do?"
he asked me. I held my hand up to make Finley wait on the platform, crawled back inside and peered down through the window. I looked all over the place, looked at where Teal was sitting, looked at the office inner door, checked Kleiner's field of fire, guessed where Rosco and Charlie might end up. I calculated angles and estimated distances. I came up with one definite conclusion. It was a hell of a problem. Old man Kleiner was the nearest person to us. Rosco and Charlie were working between him and Teal. Teal was the dangerous one because he was at the far end of the warehouse. When I came out at the top of the inside stairs, they were all 4 going to look up at me. Kleiner was going to raise his shotgun. Teal was going to raise his shotgun. They were both going to shoot at me. Kleiner had a straight shot, 60 degrees upward, like a duck hunter. But Rosco and Charlie were down there between Teal and me. Teal was going to be shooting on a fairly shallow angle. He was already perched 10 feet up the slope. He would be looking for another 30 feet of elevation from a distance of 100 feet. A shallow angle, maybe 15 or 20 degrees. His big Ithaca was designed to cover a much wider spread than 15 or 20 degrees. His shot was going to catch the women in a murderous spray. His shot was going to kill them. When Teal looked up at me and fired, Rosco and Charlie were going to die. I crawled back out of the office and joined Finley on the fire escape, bent down and picked up the plastic bottle of gasoline, handed it to him with the matchbook, leaned close and told him what to do. We whispered together, and he set off slowly back down the long flight of metal steps. I crawled through the office and laid the Desert Eagle carefully on the floor by the inner door, safety off. Crawled back under the window, eased my head up, and waited. 3 minutes went by. I was staring at the far end of the roller door, staring and waiting, watching the crack between the bottom of the door and the concrete right at the far end, diagonally opposite me across the whole huge space. I stared and waited. 4 minutes had gone by. The tiny figures below toiled on. Rosco and Charlie stuffing boxes under Teal's careful gaze. Kleiner clambering his way over the mountainside to kick a new river of dollars down the slope toward the women. 5 minutes had gone by. Kleiner had put his shotgun down. He was 30 feet away from it, scrabbling in the pile, starting a small avalanche which rolled down to Roscoe's feet. 6 minutes had gone by. 7. Then I saw the dark wet stain of gasoline seeping under the roller door. It flowed into a semicircular pool. It kept coming. It reached the bottom of the enormous dune of dollars, 10 feet below where Teal was sprawled on the lower slopes. It kept growing outward, a dark stain on the concrete. Kleiner was still working, 40 feet across the mountain from Teal, still 30 feet away from his weapon. I crawled back to the inner door, eased the handle down. The door came free of the catch. I picked up my gun, eased the door halfway open, crawled back to the window, watched the growing pool of gasoline. I had been afraid Teal would smell it straight away. That was the weak part of the plan. But he couldn't smell it, because the whole shed was full of a powerful, appalling stink. It had hit me like a hammer as soon as I opened the door. A heavy, sour, greasy smell. The smell of money. Millions and millions of crumpled and greasy dollar bills were seeping out the stink of sweaty hands and sour pockets. The smell hung in the air. It was the same smell I had noticed in the empty boxes in Sherman Stoller's garage. The sour smell of used money. Then I saw the flame bloom under the door. Finley had dropped the match. It was a low blue flame. It raced in under the door and bloomed out over the wide stain like a flower opening. It reached the bottom of the huge green mountain. I saw Teal snap his head around and stare at it, frozen in horror. I stepped to the door and squeezed out, aimed the gun, braced my wrist against the balcony railing, pulled the trigger and blew Teal's head off 100 feet away. The big bullet caught him in the temple and exploded his skull all over the metal siding behind him. Then everything went wrong. I saw it happen in that terrible slow motion you get when your mind is racing faster than you can move. My gun hand was drifting left to track Kleiner on his way back to his own weapon. But Kleiner dived to the right. He launched himself in a desperate leap down the mountainside to the spot where Teal had dropped his shotgun. He wasn't going back for his own gun. He was going to use Teal's weapon. He was going to use the same lethal geometry that Teal would have used. I saw my hand reverse its direction. It was cutting a graceful, smooth arc through the air just behind Kleiner, tumbling and sliding down in a great spray of dollars. Then I heard the crash of the staff door bursting open below. The crash of the door fought with the echo of the roar of the shot which had killed Teal, and I saw Picard stagger onto the warehouse floor. His jacket was gone, and I saw blood soaking his enormous white shirt. I saw him take giant lurching strides toward the women. His head was turning, and his right arm was windmilling upward to point at me. I saw his .38 dwarfed in his hand. 100 feet from him, I saw Kleiner reach Teal's shotgun where it had fallen and buried itself in the cash pile. I saw the blue flames bursting upward at the bottom of the huge dune of dollars. I saw Rosco spinning slowly to look up at me. I saw Charlie Hubble spinning slowly the other way to look at Teal. I saw her start to scream. Her hands were slowly moving up to her face, and her mouth was opening, and her eyes were closing. The sound of her screaming drifted gently up to me and fought the dying echo of the Desert Eagle's bullet and the crash of the door. I grasped the balcony railing in front of me and hauled myself one-handed toward it, swung my gun hand vertically down and fired and hit Picard through the right shoulder a tiny fraction before his .38 came to rest on me. I saw him hit the floor in an explosion of blood as I hauled my aim back over to Kleiner. My mind was detached, just treating it like a purely mechanical problem. I had locked my shoulder so that the big automatic's recoil would kick it upwards. That won me a tiny fraction as I hauled the sights over to the other end of the warehouse. I felt the smack in my palm as the burned gases hurled the spent shell case out and crashed the next bullet in. Kleiner had the Ithaca barrel on the way up in a slow-motion flurry of dollar bills, and he was pumping the shell. I heard the double crunch-crunch of the mechanism over the roar of the shot that had stopped Picard. My detached mind computed that Kleiner would fire just slightly above the horizontal to hit me with the top of the spray, and that the bottom of the spray would decapitate Rosco and Charlie. It told me my bullet would take a hair over 7/100ths of a second to cover the length of the warehouse, and that I should aim high up on his right side to rotate the shotgun away from the women. After that, my brain just shut down, handed me all that information, and sat back to mock my attempt to haul my arm up faster than Kleiner could haul the Ithaca's barrel up. It was a race in agonizing slow motion. I was leaning half off the balcony, slowly bringing my arm up as if I was lifting an enormous weight. 100 feet away, Kleiner was slowly raising the shotgun barrel as if it was mired in molasses. They came up together, slowly, inch by inch, degree by degree, up and up. It took forever. It took the whole of my lifetime. Flames were bursting and exploding at the bottom of the mountain. They were spreading upward and outward through the money. Kleiner's yellow teeth were parting in a wolfish smile. Charlie was screaming. Rosco was slowly floating down toward the concrete floor like gossamer. My arm and Kleiner's shotgun were traveling slowly upward together, inch by ghastly inch. My arm got there first. I fired and hit Kleiner in the right upper chest, and the huge .44 slug hurled him off his feet. The Ithaca barrel whipped sideways as he pulled the trigger. The shotgun boomed and fired point blank into the enormous mountain of money. The air was instantly thick with tiny scraps of paper. Shreds and fragments of dollar bills were blasted all over the place. They swirled like a thick blizzard and burst into flames as they settled into the fire. Then time restarted, and I was racing down the stairs to the warehouse floor. Flames were ripping through the greasy mountain faster than a man could run. I fought the smoke and caught Rosco under one arm and Charlie under the other, spun them off their feet and carried them back towards the staircase. I could feel a gale of oxygen sucking in under the roller door to feed the fire. The whole huge shed was bursting into flame. The enormous dune of money was exploding. I was running flat out for the stairs, dragging the two women with me. I ran straight into Picard. He reared up off the floor in front of me, and the impact sent me sprawling. He stood there like a wounded giant, bellowing in fury. His right shoulder was shattered and pumping blood. His shirt was soaked in appalling crimson. I staggered up off the floor, and he hit me with his left hand. It was a shuddering impact, and it rocked me back. He followed it up with another swinging left that hit me on the arm and sent the Desert Eagle clattering over the concrete. The fire was billowing around us, and my lungs were burning, and I could hear Charlie Hubble screaming hysterically. Picard had lost his revolver. He stood unsteadily in front of me, rocking back and forth, swinging his massive left arm ready for another blow. I threw myself inside the swing and hit him in the throat with my elbow. I hit him harder than I had ever hit anything before in my life. But he just shook himself and stepped nearer, swung his enormous left fist, and knocked me sideways into the fire. I was breathing pure smoke as I rolled out. Picard stepped nearer. He was standing in a burning drift of money. He leaned forward and kicked me in the chest, like being hit by a truck. My jacket caught fire. I tore it off and hurled it at him, but he just swatted it aside and swung his leg back for the kick that was going to kill me. Then his body started jerking, like somebody was behind him, hitting him with a hammer. I saw Finley standing there, shooting Picard with the handgun he'd got from the station house. He fired 6 shots into Picard's back. Picard turned and looked at him. Took a step towards him. Finley's gun clicked empty. I scrabbled for my big Israeli automatic, swept it up off the hot concrete, and shot Picard through the back of the head. His skull exploded under the impact of the huge bullet. His legs crumpled, and he started falling. I fired my last 4 shells into him before he hit the floor. Finley grabbed Charlie and raced away through the flames. I hauled Rosco off the floor and hurled myself at the stairs and dragged her up and out through the office, out and down the fire escape as the flames boiled out through the door after us. We hurled ourselves through the gap in the fence. I hoisted Rosco high into my arms and ran across the field to the tree. Behind us, the superheated air blew the roof off the shed, and flames burst 100 feet into the night sky. All around us, burning fragments of dollar bills were drifting down. The warehouse was blasting like a furnace. I could feel the heat on my back, and Rosco was beating away the flaming paper that was landing on us. We raced for the tree, didn't stop, raced on to the road. 200 yards, 100 yards. Behind me, I could hear screeching and tearing as the metal shed distorted and burst. Up ahead, Hubble was standing next to the Bentley. He flung open the rear doors and raced for the driver's seat. The 4 of us crammed into the back, and Hubble stamped on the gas. The car shot forward, and the doors slammed shut. The children were in the front, both screaming. Charlie was screaming. Rosco was screaming. I noticed with a kind of detached curiosity that I was screaming, too. Hubble blasted a mile down the road. Then he jammed to a stop, and we untangled ourselves and fell out of the car. Stumbled about. Hugged and kissed and cried, staggering about in the dirt at the side of the old county road. The 4 Hubbles clung together. Rosco and Finley and I clung together. Then Finley was dancing around, yelling and laughing like a madman. All his old Boston reserve was gone. Rosco was huddled in my arms. I was watching the fire a mile away. It was getting worse. It was getting higher. It was spreading to the farmers' sheds next in line. Bags of nitrogen fertilizer and drums of tractor oil were exploding like bombs. We all turned to watch the inferno and the explosions. 7 of us, in a ragged line on the road. From a mile away, we watched the firestorm. Great spouts of flame were leaping 1,000 feet. Exploding oil drums were blowing up like mortar shells. The night sky was full of burning banknotes like 1,000,000 orange stars. It looked like hell on earth. "Christ," Finley said. "Did we do that?" "You did that, Finley," I said. "You dropped the match." We laughed and hugged. We danced and laughed and slapped each other's backs. We swung the children up in the air and hugged them and kissed them. Hubble hugged me and pounded me on the back. Charlie hugged me and kissed me. I lifted Rosco off her feet and kissed her long and hard. On and on. She wrapped her legs around my waist and locked her arms behind my head. We kissed like we would die if we stopped. Then I drove slowly and quietly back to town. Finley and Rosco squeezed together with me in the front. The 4 Hubbles squeezed into the back. As soon as we lost the glow of the fire behind us, we picked up the glow of the station house burning in front of us. I slowed as we drove past. Burning fiercely. It was going to burn to the ground. Hundreds of people were milling about in a ragged circle, watching it. Nobody was doing anything about it. I picked up speed again, and we rolled through the silent town, made the right up Beckman opposite the statue of old Casper Teal, jinked around the silent white church, drove the mile up to the familiar white mailbox at number 25. I turned in and wound my way up the driveway, stopped at the door just long enough for the Hubbles to spill out, hauled the old car around and back down the driveway, rolled down Beckman again, and stopped at the bottom. "Out, Finley," I said. He grinned and got out, walked off into the night. I drove across the bottom of Main Street and coasted down to Rosco's place, stopped on her drive. We stumbled into the house, dragged a chest of drawers down the hallway and shoved it up against the splintered door. Sealed ourselves off from the world. Chapter 34. It didn't work out for Rosco and me. It never really stood a chance. There were too many problems. It lasted a hair over 24 hours, and then it was over. I was back on the road. It was 5 o'clock Sunday morning when we hauled that chest of drawers over and shoved it up against the broken door. We were both exhausted, but the adrenaline was still boiling through us, so we couldn't sleep. Instead, we talked. And the more we talked, the worse it got. Rosco had been a prisoner the best part of 64 hours. She hadn't been mistreated. She told me they hadn't touched her. She'd been terrified, but they'd just worked her like a slave. Thursday, Picard had driven her off in his car. I had watched them go. I'd waved them off. She'd updated him with our progress. A mile up the county road, he'd pulled his gun on her, disarmed her, handcuffed her, driven her up to the warehouse. He'd driven right in through the roller door, and she'd been put straight to work with Charlie Hubble. The two of them had been in there working the whole time I'd been sitting under the highway watching the place. Rosco herself had unloaded the red truck the Kleiner kid had brought in. Then I'd followed it out to that truck stop near Memphis and wondered why the hell it was empty. Charlie Hubble had been in there working 5.5 days, since Monday evening. Kleiner had already started panicking by then. The Coast Guard retreat was coming too soon for him. He knew that he had to work fast to clear the stockpile. So Picard had brought the Hubbles straight to the warehouse. Kleiner had made the hostages work. They'd slept just a few hours a night, lying down on the dune of dollars, handcuffed to the bottom of the office stairs. Saturday morning, when his son and the 2 gatemen hadn't come back, Kleiner had gone crazy. Now he had no staff at all. So he worked the hostages around the clock. They didn't sleep at all Saturday night, just plowed on with the hopeless task of trying to box up the huge pile. They were falling further and further behind. Every time an incoming truck spilled a new load out on the warehouse floor, Kleiner had become more and more frantic. So Rosco had been a slave the best part of 3 days. In fear for her life, in danger, exhausted and humiliated for 3 long days. And it was my fault. I told her that. The more I told her, the more she said she didn't blame me. It was my fault, I was saying. It wasn't your fault, she was saying. I'm sorry, I was saying. Don't be, she was telling me. We listened to each other. We accepted what was being said. But I still thought it was my fault. Wasn't 100% sure she didn't think so too, despite what she was saying. We didn't fall out about it, but it was the first faint sign of a problem between us. We showered together in her tiny stall, stayed in there the best part of an hour. We were soaping off the stink of the money and the sweat and the fire. And we were still talking. I was telling her about Friday night, the ambush and the storm up at Hubble's place. I told her all about it. I told her about the bags with the knives and the hammer and the nails. I told her what I'd done to the 5 of them. I thought she'd be happy about it. And that was the second problem. Not a big deal as we stood there with the hot water beating down on us. But I heard something in her voice. Just a tiny tremor. Not shock or disapproval. Just a hint of a question. That maybe I had gone too far. I could hear it in her voice. I felt somehow I'd done it all for her and Joe. I hadn't done it because I had wanted to do it. It was Joe's business, and it was her town. And these were her people. I'd done it because I'd seen her trying to melt into her kitchen wall, crying like her heart was breaking. I'd done it for Joe and Molly. At the same time as feeling I needed no justification at all, I had been justifying it to myself like that. It didn't feel like a problem at the time. The shower loosened us up, steamed some glow back into us. We went to bed, left the drapes open. It was a glorious day. The sun was up in a bright blue sky, and the air looked fresh and clean. It looked like it should look, like a new day. We made love with great tenderness, great energy, great joy. If somebody had told me then that I'd be back on the road the next morning, I'd have thought they were crazy. I told myself there were no problems, I was imagining them. And if there were problems, there were good reasons for them. Maybe the after effects of the stress and the adrenaline, maybe the deep fatigue, maybe because Rosco had been a hostage. Maybe she was reacting like a lot of hostages do. They feel some kind of a faint jealousy against anybody who hadn't been a hostage with them, some kind of a faint resentment. Maybe that was feeding the guilt I was carrying for letting her get captured in the first place. Maybe a lot of things. I fell asleep, certain we'd wake up happy, and I'd stay there forever. We did wake up happy. We slept through until late afternoon. Then we spent a gorgeous couple of hours with the afternoon sun streaming in the window, dozing and stretching, kissing and laughing. We made love again. We were fueled up with the joy of being safe and alive and alone together. It was the best lovemaking we ever had. It was also the last. But we didn't know that at the time. Rosco took the Bentley up to Eno's for some food. She was gone an hour and came back with news. She'd seen Finley. She was talking about what was going to happen next. That was the big problem. It made the other tiny problems look like nothing at all.
"You should see the station house,"
she said.
"Nothing left more than a foot high."
She put the food on a tray, and we ate it sitting on the bed. Fried chicken.
"All 4 warehouses burned down," she said. "There was debris exploding all over the highway. The state police got involved. They had to get fire trucks all the way from Atlanta and Macon."
"State police are involved?" I said. She laughed.
"Everybody's involved," she said. "It sort of snowballed. The Atlanta fire chief called in the bomb squad because of the explosions, because he didn't know for sure what they were. The bomb squad can't go anywhere without notifying the FBI in case it's terrorism, so the Bureau is interested. Then the National Guard got involved this morning."
"The National Guard?" I said. "Why?"
"This is the best part," she said. "Finley says when the roof blew off the warehouse last night, the sudden updraft of air blew the money all over the place. Remember those burning pieces that kept landing on us? There are millions of dollar bills all over the place, miles around. The wind blew them everywhere, in the fields, all over the highway. Most of them are partially burned, of course, but some of them aren't. Soon as the sun came up, thousands of people came out of nowhere, swarming around all over the place, picking all the money up. So the National Guard was ordered in to disperse the crowds.
I ate some food, thought about it. Governor calls in the guard, right? I asked her. She nodded, mouthful of chicken wing.
The governor's involved, she said. He's in town right now. And Finley called the Treasury Department because of Joe. They're sending a team down here. I told you, it sort of snowballed.
What the hell else? I said.
Big problems here, of course, she said. Rumors are flying around. Everybody seems to know the foundation is finished. Finley says half of them are pretending they never knew what was going on, and the other half are mad as hell their $1,000 a week is going to stop. You should have seen old Eno when I picked up the food. Looked like he's furious.
Finley worried? I said.
He's okay, she said. Busy, of course. We're down to a 4-person police department. Finley, me, Stevenson, and the desk man. Finley says that's half of what we need because of the crisis, but twice as many as we can afford because the foundation subsidy is going to stop. But anyway, there's nothing anybody can do about hiring and firing without the mayor's approval, and we haven't got a mayor anymore, have we?
I sat there on the bed, eating. The problems started bearing down on me. I hadn't really seen them clearly before, but I was seeing them now. A huge question was forming in my mind. It was a question for Rosco. I wanted to ask it straight away and get her honest, spontaneous response. I didn't want to give her any time to think about her answer. "Rosco," I said. She looked up at me, waited. "What are you going to do?" I asked her. She looked at me like it was an odd question.
"Work my butt off, I guess," she said. "There's going to be a lot to do. We're going to have to rebuild this whole town. Maybe we can make something better out of it, create something worthwhile, and I can play a big part in it. I'll move up the totem pole a couple of notches. I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to it. This is my town, and I'm going to be really involved in it. Maybe I'll get on the town board. Maybe I'll even run for mayor. That'd be a hell of a thing, wouldn't it? After all these years, a Rosco for mayor instead of a Teal?"
I looked at her. It was a great answer, but it was the wrong answer. Wrong for me. I didn't want to try to change her mind. I didn't want to put any kind of pressure on her at all. That's why I had asked her straight out, before I told her what I was going to have to do. I had wanted her honest, natural response, and I had got it. It was right for her. This was her town. If anybody could fix it, she could. If anybody should stick around working her butt off, she should. But it was the wrong answer for me, because I knew by then I had to go. I knew by then that I had to get out fast. The problem was what was going to happen next. The whole thing had got out of hand. Before, it had all been about Joe. It had been private. Now it was public. It was like those half-burned dollar bills. It was scattered all over the damn place. Rosco had mentioned the governor, the Treasury Department, the National Guard, the State Police, the FBI, Atlanta fire investigators, a half-dozen competent agencies, all looking at what had gone on in Margrave, and they'd be looking hard. They'd be calling Kleiner the counterfeiter of the century. They'd find out the mayor had disappeared. They'd find out that 4 police officers had been involved. The FBI would be looking for Picard. Interpol would get involved because of the Venezuela connection. The heat would be tremendous. There would be 6 agencies competing like mad to get a result. They'd tear the place apart. And one or other of them would snarl me up. I was a stranger in the wrong place at the wrong time. It would take about a minute and a half to realize I was the brother of the dead government investigator who had started the whole thing off. They'd look at my agenda. Somebody would think, revenge. I would be hauled in, and they would go to work on me. I wouldn't be convicted. There was no risk of that. There was no evidence hanging around. I'd been careful every step of the way. And I knew how to bullshit. They could talk to me until I grew a long white beard and they wouldn't get anything from me. That was for sure. but they'd try. They'd try like crazy. They'd keep me 2 years in Warburton, 2 years up there on the holding floor, 2 years of my life. That was the problem. No way could I stand still for that. I'd only just got my life back. I'd had 6 months of freedom in 36 years. Those 6 months had been the happiest months I'd ever had. So I was getting out, before any of them ever knew I'd been there in the first place. My mind was made up. I had to become invisible again. I had to get far away from the Margrave spotlight, where those diligent agencies would never look. It meant my dreams of a future with Rosco were going to be snuffed out before they were even started. It meant I had to tell Rosco she wasn't worth gambling 2 years of my life for. I had to tell her that. We talked about it all night. We didn't fall out over it, just talked about it. She knew what I was going to do was right for me. I knew what she was going to do was right for her. She asked me to stay. I thought hard, but said no. I asked her to come with me. She thought hard, but said no. Nothing more to say. Then we talked about other things. We talked about what I would be doing and what she would be doing. And I slowly realized that staying there would tear me apart just as much as leaving was going to. Because I didn't want the stuff she was talking about. I didn't want elections and mayors and votes and boards and committees. I didn't want property taxes and maintenance and chambers of commerce and strategies. I didn't want to be sitting there all bored and chafing, not with the tiny resentments and guilts and disapprovals growing bigger and bigger until they choked us. I wanted what I was talking about. I wanted the open road and a new place every day. I wanted miles to travel and absolutely no idea where I was going. I wanted to ramble. I had rambling on my mind. We sat around talking, miserable, until dawn. I asked her to do one last thing for me. I asked her to arrange a funeral for Joe. I told her I wanted Finley to be there, and the Hubbles, and the 2 old barbers, and her. I told her to ask the old guy's sister to be there and sing a sad song for Joe. I told her to ask the old lady where the meadow was where she'd sung along with Blind Blake's guitar 62 years ago. I asked her to scatter Joe's ashes on the grass there. Rosco drove me down to Macon in the Bentley, 7 in the morning. We hadn't slept at all. The trip took us an hour. I sat in the back, behind the new black glass. I didn't want anybody to see me. We drove up the rise from her place and threaded through traffic. The whole town was getting packed. Even before we got up to Main Street, I could see the place was swarming. There were dozens of cars parked up everywhere. There were television trucks from the networks and CNN. I hunched down in the back of the car. People were crowding everywhere, even at 7 in the morning. There were ranks of dark blue government sedans all over. We turned at the corner where the coffee shop was. People were lining up on the sidewalk, waiting to get in for breakfast. We drove through the sunny town. Main Street was parked solid. There were vehicles up on the sidewalks. I saw fire chiefs' cars and state police cruisers. I glanced into the barbershop as we crawled past, but the old guys weren't there. I would miss them. I would miss old Finley. I would always wonder how things turned out for him. Good luck, Harvard guy, I thought. Good luck, too, to the Hubbles. This morning was the start of a long road for them. They were going to need a lot of luck. Good luck, too, to Rosco. I sat there silently wishing her the best of everything. She deserved it. She really did. She drove me all the way south to Macon. She found the bus depot, parked up, handed me a small envelope, told me not to open it right away. I put it in my pocket, kissed her goodbye, got out of the car. Didn't look back. I heard the sound of the big tires on the pavement and I knew she was gone. I walked into the depot, bought a ticket, then I crossed the street to a cheap store and bought new clothes. Changed in their cubicle, left the filthy old fatigues in their garbage can. Then I strolled back and got on a bus for California. I had tears in my eyes for more than 100 miles. Then the old bus rattled over the state line. I looked out at the southeast corner of Alabama, opened Roscoe's envelope. It was the photograph of Joe. She'd taken it from Molly Beth's valise, taken it out of the frame, trimmed it with scissors to fit my pocket. On the back, she had written her telephone number. But I didn't need that. I had already committed it to memory. Killing Floor is published by Random House Audiobooks, a division of the Penguin Random House Group. Copyright Lee Child, 1997. Copyright and recording, Random House Audiobooks. Lee Child has asserted his right under the Copyright Designs and Patents Act, 1988, to be identified as the author of this work.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.